Just good heavens.
I got news for you. If David Koresh had a brewery, Lee would have worked there.
Damn.
Oh, easily.
Damn. That's cold-blooded.
Lee, damn
That's
it.
so disappointing, Lee.
Damn
you couldn't
it.
make it 48 hours?
I went more than 48 hours.
No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did.
First off, it's Thursday morning now. Your
Yes.
last drink was what, Tuesday night?
Sunday night.
No, it was Monday.
Yeah, you had a
You had
hair of the
one then.
dog. Gin and tonic.
Lee, you need help.
Hey, it's Jonas Knox, and we were recently introduced to the coolest walkie-talkies, Rapid Radios. Rapid Radios are instant push-to-talk devices with nationwide coverage, 100% private, and a great communication device for kids. Holds a charge for up to 5 days. Visit rapidradios.com. For a limited time, go to rapidradios.com, and you'll get up to 60% off, free UPS shipping for Michigan, plus a free protection bag. Add code RADIO and get an extra 5% off.
This holiday season, Capital One reminds you to give yourself the gift of 1.5% cash back with the Capital One Quicksilver Card.
Can I earn 1.5% cash back on birds?
Birds?
What if you sent your true love 2 turtle doves plus a partridge in a pear tree?
Sure, but why would anyone want that?
The song was very convincing.
Earn 1.5% cash back on all your holiday purchases with the Capital One Quicksilver Card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Kansas City, it's Dusty Likens, and in case you didn't already know, I'm here to tell you that you can watch all the shows here on 96.5 The Fan across all our social media channels. That's right. If you want to see our smiling faces as we talk about the best sports fans and teams in the country, subscribe to our YouTube channel or watch on Twitter, Facebook, and Twitch. Wake up with us, eat lunch with us, and go home with us. Your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Are you in need of top quality metal for your next project? Look no further than Metal by the Foot. Whether you're a DIY enthusiast, contractor, or business owner, Metal by the Foot has the perfect solution for you. Steel, aluminum, brass, and stainless. The Foot. Blue Demon Welding Supplies, filler rods, and wire. The Foot. Cronius Professional Welding Equipment, service and repairs. The Foot. Located in KC and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the Foot.
Gates Barbecue's most iconic flavors will make your holiday meals unforgettable this year. Spice up your holiday get-togethers with Gates sauces and seasonings, made with fresh ingredients and gluten-free. Prepare your meats, potatoes, and vegetables with Gates sauces and seasonings. And while watching a game or your favorite holiday movie, sprinkle Gates seasoning on a fresh pop bowl of popcorn. Your taste buds will thank you. Buy Gates now. Available at your local grocer or online at gatesbarbecue.com. We do it the old-fashioned way.
Texting enrolls you into recurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym for a while.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone.
Lower T?
Yeah, I went through it a while back. Once you hit 40, your body has less free testosterone. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text.
Text HUNK to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T, the #1 selling testosterone booster at GNC. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast. Absolutely free. Text HUNK to 42424. That's HUNK to 42424.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards, Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
When I wake up, the best mornings in the morning light start with Wrangler. I pull on my jeans and I feel alright. Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Welcome to your new home for Chiefs football.
Bucks waiting for the snap. Placement is down. Left kick is blocked. It's blocked. It's blocked. The Chiefs blocked the kick. They're going to stay undefeated. The Kansas City Chiefs blocked a 35-yard field goal attempt. Kansas City wins this game on a blocked field goal.
Welcome to 96.5 Sunday at 3:25, right here on 96.5 The Fan, KFMC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, in Odyssey Sports Station.
Oh my God, it's Thursday. How about that? This week is flying by, isn't it? No cuss words, no sexual innuendos, just sports talk radio.
Isn't that sports talk radio, though? Curse words and sexual innuendos?
Man, I wish. We had a conversation last night. We should be able to cuss.
Yeah. Well, we could, but then somebody
F
lands.
that, dude.
I told you last night, I said, I wouldn't cuss all the time if we could cuss, but there are certain moments where it just kind of requires you to drop an F-bomb.
Mac does it either way.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, Mac gets away with it, right?
Like, how can we not do what, like, Pat McAfee does, where it's like, this show contains explicit content.
Right.
Please be advised.
Because that is not governed by the federal government and the FCC. We are. So there we sit, right?
Yeah, rough day yesterday. Ven Mazzaro start as we were told by our fellow listeners.
How you doing, Momo? You good? You had the deal last night?
Oh my God. We got
not a thing.
We got 76 seconds in before you got called that.
Couldn't do it. It's my mother's grandma name, so I will not be called that.
Ah, it's your mother's. You got grandkids? Good for you.
Yeah, niece and a nephew, absolutely.
Not yours.
Yeah, not mine.
Oh, not yours. Not yours. Okay, not yours. But
niece and nephew. I thought you were getting ready to cuss again.
Oh my goodness, yeah.
Oh, what a day.
I'm ready for this game now already.
Ooh,
like
I know,
my
right?
voice is getting
Come on.
back. I'm kind of excited about this.
Are you there yet?
Yeah. Oh, God, yeah. I flipped the page already.
I
started reading some stuff today, and I listened to some Buffalo player who claims he never takes an elevator on game day because he doesn't want assistance from anybody.
Well, he's the same guy that doesn't. You haven't seen this guy's background story?
No.
He's the same guy that doesn't use utensils to eat, doesn't wear shoes or socks.
Oh, it's that
this is
guy?
Matt Collins?
I think so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Considers socks food prisons.
Yes.
Food prison?
And that's a Family Guy line. But he does consider his shoes to be like I don't know.
Feet prisons.
Feet prisons. Yeah,
okay.
feet prisons.
All right.
I think that's who that was. It said about the elevator, which totally dig it. I don't know.
But I'm not walking up 30 flights at a hotel to get to my room. I mean,
I'll
that's
take that
stupid.
assistance.
Yeah, Matt Collins is exactly who it was.
Yep.
Yeah. So he goes to the hotel wherever they stay here.
That's a bit egregious of 30
I mean,
floors.
but honestly, like, look at the Westin. It's like 17 or 18 floors. You're walking up those stairs?
I'd walk him if Tammy was with me.
Well, that's true. She'd lead you up the stairs, right?
I don't know. I might be carrying her ass.
I mean, but still, like 17 floors going, like, that's just dumb. It doesn't make any sense.
What's the maximum level of stairs that you're like, I'm taking the elevator?
2.
No, it's
no,
not.
I don't know. It just depends.
Because I'll tell you what, those stairs at Kauffman Stadium, man, they get you.
Yeah,
and it's
well,
only like 5 stories.
I
and that's
always
the
take
max.
the stairs there because waiting for the elevator is, and I'm talking about if I ever go out there and work or whatever the case may be. But I always I'm one of these people, and this is kind of part of the reason why I don't like flying. And I think everybody's kind of like this. You like to control your own, right? Like you like to control when you're going to get there, what you're going to do, waiting for the elevator or take the stairs, get a little exercise in, and get out before the elevator even gets down. I'm all on board for that. So, I'll take the stairs, but I'm not taking the stairs at a hotel if they give you, sir, you're on floor 17.
Coming up the stairs and going down the stairs and coming up the stairs.
Yeah, I go down the stairs, not going up the stairs.
I'll tell you what, these stairs in this damn building
These
get your
stairs
thighs
suck.
in shape,
Yeah.
man.
Oh, yeah, they're hard too.
I try to exercise every day, and it's like
I got up this morning at 3:10 and ran 2 miles.
Sweet, dude.
What a flex.
Must be nice. How's your basement in Johnson County?
The treadmill sucks. I stole it from my neighbor when they were moving. They set it out by the curb. I'm like, I'll take that.
God.
I woke up this morning at 3:10 and ran 2 miles.
Oh, I challenged myself.
And then after the show, I'm going to run another 2.
I'm not. Nah, I got a lot going on today. Big day. We got a show dinner tonight. We're going to celebrate our friend Jerry Anselmo and the BMA Foundation at Jasper's today.
We're going to have Momo and Somo?
Yeah, we are. Does Momo want to come? Or
Momo's not coming.
Momo's not coming?
New friend on Facebook.
Yeah.
How you doing?
I got to get back on the book.
She already slid into my DMs,
Oh,
too.
did she
Yeah,
really?
she said, take care of my son. I said,
okay.
No,
All right.
I'm kidding. That didn't happen.
Sliding in. Is her friend on that book? Because I'd like to get on there if that's the case.
Yeah,
but,
Bob said you might get back on Facebook now.
I mean, Mac's mom's probably searching for me and looking for me. And
Absolutely,
I just can't
I'm sure.
find this guy. He
She
doesn't exist.
For those of you that are wondering what the hell we're talking about, now Mrs. Morey asked to be my friend last night on Facebook.
Did you accept?
Of course.
Okay, good.
Yeah. If I've met you and I know you, I'll more than likely accept you.
Okay, good.
I would have been offended if you didn't accept.
Wow, delete.
Declined. Your co-host declined my friendship. Matt, can you please talk to him tomorrow?
Yeah, please tell him why he's not my friend. What, does he not like Momo?
No. So Sunday is I don't get there really with these games until Friday. I don't know what it is. Maybe it's just because I'm weird. It also makes the week go by a little bit faster in my mind. But
Sure.
I ask you this question, Mr. Fescoe.
Yep.
Is this game more about Buffalo and Kansas City or Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes?
I think it's about Buffalo and Kansas City at this point because these are the two teams that are the two best teams in the AFC.
Yeah.
And people are going to make snap judgments based on this game, and they're going to make snap judgments based on the result of this game. And
why are they the two best teams in the AFC?
Because they have the two best quarterbacks probably in the AFC. But, I mean, until Josh Allen does it when it matters most, he's kind of in that Lamar Jackson category for me, right? Like, I know he's had some postseason wins, but he hasn't had the postseason wins that he needs to have. Like, we give, Lamar Jackson a lot of shade for not winning in the playoffs, right? Like, I think it's very evident. Josh Allen doesn't win in the playoffs either. So until he starts winning in the playoffs, it becomes more about, for me, these two teams and continuing this undefeated stretch. Now, if this wasn't an undefeated team going in there, I may say it's a nice matchup between Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes, but I think this game has the buzz that it has because the Chiefs are undefeated. I think CBS is doing College Game Day there live because the Chiefs are undefeated. I think they're the only 325 game because the Chiefs are undefeated at this point in the season. So I think the 9-0 now is starting to have a bigger impact than anything else that is going on with the Kansas City Chiefs.
I think I'd have the opposite discussion, too, that I think that this game is more about Mahomes and Josh Allen. I think that obviously there's no it's not hard to discover that the NFL is ran by quarterback play. Like, the better the quarterback, the better the matchup. Like, tonight, we're watching the Commanders in Philadelphia.
Right.
Eagles,
good quarterbacks, yeah.
Two good quarterbacks.
Yeah.
Two good teams. But we're not sitting here going, man, Saquon Barkley and Brian Robinson Jr. or, Terry McLaurin versus Devonta Smith or A.J. Brown and, name a guy.
Right.
I'm watching it because it's Jaden Daniels and it's Jalen Hurts.
Yeah,
and it's a divisional game on a Thursday night, which is actually back-to-back Thursday nights where it's good football. Whereas Sunday, it's like, and you'll see it all throughout Friday, you'll see it all throughout Sunday. The narrative of this game will be it's Allen and Mahomes part 6.
Sure.
It's not really Buffalo. Like, name 5 players for Buffalo.
Yeah, right, exactly. Matt Milano and somebody.
I mean, you probably can't. And if you're in Buffalo, you'd be like, name 5 players for the Chiefs. You'd be like Mahomes, Kelsey, Chris Jones, Kareem Hunt.
Probably
be like
Butker.
Yeah, well, yeah. And you think about it, like, it wouldn't just be a boom, 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 boom. You've got these players down. But when you watch this game, it's like last year, the regular season game, it was the play that wasn't, right? There was a minute 23 left, Kelsey over the middle, hitch back to Kadarius Toney, touchdown, offsides. Minute 25 left, Mahomes loses his mind, game's over.
Right.
Playoff game, Mahomes has the ball last, wins the game, snowballs get thrown at a guy from grown men in Buffalo.
Right.
And now we have it again, and it's like, who's going to get the advantage? And like we talked to Capaccio yesterday, and he was like, this is a lose-lose situation or a non-win for the Buffalo Bills.
Yeah.
If they beat Kansas City, they say, well, we did it again in the regular season, but it still doesn't matter. If they lose, it's like, well, still can't beat Mahomes.
Yeah, and that's the thing. It has to happen in the playoffs for the Buffalo Bills. Like, I think there's more riding on this game for the Chiefs this weekend than there is for Buffalo. I don't think it is a big game for Buffalo, but it's not a big game like it is for the Chiefs because now we're getting on that cusp of history. And every game that goes by, every game that passes where they continue to win,
now the undefeated stuff starts to to be part of that conversation. And so that's why I think it's big. Had the Chiefs come into this game 8-1 or something like that, I go, yeah, it's a good Mahomes, battle versus Josh Allen. But this is all about the team for me right now and maintaining that goal of running the table and going undefeated.
Yeah, I mean,
and I think, quite honestly, they're winning games not because of Patrick Mahomes this year. They're winning games because of the defense, because of the running game. I saw something yesterday that the Chiefs lead the NFL in like the amount of like long drives that they have. They're not getting the quick hitters anymore. It's more of a running game. It's more of the short passing game. They're winning games in different ways. And I think 2018, 2019, 2020 was more about Patrick Mahomes, but this team right now is winning games because they are a solid team. And so I think that takes the pressure a little bit off of Patrick Mahomes. If Mahomes has a bad day, the Chiefs can still win. If Josh Allen has a bad day, Buffalo can't win.
That's interesting because I think there's a lot of truth to that. I also think that, I mean, there's other reasons too, but it's also one of those games where, like, I think we watch these games wondering, like, which quarterback's going to have their moment, right? Like, the winner of this game is likely the number 1 seed. And I know the Chiefs can lose this game, and they're only, like, a half game, like, they have a half game lead over Buffalo, and Buffalo still has a bye, obviously. But, like, this is, again, one of those games where, like, chalk it up as another year, same type of thing. Winner of this game controls their destiny moving forward. It just so happens it's week 10 this year, not week 14 or 15. And the other thing that's even more important is that if the Chiefs win this game, they're more than likely going to be favored to go undefeated the rest of the year.
Buffalo has 2 losses, right?
They have 2.
So they would still have to have the Chiefs lose another game to be able to control their own destiny. So regardless of the outcome of this game for Kansas City, they're still the 1 seed in all of this.
And they'd have Houston, Pittsburgh left on their schedule with a bunch of padded, softer games in there. Denver again, Carolina.
Is Denver really a soft game now, though? I mean, like,
well, it's week 18. Yeah. So, like, at that point, Denver may not be playing for it, or they're playing for
a lot in week 18.
But that's what's crazy is, like, you lock up this game against Buffalo, you are the 1 seed. There is no way that you lose the 1. You'd have to literally have a catastrophic failure.
You have
of
to
a
lose
season.
like 4 games essentially
out of your
lose
next
that
6.
one. Yeah,
and those 4 games, you have Carolina on the schedule,
right?
Houston, Pittsburgh, L.A., Vegas, and Denver.
That's right. 3 division games, Carolina and Pittsburgh.
Yeah. And 2 of those division games are, one of those division games is at home.
We got the Chargers at home on a Sunday night and Vegas at home on Black Friday.
Thank you.
Right, exactly.
And Carolina. There's 3.
Carolina. No, do we go to Carolina? I think we go to Carolina.
Yeah, it's a noon game. It's
Noon
one of those
game.
random
baby. Noon
next
game.
week.
I like it. Yeah.
Next week at noon. So I don't know. I just think that this is one of those things where you have 2 of the top 3 MVP candidates right now, according to Vegas, not according to fandom or anything else. It is Lamar Jackson, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. And then you have the 2 best teams in the AFC. It is the game of the year. It is the, as we call it, the in-season Super Bowl.
Yeah, absolutely is. There's no doubt. Yeah.
Did you know they call it the NBA Cup now, not the in-season tournament?
Yeah, the NBA Cup. What do you think of the courts that we're dealing with?
I love it.
I do too. I love them. I think it's
confusing.
fun. I like it. It's fun. It's different. It's unique. I like stuff like that. I like the blue turf in Boise. Like, I've heard some of these hardos complaining about the courts. I'm like, why? Who cares? It's fun. It's different.
I think it's fun besides just like when they get like the color saturation, whatever. I don't know the right camera terms, but like the blue court the other night, like I legitimately it was hard to watch the game just because they didn't have the saturation right or whatever.
Do the shoes still squeak?
Oh yeah,
that's all. That's
as long as the shoes are squeaking and the swoosh is swooshing and
that's
the irons
a sound
ironing.
in sports that I love to hear. It's like the crack of a bat, the golf ball in a cup, a shoe squeaking, a net swish, like the swish sound.
Swish of a net. Yeah.
Oh man.
Is there a football sound like a big crack over the middle or something like that?
I love hearing the ball hit the goalpost.
Yeah, they doink.
Everybody knows if you missed it or not. It's like
it is really loud when it hits the goalpost.
Oh yeah.
They got those mics right there.
Oh,
yeah, reverberates.
Yeah.
Or you can hear the Dak Prescott. Here we go.
Apparently, that's just not Dak Prescott
Nah,
anymore.
Cooper Rush
That's
did it
everybody.
last week.
Yeah.
That's right. Scariness. I'll explain why the Chiefs could get really, really scary on the other side. You're listening to Fescoe, Dusty, and Mac here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City Sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, my friends over at Golden Oak Lending want to help you out. We're headed towards the end of the year, and you probably think to yourself, man, I got a lot of holiday bills I know are going to be coming due. I'd love to find a way to get some financial freedom. Well, you could do that with my friends over at Golden Oak Lending. When you refinance your mortgage, you can get the opportunity to skip 2 months of a mortgage payment. And as we head down the tail end of the year with the holidays coming up, wouldn't you like to go mortgage-free in December and January, or maybe January and February? You'd love to go 2 months without having to make a mortgage mortgage payment. And you can do that if you're able to refinance with my friends at Golden Oak Lending. They've helped us over the years refinance, get out of a little financial debt and whatnot, and they can help you as well. Get started with their free mortgage checkup. And I encourage everyone to take this. If you're a homeowner, call Golden Oak. You have absolutely nothing to lose. There's no paperwork. There's no credit card required. Just call them at 913-890-GOLD and find out how much money you could save each month. And the good thing about Golden Oak is if you're in a good mortgage and they don't have something better for you, they're going to let you know that as well. They'll say, hey, stand pat. Maybe rates are going to drop even more over the next 6 months, and we'll circle back at that point in time. They're always looking out for us, the customers at Golden Oak Lending. So call them today, 913-890-GOLD, and let Golden Oak Lending cure your blues.
The difference between real custom jewelry at House of Diamonds and so-called custom jewelry elsewhere is like the difference between painting on a blank canvas versus paint by numbers. This is Gene at House of Diamonds. In our store, you don't pick from a collection of designs. Choose from a list of options. Send it off to who knows where for 6 weeks to be tweaked and call it custom. At House of Diamonds, you and we together design and create a one-of-a-kind custom ring, pendant, earrings, or necklace. And since 100% of the work from start to finish is done right here in our shop, we can deliver real custom jewelry and can back it with a double lifetime warranty instead of a disclaimer. One-of-a-kind, real custom jewelry, handcrafted just for you, only at House of Diamonds. House of Diamonds on the southeast corner of College and Quivira, and online at mybigrock.com.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage. Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. So at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. It's just $60 a month for 2 unlimited lines. So if you're 50 and up, make the switch and save. Come on, you've earned this. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com today. Requires 2 lines of service, age validation, and credit approval, subject to system and area limits, taxes, and other fees apply.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now.
800-583-5795.
Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call
800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795.
Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
This traffic is brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. I got a crash stopping traffic. That's northbound 29 to southbound 635 in North Kansas City. Also a multi-car crash closing 2 left lanes on the Metro's northeast side, southbound 435 just before 24 Highway. Want more from your dealership? At Metro Ford, every new vehicle comes with a lifetime limited powertrain warranty. Family owned, 10 minutes from downtown, and packed with unbeatable value. Drive smarter only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. I'm Lori Pearson, 96.5 The Fan Traffic.
Back in on a Thursday, 96.5 The Fan, Dusty Likens, Bob Fescoe, Mac Maury. You can catch all of us on the air on the FM dial, or you can go to YouTube, Twitch, Facebook, X, and you can watch all of our beautiful faces. It is Hoodie Thursday on our Instagram account, so 96.5 The Fan on Instagram. Max got a hoodie he got from his fiance. It looks very nice.
Well, very nice.
Sleeves.
I know.
See you in the major leagues is yours. That's a good
right.
foundation. And then I'm wearing Coach Prime, so I can get all the hate. Embrace the hate, they say.
What is that hoodie you're wearing, Mac?
I told you, it's from his fiance. It's a floral hoodie.
It's just a gray hoodie. It's got some flowers in the arm sleeves.
Is that hers?
Yeah, it's exactly. Yeah.
I was a jerk this morning. He came in the little
Nice
studio
hoodie,
and said,
man.
"Nice hoodie. Did your mom buy it for you?" Hey, man, I think it's nice. My fiance got it for me. And I was like,
so
I
you
immediately
too
felt
manly
like,
to wear flowers?
No,
not at all. I wear a lot of pink.
You got to see my swim trunks, dude. Look like I go watch like white tigers in Vegas. Like, it's wild, man. But no, I'm excited for tonight. I'm excited for Friday. I love Friday shows. Today, obviously, we'll have Ben Maller. We get to get his reaction of what it was like at Arrowhead for his first time. Nate Taylor. By the way, I don't know if you saw this. There's not Nate Taylor expecting child number 2.
Oh, congratulations.
Woo.
Great. That's awesome, man.
Yeah.
Yeah, nothing like having your second, Ryan. It's awesome. You forget everything you learned about your first. You just let them wallow around. Oh, the first one, you say, oh, and the second one, get up.
Is that why everybody thinks that child 1's the favorite?
I think people sometimes think child 2 is the favorite. I don't know. It just depends how they behave.
Because 2 is considered the baby.
Well, the baby, and yeah, they don't get as much attention. Not attention. That's the wrong word. Like a child 1 falls, everybody goes, and that's the worst thing you could do when a child falls. Do not make a sound because they're not crying because they fell. They're crying because of the way you react to them, right? And then child number 2, you just realize, hey, get up, you can take care of it yourself.
So you're
Leave them
saying
alone.
if your kid falls, just start laughing.
Just pick them back up and just let them go. Don't go, oh my God, because when you go, oh my God, they look at you and then they start crying. It happens every
It's like,
single
I need to freak out
time.
too.
Yeah, no,
that makes sense.
exactly. A parent freaks out, the kids go, ah.
I know we don't do shout it out from the 816, but can I get a congratulations for my wife, the head coach of the KCK Community College volleyball team, qualifying for the national tournament next week in Cedar Rapids, Iowa. Shout out to your wife, the head volleyball coach.
Yeah, that's cool, man. Way to go. Win a championship.
Go get him. Knock him stiff. I think that's what you say.
Did you know you can kick the ball in volleyball?
That's not true.
Yes, it is. I was watching a highlight of it the other day, and somebody dove down, kicked it up with it hit the back of their foot and bounced back up, and they're stunned as you were.
Erroneous.
No, it was
Erroneous
100%
in all
true.
counts.
Yeah, check it out. You can actually kick the ball in volleyball. If it hits your foot, you're good to
Google
go.
search that because I don't believe you. Can kick a volleyball? There's no way that's a rule.
You know how hard it is to do that? It was an accidental type of, she wasn't doing it on purpose, but it hit the back of her foot. I figured they'd call the game. They kept on playing. They won the point.
Yeah, Bob's not BS, and he's right. I looked it up because I thought that was nah, that's true.
You can kick the volleyball.
As long as you follow the rules, you can legally contact the ball with any part of your body, including your foot.
How about that? I was yesterday years old when I learned that.
You can head it like in soccer. You could head the volleyball if you wanted to.
Yeah,
but who wants to do that?
Yeah.
You don't have really as much control.
Leo Chenal.
Obviously.
Can you imagine Leo Chenal as a volleyball player? That guy's arrived, man. I'll tell you what.
Yeah, he got special teams player of the week. Was anybody
4 tackles and a blocked field goal?
I mean, you got to give him that. Got to give him that award.
Had a line out the door at Hy-Vee.
It was crazy, right?
And then did the 10 questions on the Chiefs Instagram page and Facebook page. That dude,
he's enjoying it, man, and he should.
All it takes is 1 blocked field goal, and you can become a superstar.
That's exactly right.
Just got to make it to the league first.
Well, there is that.
Yeah. Speaking of the league and the Chiefs,
It's about to get scary for the NFL with the Chiefs. And I want to explain this because we didn't really mention it yesterday because I don't really think it has a whole lot of conversational value. But obviously, Pacheco and O'Menihue have been taken off the IR. And, of course, the first person to ask, are they going to play this week, Andy?
Yeah.
The reason why is because they don't want to have to be on IR for the entire rest of the season and miss the season. So they get that 21-day window where they can practice, right? So probably not coming back this week. I could see next week maybe Kareem Hunt getting the day and letting Isaiah Pacheco ease his way in against Carolina.
Yeah, but the minute you start taking somebody lightly, that's when you lose those games, you know?
Yeah, but I don't. Come on. I mean, really. But I could see that. And again, I don't think that's taking them lightly. I think that's just putting the younger version of Kareem Hunt out there, giving Kareem Hunt. And I go back to what the Saints did a couple of years ago when Mark Ingram was suspended, and they let Alvin Kamara take the day off on a Monday night game and let Mark Ingram take almost every. I mean, I think Kamara had like 3 carries, and Mark Ingram had like 15 to 18. He didn't have the day off, but it was like you had the day off.
Sure.
And the Chiefs will get back Kareem Hunt or Isaiah Pacheco and Chuck O'Menihue. Right. They get both of those guys, right?
And Juju Smith-Schuster's back too.
It looks like he's going to play this week.
Yeah.
So what's scary about that is that, and again, I'm not overlooking Buffalo, but they're getting healthier.
Mm-hmm.
Their schedule's getting easier. And they're already 9-0.
Right.
So I know a lot of people want to nitpick how the Chiefs have gotten to 9-0 and how they want to, they're lucky or the refs are on their side or whatever those narratives are. But when you think about the Chiefs now, you're going to have Juju Smith-Schuster come back. You're going to have Isaiah Pacheco come back. You're going to add help to your defensive line, which is damn good. And I know the Hollywood Brown things it's way
That's
back
a
in the
pipe
corner
dream right now, right?
But you're getting your running game, which has been one of your focal points that's keeping you the ball on third down, and your defensive line, which is really, really good, is going to get stronger. We remember when O'Menihue came back last year after the 6-game suspension, it was like, oh, wow, now look at Chris Jones.
Yeah.
And the fact that they're 9-0 and their schedule gets easier and their roster gets fuller, that's a scary thing for the rest of the NFL.
Well, it has to be. And I think Charles Omenihu is the most important one to bring him back because I think you make a strength stronger, right?
Mm-hmm.
That defensive line is arguably the strength of this football team. And now it just got even stronger. Now you've got the rotation. You got, Josh Uche in the mix as well, who hasn't really done a whole heck of a lot since he's been
was he
here.
At the game on Sunday?
I don't know if he was there or not. I think they.
I was looking for it. I'm not trying to be a jerk or anything.
I understand. But you've got that rotational player going right now. And Charles Omenihu was big last year for this team when he came back into the lineup. So I'm excited about getting him back. I think he's going to be really good, for this organization. I think that just makes the defensive line that much better. And then, of course, you add in Isaiah Pacheco, and now you can give a little relief to Kareem Hunt because, as you can see, he has, last game he wasn't that great, slowed down a little bit in the last game. That's why you need 2 to 3 good running backs on your team that can carry the workload. I know fantasy owners want to probably, criticize all of that and whatnot because they want their guy to do it, but this isn't a fantasy world in which we live. And if you can have 2 running backs that can split the time evenly, you're a much better football team than you are if you just have 1 running back to rely on. Because when you had 1 running back to rely on, he got hurt, you had to go on the streets and get Kareem Hunt. Now you've got 2 that you can rely on, and I think Andy's probably in a much happier place knowing that he's got option A and option B for this football team right now.
This is a quick question with a quick response for you and Mac. What's the stronger part of the Chiefs when Isaiah Pacheco's back and O'Menihue's back? Their D-line or their running back game?
Oh, their D-line. I think their D-line much stronger. Yeah, you got Hall of Famer Chris Jones out there, and to me, that tips it in the favor of the D-line. You got Karlaftis, who's really, really good. I like Derek Nottie. Turk Wharton's a really good football player. He's got to get healthier. But you start to look around the ends, Charles Omenihu, defensive line for me, yeah.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I mean, they run like 10 deep. I mean, it's insane.
Nuts.
No, starting worthy caliber players.
Is it an underappreciated value that the Chiefs have? Because I know the D-line doesn't move the needle. Like, you don't go to a football team like, man, I tell you what, this D-line. Normally, you're like, I'll tell you what, these receivers, these tight end, this quarterback.
We become such an offensive-minded, fan base anymore, and so we always look offense first,
Yeah.
But defense, you have to look at the defense right now and go, this is the strength of the team. They're winning games because of their defense right now.
I also think outside of Kansas City, people don't know anyone on the Chiefs' defensive line besides Chris Jones, maybe George Karlaftis.
But
these aren't household names. Exactly, probably not. These aren't household names. I mean, look at the Giants, Dexter Lawrence, Brian Burns, off the bat. You're like, oh my gosh, this is amazing. Christian Wilkins, Max Crosby. You're like, oh my gosh. But Chiefs run 8 deep, and these guys are all more than competent, above average football players.
I mean, look at the names: Karlaftis, Wharton, Jones, and Dana. Like, that's a hell of a front four.
So good.
I mean, and then you've got Mike Pennell, who's really good, Darren Nottie, who's really good, and we didn't even mention Felix, and he's having himself a nice little season right
I didn't
now.
know he was as fast as he is. Like when I was watching that Denver game, he closed down on somebody on the sideline.
Yeah.
He was the only guy there, and I was like, "Damn, that's FAU."
Yeah, right. But you don't notice that, right? But you don't notice it's FAU. You're like, oh yeah, that's right. I forgot about him. But no, he's making some nice plays this year as well. And then obviously you're going to add back Amenahu, and you got
Uche, new addition
as well. So yeah, you're right. They do run about 10 deep on that defensive line.
And then you go to the other side of the question, which is the running back play, and where the Chiefs have been so good is time of possession and third down. They're number 1 on offense and third down conversion. I think Buffalo's number 1 on defense with stopping people on third down. So rock meets rock in this matchup. Another cancel out. And I mean, man, I'm really excited. I don't know why. I'm really excited to see Hunt and Pacheco in the same backfield. Because
I am too.
Then you sprinkle in a little Carson Steele, and you talk about a 8 to 10 man rotation on the defensive line. You have a 3-man rotation in your backfield that can just absolutely bulldoze and bruise.
And that's what they are. They're all bulldozers and bruisers in that running back position. But I think what we're looking at here, Steve Spagnuolo has always been, give me as many guys as I can possibly have on the defensive line that can rush the quarterback and get after the quarterback and play at a high level. He's got that now. The running back position, kind of the same way. You are going to rotate guys in. First down, Isaiah. Second down, Kareem. Third down, pass. And that's the way the defensive line is right now. You're rotating guys in. And the more quality guys that you can rotate in, the better off you're going to be long term. It's all about preserving guys, staying healthy, and being the best possible team you can be when January gets here. And the deeper you go on your roster, the better that you are. There's a lot of teams out there that once you get past the starters, there's nobody worth a damn on their roster, right? There's nobody worth a damn on their roster. The 53rd man on this roster is worth a damn. And that's why the Chiefs are better than everybody else. Has nothing to do with the officials or Taylor Swift or any of that kind of stuff. It has to do with the fact that they know how to draft, they know how to develop, and they know how to turn over a roster. They constantly are looking to get better on this roster, and they've got guys that are on their 2 deep that could probably be starters and very good players for other teams, but they're a rotational guy here, and that's why this team is good.
As a head coach's husband, I can confirm you can definitely kick the volleyball. So today I learned.
I wouldn't, if you would have said that to me, I would have said, you're full of it.
You're high. Great drop from back in the day. From the 913, don't usually get many opportunities to listen live where I can interact with the show. On Tuesday, Bob made the comment about Brett Veach signing Dusty to play left tackle. So it begs the question of which happens first. The Chiefs sign Dusty or Dusty gets a date with Kay Adams?
I would say Dusty probably gets a chance to play for the Chiefs.
Oh, darn it. Damn the devil.
I could maybe get you a one-day fun contract with the Chiefs.
Come on, man. You
ain't getting no date with Kay Adams.
Not happening.
Come on. I'm better looking than Shams, right?
Your wallet isn't.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true.
Hey, your wallet isn't.
I don't think she's into money. Awkward silence. Let the people know that in about 8 minutes they have a chance to be thankful.
Yeah, that's right. Chiefs we're thankful for coming up every day at 6:40 this week. We'll play a highlight of a Chief we are thankful for. You will know who that Chief is when you hear the soundbite. You will be caller number 6 to 913-586-7965. $100 Hy-Vee gift card, which will be given away tomorrow here on the show. One of our 5 qualifiers will win that Hy-Vee gift card.
Travis Kelce and Jason Kelce must be listening to this show. And I know a lot of you roll your eyes and say, oh, you guys are so arrogant. Blow it out your ass, Bob. No, literally, listen.
Well, my voice is shot. I don't know if you can tell, so it's probably going to be...
You always have a raspy voice, man. Just go ahead. Just get some honey. Get some
little throat coat. You ever heard of throat coat?
Nope.
It's a type of tea. It's not
whiskey. Get some whiskey. Tea.
Yeah.
Don't bother with that shit.
You're right.
Oh,
some
can't have that
some
in there,
honey.
Mac. Got it.
I dropped it.
You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You know what to do.
How do you know so much about vocal soothing?
I read up on it. Big reader.
Big Wikipedia guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, throat coat. So, yeah, we're all in this together, guys.
That's right.
Everybody goes through this. And you know that Travis Kelce knows about, vocal cords, because I'm sure Taylor's like, yeah, I pour a little whiskey and a little tea before and after a concert, or maybe after one. But
he could have just said, Travis, next time just say, I was listening to Bob and Dusty, man. Like I was listening to them talk about losing their voice a week ago. Bob told Dusty hot tea, lemon and honey, a little whiskey in it if you want. And now Bob's doing that this week, so I just stole the idea. It's okay.
Essentially, Bob is Jason Kelsey, and I am Travis Kelsey. So that ups my ante to absolutely 1,000% get a date with Kay Adams. But in all reality, Bob said when he went to the game against Denver, he'd never heard the stadium get as loud as it had. And I really hope there's no cuss words in this one.
I used to think like Hail Mary or like a touchdown, walk-off touchdown. I don't think there's anything more electric than blocking a kick to win a game. The place just erupted.
I don't think I had been a part of the stadium where it went fucking H.
And scene. Yep, got it.
Jiminy Christmas.
Come on, guys.
Sorry, that's on me. That one's on me.
Yeah, we'll clean that up. But either way, the loudest stadium moment in the world was on that Sunday with the block kick, as they described there. And I will say this. I think that when you think about those games, that game was great, and that's fun to have once per year. That's all I need. I need to see that game one time per year. That's it. Just one time per year. That's it. That's all I want. I'm glad it happened that way, but I think sometimes games like that, and we have this discussion in baseball where, like, if your team's on like a 4 or 5 game losing streak, you have that where it's like they need the 3-run home run or they need the big inning to kind of wake this team up. Do you think games like that for a football team can cause a team to actually wake up even more? Again, the Chiefs are 9-0.
Well, I don't know that the Chiefs have been sleeping, but sometimes you get into that, like, it's, here we go again, here we go, that type of stuff. And it becomes, mundane, like anybody does in their job. You get up on a Wednesday, you punch the clock, you do your thing. And sometimes you need something to kind of, motivate you. You get a big sale, or you have a big deal that closes, or whatever it may be. And you have that big moment of success that you've worked so hard for. Mm-hmm. And you see it like that, like we saw on Sunday. Because Sunday was electric. And I told you after the game, like, I almost started crying on Sunday. And that's a regular season game, but it was so emotional for me. And I'm one person in 76,000. I can't imagine how emotional it was for that team, because you're on the cusp of losing your first game. You're on the cusp of all week everybody telling you you're a fraud and you're not that good. And they're 8-1, but there's a lot of cracks and they're not going to be able to be that good. And come January, somebody's going to beat them, and all that nonsense that they would have had to hear all week. Mm-hmm. They go out there and they get a win like that. If that doesn't give you a little like oomph in your step, I don't know what is. Like, if I'm Buffalo and I watch that game and I saw that happen, I'm going, oh my God. Right before they play us, they get this big moment where it looks like they should have lost the football game, and they won the football game. Now they believe that they can do anything, and it's a mind game more than it is anything. Now the Chiefs believe no matter really what the score is, Patrick Mahomes don't even have to have the football. If Leo Chenal's out there, that kick's being blocked.
That's what I'm saying. Like, that's where, like, I think the thing that not necessarily that they've been sleeping, but it's the fact that, like, that sort of win and that sort of fashion can kind of make a team kind of be like, oh, all right, now what else can we do?
Right.
We've had our backs to the wall in the corner of a dark room with 1 second left, and we lit up the room with the block and got a win. We crushed Denver's dreams, right? We somewhat kind of gave Buffalo a little bit of a crushing blow with the win like this. We gave the league, they blocked field goals, blah, blah, blah. And I think the best thing about that is that you didn't need that win, right? You didn't necessarily need it, but you got it. And that's what
makes life easier,
right? Like, you don't need a flu shot every year. Some people just decide to get it, and maybe you have a better immune system for that winter. But, here's this game where you didn't need to block a field goal for a win. You're better than Denver. I know Denver's on the come and they're getting better, but you didn't need to win the game like that. But you did, and you get it before you go into Buffalo, which is a team that is going to be a hostile environment. Mm-hmm. It's going to be completely packed. It's not going to be too cold, so there's no excuse.
Right.
It's going to be like 56 degrees, honestly, in Orchard Park.
Is it really going to be that warm?
I think it's going to be like 54, 56.
Boy,
somewhere in that.
I mean, I hate to be the global warming guy, but Buffalo in November at 56 degrees, that's insanely hot.
Going to be 67 here on Saturday.
That's nice.
Some of them at Friendsgiving, we're going outside and playing cornhole.
Oh, I like that.
Kind of excited about that. But I don't know. I just think that that's maybe an interesting thing to think about, how that game might have literally.
Then it's supposed to be cold next week.
Yeah, that's right. Give me back to the 38 and chilly days. But that's the thing about that game last week, is I think that now as we put that to bed and move on towards Buffalo, I think that's one of the worst things that could have happened to Buffalo is the Chiefs get a win like that. Because, like, nothing would be more soothing for Buffalo than the Chiefs were to play Denver and won 42-10. Right? They'd have been like, whatever.
Yeah.
Division game, they waxed them.
Oh, but people would have been excited because they put up 42, and there's the Chiefs and all.
Yeah.
You learn more by winning a game like they did, and that carries you in January, because in January, you're going to have to win close games.
That's right.
When you blow teams out, you're not really seeing how good a football team you truly are. Can you win the close game? Can you find a way to win when it looks like you can? And with 1 second on the clock, it didn't look like they were going to win this game. They found a way to win it. And that's going to carry the Chiefs more than blowing somebody out 42-10. We saw those games in the past, right? They blew everybody out, and then they lose in the AFC Championship game or whatever the case may be, right?
That's right.
We've seen teams score and score and score and score that can't stop anybody. You get to January, and you're in tight games, and you don't know how to win close games. That's a kind of a feather in their cap of, now I know how to win a close game. Now I know how to win a tight game, and now I know how to win with a big-time special teams play that forced the special teams coach of the Broncos to up and quit.
He's ill.
That's what they said.
He's ill, and we're thankful. Bob, before he tells you what he can be thankful for when it comes to his friends at Hy-Vee, we'll talk about a little bit of disrespect for a quarterback. No, it's not Mahomes. No, it's not Lamar Jackson, but it is somebody that you all know. On the other side here on 96.5 The Fan.
That's right. Be caller number 6 right now. If you know the Chief that we are thankful for, we'll have one more qualifier today and one tomorrow at 6:40. And then one of our 5 qualifiers is going to win a $500 grand prize from our friends over at Hy-Vee. And you can get all of your Hy-Vee items right now. You buy a ham, you get a turkey free, only at Hy-Vee.
Mike Caliendo comes in as an extra blocker. This is 3rd down and 1. At the 2-yard line, a touchdown, walks it off, handoff, right side, powering, he is, give it to him, touchdown, Kansas City, it's a walk-off touchdown by and the Kansas City Chiefs stay undefeated at 8-0.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5, The Fan.
All right, my friends over at Park and Go answer the age-old question of where are we going to park? Especially when you go to the airport. You want to know exactly where you're going to park, and there's where Park and Go comes in. I love the folks over at Park and Go. We utilize them all the time when we go to the airport, and they make it so easy, so convenient, and they provide customer service that you're not going to find anywhere else. Here's what happens at Park and Go. Make your reservation as soon as you book your flight. Bookparkandgo.com. Boom, done. Make sure you prepay, because that's when you're going to get their lowest rate and save the most money, and then you don't have to worry about it the day of your flight. It's all taken care of. You get there on the day of your trip, you show the reservation agent your number, and they tell you exactly where to park. You pull into that spot. That's all covered parking, so your car is always protected from the elements, and the van meets you right away and takes you right to the airport terminal. You're there in no time. When you get back, they make it so easy to get back to the trunk of your car. You know what it's like when you're tired and you've just gotten back from a trip and you just want to get home. Well, that's all you do at Park and Go. You grab your bags, you walk outside, the van's waiting for you. You jump in it, and you're right back to the trunk of your car. And like I said, all covered parking, so you know when you travel this winter or summer, it doesn't matter when, your car is always protected from the elements. So do what we did and join their frequent parker program and earn points towards free parking. Reserve your spot today at bookparkandgo.com. The best deals in parking. Bookparkandgo.com. Park and Go, family owned and operated.
This weekly football preview is brought to you by MD Anderson Cancer Center.
Week 11 kicks off in Philly as they take on Washington. We'll also see Baltimore versus Pittsburgh, Green Bay against Chicago, and Jacksonville takes on Detroit. Plus, Kansas City heads to Buffalo as they hope to pull off another win and keep their undefeated record alive.
At MD Anderson Cancer Center, we're doing whatever it takes to end lung cancer. Visit MDAndersonLungCancer.com to learn more.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Tune in this week to Kickoff with Boomer and Valenti, where they break down all the headlines in the NFL. Presented by T-Mobile. Head to T-Mobile.com and get a great deal on the iPhone 16 Pro.
Where can you find an extensive line of Blue Demon welding supplies, filler, rods, and wire? Metal by the Foot, located in Casey and Topeka. Online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
You've got questions? O'Reilly Auto Parts has answers. Need a pro you can trust? We've got that too. No matter what you need, our professional parts people have the training and expertise to help you do things right. Deep automotive knowledge. Just one part that makes O'Reilly stand apart. The professional parts people.
O'Reilly Auto Parts.
Presenting a Gain Flings love story. Dear love of my life, we were on the 12B bus this morning when I caught a whiff. A scent so fresh, so life-changing, I had to find its source. Alas, I didn't know if you were the woman in the pink freshly washed cardigan or the retired mailman next to me, but I knew one of you was my soulmate. Ah, the scent of Gain Flings. Try Gain Flings with OxyBoost and Febreze.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like, to check that your seats aren't in the visitor section first, before buying tickets.
I'm so excited for this game. I can't believe you got us tickets.
Me too. Wait, are we on the wrong side?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
This is going to be a long game.
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Football season is heating up, and Prize Picks is the best place to get real money sports action while watching football. The app is really simple to use. Pick more or less on at least 2 players for a shot to win up to 100 times your money. Download the Prize Picks app today and use code PRIMETIME and get $50 credit instantly when you play $5. That's code PRIMETIME on Prize Picks to get $50 credit instantly when you play $5. Prize Picks, run your game. Must be present in certain states where it is lawful to wager. Visit prizepicks.com for restrictions and details.
Brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Sean Barber. You know there's nothing easier than to enjoy watching the Chiefs with some wings and an ice-cold Bud Light. Join me at Buffalo Wild Wings off 152 and North Flintlock Road in KC Mo, Friday, November 15th. I'll be there from 6 to 8 p.m. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
This traffic is brought to you by Metro Ford online at Kate. This traffic is brought to you by...
Welcome back to Fescoe and Dusty, PG-13, moving forward, I promise. Bob's going to, cancel both of us. Eventually. This is 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Had a couple of interesting debate topics last night. Before I get into those, there's a little bit of a narrative of a disrespect towards Josh Allen, I feel.
There is?
I think so.
Okay.
I really do. Because I think a lot of people don't consider him the second best quarterback in the NFL, and I think that's ridiculous.
Who else is in that category?
Lamar Jackson and Joe Burrow.
Okay.
Everyone gives Joe Burrow the credit because he beat Mahomes 5 years ago in the playoffs.
Right.
I know it's been shorter than that, but it feels like we're on the cusp of being 5 years.
What year was that? 22, right? Yeah. I'm trying to think, just for my own sake.
3 years ago, if in football seasons.
Yeah, it'll be 3 years in January.
Yeah. So, and it seems like an eternity, right? And the only other guy to do it was Tom Brady.
That's right.
Right?
Who may or may not be broadcasting after this year.
Which, you know how many wins Burrow has against Mahomes, right? 3.
Uh-huh.
So does Josh Allen. Now, they don't matter because they're not in the playoffs.
Yeah.
And the most quarterback wins versus Josh Allen are only 2. It's Mahomes and who else?
That beat Josh Allen in the playoffs?
No, that have beaten Josh Allen the most. Patrick Mahomes beaten Josh Allen 4 times. There's another quarterback who's done it the same amount of times.
Tua?
Tom Brady.
Oh, Brady.
Yeah, which that kind of makes me think. boy, Josh Allen's been in Buffalo longer than we might think.
No doubt, right? Like he's Tom Brady.
Mahomes drafted in 2017. Allen drafted in 2018.
Right.
The young kid out of Wyoming, right?
That's 6 years now he's been in this league. Wow, he's going to get arbitration this year.
Wild. And I think he has, 2 playoff wins? Three.
Well,
because he got to the AFC Championship game, so there's 2 automatically.
Right.
And then he won one last year.
Or did they have a bye that first time they made the AFC
the
Championship
Chiefs were
game?
the number 1 seed,
But
right?
there was they still had the first 2 teams were getting byes back in those days. So.
I'm sure I could Google search
Well,
that.
it does, either way.
But either
right?
way, I think, and maybe this is where I have blinders on because I love Josh Allen. I think he's awesome. I think he's a great quarterback. I think he's the second best quarterback in the NFL. I don't think it's talent-wise, I don't think it's close because whereas Lamar's a better runner, Allen's arm is far and away much better than Lamar's. And I know Lamar can hose it. Like, he's got a cannon on him.
Yeah, sure he does.
But, like, if you were to tell me, here's a $100 bill, you have to get it right in 10 throws, that this guy gets it more than the other guy, Josh Allen throws a deep ball better than Lamar Jackson. I'd put my money on that.
No, I would definitely do that. Yeah.
And Burrow,
I'd put my money on Tua over Lamar, though.
And whereas Josh Allen might not have the clutch gene that Joe Burrow has, Josh Allen's a more talented quarterback than Joe Burrow. And I know that we say talent loosely, but in reality, Josh Allen is 6'5", 6'6", in a truck.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I was saying this to Mac earlier before the show started. Like, I will watch this game every time it is 3rd and 3 or 3rd and 2, and my eyes will be completely focused on 17 because he can either stretch it out to the outside and get 2 yards. He'll go up the middle for 2 yards. He'll do whatever.
Did you say 17 or 15? Because 15 does that same type of stuff.
Yeah, and that's why people fear him.
Yeah.
Which, again, is into my conversation. Do we unanimously think, because I tweeted this out last night, starting a franchise tomorrow, can't use Mahomes, starting a franchise tomorrow, would you rather have Josh Allen or Joe Burrow?
I'm taking Joe Burrow because of the postseason success. And that to me right there is what matters. I mean, we have been conditioned now as sports fans, well, as football fans in particular, that we judge quarterbacks and head coaches based on the way you perform in the playoffs. Every time I hear somebody say something about Lamar, it's like, yeah, but he stinks in the playoffs. Or this guy doesn't do well in play. Aaron Judge is another type of guy. I got to have somebody that I know that I can count on that can nut it up in a big situation and make the big play and not have that fear. And Joe Burrow's the guy that has done that for me. And so that's why I'm taking Joe Burrow. I don't think anybody needs a championship in professional sports, maybe more so than Josh Allen does right now. I mean, obviously Aaron Judge needs that championship to kind of justify his career. But Josh Allen's starting to get up to that point now where can he win the big one? And we talk about that a lot with quarterbacks over the years or even with head coaches over the years. I mean, Marty Schottenheimer was that guy as a head football coach. If you're starting a franchise, Marty's great in the regular season. I don't want to see him on the sidelines in the postseason. I need to know that my quarterback can go out there and win me a game in the playoffs when it matters most, and we just haven't seen that out of Josh Allen. Now, if he does that, it completely changes the narrative, but that's how we've been conditioned as sports fans in this country. Quarterbacks are judged based on what their team does in the postseason, and they've had a lot of early exits. And I just don't want to hear, well, they got to go through Patrick Mahomes. Yeah, everybody's got to go through Patrick Mahomes at this point in time. Life isn't fair. But you know what? Patrick Mahomes doesn't play defense, and this defense gets after Josh Allen. This defense gets after everybody out there. So until Josh Allen can prove it to me in January and February, I just can't put him in that category.
Josh Allen playoff record 5-5.
Yeah,
5 of those losses, or 3 of those losses to Mahomes.
Who are the other 2? Cincinnati and Baltimore. It has to be. Or
Cincinnati is one of them, and the other one is Houston. When they beat them, because Houston almost lost, right? And then they came to Kansas City, and then they got the comeback against
that
Mahomes.
was that year?
That's
Okay,
right.
all right.
Josh Allen was bad in that game. Joe Burrow is 5-2 in the playoffs.
That's pretty good.
He lost to the Rams in the Super Bowl.
Now do Mahomes.
15-3.
Yeah.
But here's one that's kind of eye-opening for you. Lamar Jackson in the playoffs is 2-4.
Yeah, not good.
He's lost to Houston and Tennessee in the playoffs.
Yeah.
His win last year was against a rookie quarterback. They lost to Buffalo in the divisional round in 2021. They lost to Tennessee in the divisional round in 2020. Then Tennessee would come to Kansas City and play that game.
Right.
And they lost to the Chargers in 2019.
Oh, I do kind of remember that game.
So
yeah, that's right.
It's weird that's why there's the disrespect to Josh Allen. But then people are like, well, Lamar's got the MVPs. Well,
but he doesn't have postseason wins.
He's 2-4 in the postseason.
Yeah, that's not good. Like, where do you start to draw the line between these guys are really good in the regular season, But to me, it's all about what happens in the postseason. Like you're talking a lot about in the same instance, I guess, like Dan Marino, right? How great a quarterback Dan Marino was, but they never did it when it mattered most. His best season in the playoffs was like his first season in the NFL. And so to me, the job of the quarterback is to lead your team to championships. I mean, again, that's how how many Super Bowls did he win? We're all chasing Tom Brady's 7 Super Bowls or Montana's 4 Super Bowls or what will be a three-peat, by Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs. We're all chasing that in professional sports. So I just lean towards I need my guy at that quarterback position to win when it matters most. And Josh Allen still has yet to really do that.
So out of those 3, Matt, get in on this. You cussing fool over there. Out of those 3, who wins the Super Bowl first?
Of Lamar, Burrow, and Josh Allen, I'm going to be a jackass and say none of them because they're not getting through Mahomes.
Because they're never going to win.
Yeah, who's going to be the backup to Mahomes in 5 years, right?
Here's maybe a better question. More Super Bowls in the next 10 years, Mahomes or those 3 combined?
Mahomes.
Ooh. In the next 10 years, I'll go Mahomes.
Because Lamar ain't going to make it 10 years the way he's going. And that's just the way
10
his game
years,
is.
but think of Josh Allen. How many years has he been playing now? This is his 6th year?
Yeah.
You're talking year 16 for him, year 14 for Burrow.
Spags on TV with Josh Allen. But I mean, that's the thing, too, is that, all 3 of these guys could be Dan Marino.
And let me ask you this.
Because everybody says Josh Allen's a modern-day Dan Marino. These all 3 guys could be Dan Marino.
Yeah, but what if, again, the Bills lose to the Chiefs in the postseason this year? Does Sean McDermott come back for another season?
No, because eventually you have to beat him.
Right.
That's where you're, and that's a great conversation you've created. That's where your resume starts.
Because
in the
then
AFC.
it really starts to change with Josh. Like if you fire, now I'm going to throw a conspiracy theory out here, okay? And you can choose to buy it or not, but I kind of like this conspiracy theory. After the season, they lose again in the playoffs to the Chiefs. They fire Sean McDermott, okay? Find a new head coach, whoever the case that may be. They trade Josh Allen to the Giants for the number 1 overall pick.
Well, then your dad's going to scream in joy.
Right? And now, if that happens, and again, I'm just throwing that out there as a possible conspiracy theory. If that goes, that changes the narrative because now Josh Allen's in the NFC. And if I'm Josh Allen right about now, I'm going, can you please trade me to an NFC team so I don't have to get through Patrick Mahomes and beat by Patrick Mahomes every year in the postseason? Now, if he were to move to the NFC, I would say Josh Allen's got a real good chance of going to Super Bowls.
I think to wrap this conversation up, and I shouldn't have said 10 years, maybe 6 years. Let's say 6 years combined. Yeah. When you look at it, I think the disrespect that Josh Allen gets is the fact that one of his losses is a bizarro loss, which has nothing to do with him, which is the 13 seconds.
And he was brilliant in that game. Nobody can argue that.
And last year he was brilliant.
Yeah.
And
except at the end when he needed to be. And
Stephon Diggs missed a ball.
I know. But he also threw one behind a receiver, too.
But, I mean, you can nitpick that with Patrick Mahomes.
Absolutely.
Man. But the throw that he threw to Stephon Diggs was the game winner. I hate to say it. If Stephon Diggs catches that ball last year, we are not talking about a three-peat. We're not talking about a back-to-back.
You're right. Yeah.
Buffalo walks out of Orchard Park, and they're like, we finally did it.
But those are the things that happen over the course of these games.
That's not on Josh Allen, though. That's
but it goes to his, you don't keep the ledger of, what Will Shields' record is in the postseason or what Dwayne Bowe's record would be or Tyreek Hill's.
Outliers that can affect that, right? I just think that there are, right?
Yeah.
I don't know.
But Mahomes I have a hard time also giving a free pass when Patrick Mahomes overcame what he overcame last year and still won a Super Bowl with no weapons at all. Guys that he was screaming at the sidelines that couldn't understand how to line up on sides and whatnot. And they still found a way to win. So, I know we live in a world where Patrick Mahomes is sitting on top and we're kind of all on top of this mountaintop looking down at everybody right now. But every time somebody wants to say something about a quarterback and why they didn't win or this didn't happen, I go, Patrick Mahomes found a way to win. And there's just something about having that ability to go out there and win.
I got a damn man crush on Josh Allen, I think. Actually, I don't think. I know I do.
Same.
I think he's probably my favorite athlete outside of my sports fandom.
Mine's Lamar. I've got the man crush on Lamar Jackson. Always will.
You must like losers because he's 2-4 in the playoffs.
I love him. I love him as a person. I love him as a player.
Then you're going to love Thursday Night Football because his 2.0 clone is playing for Washington right now. Yeah. He's fun to watch as well. We ask you, because we have ours, other than left tackle, what are you worried about the most in this Bills and Chiefs matchup? 913-586-7965. Other than left tackle, what are you worried about in this Bills-Chiefs matchup? Fescoe, Mac, and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Royals baseball. 96.5, The Fan.
Well, if you want to have some fun this weekend as the weather starts to get a little bit cooler, you go take your friends and family foaling, and that's good for the holiday season because, you know, Thanksgiving's coming up, holidays are coming up, Christmas is going to be here before you know it, and you're going to be looking for something to do with family that comes in from out of town. Or maybe with the kids out of school, you're looking for some activity to do that's going to be fun for the whole family. Well, foaling is that. It is bowling with a football. That's right. You're throwing a football at bowling pins. It's football plus bowling plus bar, and that equals Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. And not only do they have the most unbelievable fun game you'll ever experience, they also have a world-class bar as well. They can make you any cocktail, anytime, anywhere. And when you're going out there and you're foaling around and having some fun, you're going to learn how addictive this game is. First person to knock down all the pins, obviously, you win. You re-rack them, you play again. And foaling is perfect for all kinds of events, whether it's a corporate outing, a birthday party, just a gathering of friends, because you can bring your own food, bring your own pizzas, bring your own barbecue. It doesn't matter. Go to Foaling Warehouse at 435 and State Line and have the time of your life. And trust me, throw that football underhand. You'll have more accuracy, and you'll probably end up winning. You can check them out and reserve a lane at foalingkc.com. That's foalingkc.com, and get your foal on.
Do you hear that? These are the sounds of our jeweler's workshop at Shane Company, where they're working their magic to bring beautiful, fine jewelry gifts to life. At Shane Company, we love jewelry as much as you do, and we know what it takes to create something special. No matter your budget, we craft our jewelry with expert care to be passed down for generations. With jewelry craftsmen in every store and an unmatched free lifetime warranty, we're here to make sure your jewelry always shines bright. Stop by and shop online at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
When it comes to beef, nothing tops world-class highly marbled Wagyu. Booth Creek Wagyu's Overland Park Meat Market is ready to elevate your beef. Their farm-to-fork commitment brings this intensely rich and flavorful beef from the tall grass prairies north of Manhattan, Kansas, directly to your table. Stop into the store to see what our customers are calling the jewelry store of beef and taste the difference. Our in-store experts are sampling freshly seared Wagyu 7 days a week. Located in the shops at Deer Creek Woods at 135th and Metcalf.
Hey, where's Tyrone?
Who?
Tyrone, that guy who used to come in here and inspect our fire systems?
I don't know.
I'm over here at Keller Fire and Safety now.
Why?
This is what I like about Keller. The customer focus, the compliance focus, and the work that we do keeps your people and your property safe.
If you're missing Tyrone's great service, call Keller.
Keeping the fire marshal happy
Since 1950.
Keller Fire and Safety.
KellerFire.com.
I'm a call with Lee Summit Subaru, and our hotline is open. Annie from Kansas City, what's on your mind?
I want a dealership that I can trust for a lifetime. Is that you?
We're Google's highest review rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. That's a good start.
I just want a great deal, that's all.
How about 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models? That'll get you a low monthly payment. Fall in love with driving again at Lee Summit Subaru.
Google highest review rated Subaru retailer in Kansas City based on 2023 Google Analytics.
Hi, I'm Kim Myers, owner of Top Notch Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. We'd love to help with your plumbing emergencies, but the best way to ward off those expensive repairs is to schedule a $74 home plumbing inspection. We're still celebrating our 50th anniversary with top-notch deals like cleaning your dusty, moldy ducts for only $4.95. Think your furnace won't make it through the winter? Save thousands on a new Daikin system. Go to topnotchheatingandair.com for details. Thanks, and have a top-notch day.
This holiday season, Straight Talk Wireless is letting you say yes a lot more with real unlimited data. Yes to sharing pics of the ugliest holiday sweaters. Yes to checking weather on the go for surprise sledding trips. And with a free phone at sign up, let the yes-tivities begin.
No way!
Yes way. Straight Talk, real unlimited data. Available at Walmart or straighttalk.com. Offer valid through 1/5/25 while supplies last at participating stores. Taxes and fees apply. Requires in-store activation on select single line plans. Limit of 2 phones per customer. For network management practices, visit straighttalk.com.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
This traffic is brought to you by Metro Ford, online at Kate.
online at kcmetroford.com. On the Missouri side in Belton, 49 northbound gets heavy past Cass Parkway and stays very slow up past 163rd Street with an accident. At Metro Ford, family-owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit, just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford. Online at kcmetroford.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Listen to the Chiefs and Bills game on Sunday with pregame starting at noon. Kickoff at 3:25 with Mitch, Danon, and Kling. Right here on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan. KFNC FM and AM. HD1 and HD2 Kansas City. An Odyssey Sports Station.
Rolling right along on a Thursday. You were right. Sunny all day. It is starting to show its face out there. A full moon last night, by the way. Did it get crazy?
Nice. Yeah.
Did it get wild?
It rained a little bit last night, too.
A little. It rained all damn day.
All day, but I mean, at night it rained a little bit. Yeah.
That's always nice to go to sleep, too. Fescoe, Dusty, Mac with you. What's this game, Buffalo? Outside of left tackle, what's Bob Fescoe looking at?
Another win.
Okay.
Another win for the Chiefs. No, I think this is going to obviously be
thank God you had something to say. I was like, is he serious? Because I don't know.
No.
Is he serious? I don't know if serious they are.
Yeah. I don't know. No, not seriously. That guy was clearly fake. But I don't. I mean, I know people hate this. I don't get worried anymore with the Chiefs. The only thing is, if they go out there and they play the game that they're capable of playing, they're going to beat everybody in their way. And again, I sound very arrogant, by saying that. And I'm sure there are people losing sleep, but it's a regular season game. It's not the
arrogance
postseason.
If you can back it up, buddy.
I know, and they do, and they back it up every time. Like every time you think, oh boy, they're going to get exposed, they don't get exposed. And so I don't really worry about anything. Yeah, left tackle obviously is a concern, and it should be a concern for all of us. And I think it is a concern, inside the organization. I think they're looking around trying to potentially make a move and see what they can do. And a lot will be, I think, determined based on what happens this week, whether or not you go out to get somebody that's kind of sitting on their couch and doing their thing. But, I'd like to see, the passing game kind of click a little bit. Xavier Worthy, I'm ready for him to get back kind of into the fold. I thought he would last week, and they tried to get Xavier Worthy back into the fold because I think they're going to need Xavier Worthy down the stretch with that speed. So he's a guy that I'm kind of concerned with right now, losing a little bit of confidence because his last 2 games have been weak. I mean, they really have. Like, he didn't know where the sideline was in either game. And so I think Xavier Worthy, for me, is kind of the guy that I'm looking at like, come on, man, let's go. Let's get started a little bit,
You kind of need him to arrive.
Yeah, like he arrived in week 1, right?
Do you think it's more so the chemistry's not there, or do you think it's more so rookie play?
I think it's rookie play in the NFL. I do.
Because Mahomes has had him a couple times and missed him, but he's also had him a couple times and hit him. So that kind of lets me believe that they're just not on the same. I mean, I could go back if I really wanted to and watch the old games with him and Tyreek Hill. I don't know how long it took to click. But again, like he was thrown to Tyreek Hill in practice for a year without even starting. So they had a full year. And I know we can get real critical here. But like, come on. Like he was throwing him. But I mean, the thing is like, I wonder about that. Because I mean, I think you're right about Xavier Worthy. I think it is time. Like we're at week 10 in the NFL.
You're no longer a rookie at this point.
You're on the platform of like, this team is about greatness. If you want to stick around and hang around on this team, you got to like start performing like you're one of these players. And I think that he's going to. I think the speed is too great. It's all worldly for Worthy with that 4.2 speed. And I think that we've seen flashes of it in that LA game. I mean, he caught that beautiful pass right in the bucket.
Right.
And like you said, the last 2 weeks, like, I mean, I think last week Mahomes had him. He just didn't put it there.
Right.
Now, again, some people would say, well, he's a little, dainty on the ankle. There's a little bit of left tackle worrisome, so he's not as, which I think is a little bit on Mahomes and a little bit on Worthy. But eventually that will click, and it'll be like butter, like bread and butter.
But I don't need the deep ball, dude. Like, just give me the slants over the middle. Like Rashee Rice was doing. Like,
see, I like him going over the middle because it takes one pop, and then all of a sudden it's.
But are you allowed to really hit anybody over the middle anymore?
Ask Chris Olave.
Yeah, that is true. Yeah, but how many flags flew out after that? I see
the most I've ever seen.
Yeah, I've never seen. Yeah,
and that's the Saints' #1 guy. And I don't want to see Xavier Worthy. I want to see Xavier Worthy do those, 3rd and 5. Outside, boom, they get out.
Quick plays. Like, I don't need the 40-yard pass for Xavier Worthy. I just need to kind of work him back into the offense and get his kind of confidence up because I think they are going to need him, as we get closer and closer towards the end of the season. Yeah, Hopkins has been a nice addition.
He gets him honest.
Yeah, he does.
You see one out there, you're like, okay, he could
go. He could go deep.
And then you've got DeAndre underneath or, Travis Kelce underneath or whoever may be up. Is there some – or go ahead.
So I was just going to say, there's just a little – I mean, I'm not losing sleep over Xavier
Worthy. But what a great thing to have to worry about.
Exactly. anything. I mean, we're living in the penthouse right now.
Right.
The carpet needs to be vacuumed or something.
Can we focus on the carpets?
Yeah.
Mac, is there something that you were worried about in this game outside of left tackle?
Yeah, kind of in the same vein as Bob, but more so towards the running game. Last week was the first time the Chiefs offense had the running game stifled, and that's been the straw that stirred this drink offensively.
Mm-hmm.
So if the Bills decide to stack the box like the Broncos did and sell out to the run, and the Chiefs don't have the horses outside right now to make the passing game really something that's threatening, that's something that worries me. I think Juju helps that quite a bit this week.
I like him coming back.
Yes.
I think that's a good addition back into this offense. Take a little pressure off of Worthy a little bit. And, he doesn't have to be the guy now. Now he's behind Kelsey. He's behind DeAndre Hopkins. And now he's kind of behind Juju Smith-Schuster as well.
Yep.
So you can kind of be that fourth guy. But I just want to see some confidence develop to him this week.
Yeah, I think that's a massive addition when you look at, obviously, we're not going to see Juju have the 7 for 130 because he doesn't need to do that, but he does take pressure off DeAndre Hopkins, takes pressure off of Travis Kelsey, and then all of a sudden when you forget about the other three, then there's your wish come true where it's like, oh, shoot, he's already in the backfield. Like, he's deep.
Yep.
I'm focused on the linebackers this week. Obviously, my man crush and love for Josh Allen is there, but it's because of the linebackers that I'll be watching because of Josh Allen. Like I mentioned earlier, watch the game. When it's 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3, 17. He's going to it's going to be an RPO. He's going to run it more than he's going to throw it. And with Nick Bolton, Drew Tranquill, and Leo Chenal coming off the biggest game of his life, and he's arrived, man. Like, now you're going to be
Can Chenal make a bigger play?
No. Yes.
He blocked the Super Bowl extra point.
The only play that would be bigger is one of two options. Strip sack, fumble return for a touchdown to win the game against Buffalo, pick 6 against Buffalo and Josh Allen, and he stiff arms Josh Allen on the way to the end zone. That'd be the bigger play. I mean, other than a blocked field goal with 1 second left.
Which is harder to do, a strip sack, return for a touchdown, or blocking a kick? I think blocking a kick may be one of the most difficult things to do in the NFL, right?
Well, you prepare for it and practice for it, so it's actually not that hard.
Right, yeah. No, God, it's hard. You can prepare and practice for all you want. You got to go out there and do it. And he did it.
But, I mean, you're going to see this Sunday at 3:25 on CBS, they're going to do a focus player on Leo Chenal.
Oh, of course they
Nick
are.
Bolton's going to have a big game. Drew Tranquill's going to have to close the outside, and Leo's just going to have to play like a nut that he is. And that's not a bad thing. It's just that's what his sort of play is. Like, he likes to enforce pain, and he likes to be that hard-hitting guy. This is your dream matchup. This is the game where these linebackers have to be that guy, because if they get past the second level with Josh Allen, it opens up so much. It puts your safeties on their heels, and I don't need Justin Reed to play up too much because they can sneak behind you as well. Now, we know that they're going to be without Coleman, which is
Coleman's done for the game. Yep.
Yeah. Kincaid did not practice yesterday. Right. We'll see him probably progress throughout the week to where he'll be a limited participant Friday. Friday is obviously, this already, the big day for practice. But, man, those linebackers this week have a really big game to shine, and I'll be watching them, and I kind of worry about them, not in a necessarily a bad way, but I worry to see if they're going to be able to live up to the notion that is, here comes big 6'6", 6'5" Josh Allen. You know what he's going to do. He doesn't have a lot of targets. He's going to run the ball and try to keep the ball in their possession because turnovers are going to be the key to this game. If Mahomes has one of those dummy-o interceptions, it's going to sting. If Allen gets hit or throws a pick, it's going to sting Buffalo. And whoever has time of possession longer is going to win this game.
Well, it's also up to Nick Bolton, too. This needs to be a big game for Nick Bolton. We're starting to get to that point of the season where it's contract time for Nick Bolton, right?
Yeah.
You got to pay him to stay here. You got to pay him to go somewhere else. If he goes out neutral, because I think he's the spy. I would imagine he's the spy kind of on Josh Allen this week. If he goes out there and Josh Allen doesn't do anything with his legs, then you're looking at Nick Bolton. You're going, okay, we got ourselves a find here. Let's sign this contract now with Nick Bolton. So I think he's playing for a contract. I think Nick Bolton needs to have big games and big moments, and this is the biggest regular season moment you can have. Go out there, dominate Josh Allen.
Yeah. Somebody says most important player, Drew Tranquill. Big game for the linebackers, man. Big game. DeAndre Hopkins, you could have a big game too, but I'm not worried about that necessarily because I know DeAndre Hopkins is just a vet. Be interesting. Coming up on the other side, we get to our guy Ben Mallard. Get to hear what his reaction was to Arrowhead and what it was like going with one Bob Fescoe to one of the, if not the greatest regular season games in Arrowhead of all time. I know there's been a lot of good ones, but still, recency bias. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens. You are listening to 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for K-State Athletics. 96.5 The Fan.
Fellas, it's Dusty Likens here, and I'm here to remind you about my good friends at Heartland Men's Health. Because I know, we all know it's the holiday season. We're getting ready to eat a little bit more. We're going to relax a little bit more. It's going to get colder. You're not going to want to be as active. Well, hey, If you suffer from erectile dysfunction or you suffer from low T or maybe weight loss is something that you're also struggling with and this time of the year doesn't make it easy for you, guess who does? My friends at Heartland Men's Health. Their treatments work when the pills or the herbals fail. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men in the Kansas City area. Go schedule and consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if the medically advised test dose doesn't work, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and you will see the results quickly. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Kansas, Independence, Missouri, between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. So call them today. Tell them Dusty Lykin sent you and call them at 844-447-6600 or visit them at heartlandmenshealth.com.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2024 Nielsen report.
Shop Dell Technologies Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
This is a story of the one. As a maintenance specialist for university housing, he knows college students can major in wear and tear. Plus, housing so many students doesn't leave a lot of room to house all the supplies he needs. That's where Grainger comes in. With over 1 million industrial-grade products and fast, dependable delivery, Grainger carries the quality products he needs so he doesn't have to. From a new door hinge to a whole new faucet. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
I'm Jenna Fisher.
And I'm Angela Kinsey.
And together we have the podcast Office Ladies.
Just because we finished rewatching The Office does not mean we're going anywhere.
Every Wednesday, we'll be sharing even more exclusive stories from The Office and our friendship with brand new guests. Plus, you can revisit all the Office Ladies rewatch episodes every Monday with new bonus tidbits before every episode.
So follow and listen to Office Ladies on the free Odyssey app and wherever you get your podcasts.
Must qualify for enrollment. Results may vary.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-583-5795. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS. Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start. Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau. You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-583-5795. That's 800-583-5795. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
The Landing in Liberty, the largest sports bar north of the river, and the home of over 65 HD TVs with every sports package. Hey, our motto is any game, anytime. 10,000 square feet under one roof to provide adequate social distancing. Our non-smoking patio is not covered, but in the winter it's home of the only dine-in heated igloos in the Northland. Each igloo has its own TV and sound system and seats up to 8 people. The Landing has a great menu featuring the best dry rub wings in Kansas City and the home of the Ben Mallard chicken fingers. Most of our menu items, dressing, and wing sauces are house-made. Daily food specials, happy hour every day from 3 till 7 p.m. Live music on our smoking patio Thursday through Sunday nights. Make your next destination the Landing in Liberty. Food, fun, music, and sports. The Landing in Liberty, 1189 West Kansas Street in Liberty. Check us out online at thelandingeateryandpub.com. We'll see you at The Landing.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri sign in Belton, 49 northbound, very heavy. You hit delays at Cass Parkway, and it just crawls all the way up past 163rd Street with an accident blocking at least one lane of traffic. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Welcome back into 96.5 The Fan. We'll get with Ben Maller here in just a minute. I want to remind you also today we'll have Nate Taylor coming up in about an hour, and we'll dive more into this Chiefs-Bills matchup. As Friday it gets electric. That's when I get there, if you know what I mean. Today, kind of maintain low tones, kind of get through the day, kind of get through it, and then have our nice show dinner tonight. Maybe our last dinner.
Maybe after Mac dropping the F-bomb, but whatever.
And Dusty to blame too. Dusty's in that ballpark too. But
no,
we'll talk clock management tonight.
No, we're not talking anything show related tonight.
Good.
No, we're going for the BMA Foundation to Jaspers and to celebrate our friend Jerry and Selma, who's got his new book coming out.
Oh, nice.
So yeah, you get the autographed copy tonight from 5 to 8 at Jaspers. We'll be there for dinner. The lobster cappuccino will be had by all.
I'm just still confused. Lobster cappuccino.
Just be confused going in.
So it's like when I think cappuccino, yes, but there's lobster in it. That's where my head is.
No,
I'm not intelligent.
You'll just wait for the experience. It is
because Mac was like, "Is it okay if I order a Moscato?" And I said, "Well, you'll be called Momo if you do that."
Momo gets Moscato. Yeah, absolutely. It is time to talk to our guy Ben Maller, who was here last weekend in Kansas City. And Ben, how was your first experience at Arrowhead Stadium? That was all brought to you by the Landing in Liberty.
Yeah, so I don't want to, it's great to be on with you guys. I do not want to embellish this. I don't want to go over the top. So on a scale of 1 to 10, the Maller scale of 1 to 10, it was about a 700. On the Maller scale, from the whole thing. I had the full VIP package, Bob. I want to give you all the kudos there. I don't think people who listen realize you're like a made man. You're like the boss of Kansas City. I feel like I was hanging out. You're really the mayor of that town, and it was awesome because I am a night person, as you know. I do the overnight show. For me to get up as early as I got up, it has to be for a big event, and we got up. I saw the sunrise with you in that bus on our way to Arrowhead, and there was a line of cars out in front. It was just, I've never been in a tailgating. I've been tailgating a few times, nothing like that. You guys just do it different in Kansas City, and it was amazing. And how can you have a bad day when at 8 a.m. you're drinking alcohol and eating barbecue, chili and burnt ends from the smokehouse? How exactly are you having a bad day, right? I mean, that was like the perfect weekend. We had the Maller chicken fingers on Saturday. We had a great turnout. People came from all over and hung out with us. And then on Sunday, the Chiefs game. And I haven't even gotten to the ending of the game, which was like that was like the crescendo. That was the cherry on top of the sundae. It was just a perfect day. And the cool thing is, you only get a few of those in life. You don't get that many perfect days and perfect weekends, but that was really a perfect weekend. And I want to thank everyone that came out, and it was great hanging out with you. It was great meeting Dusty for this first time too, face to face. We've talked down the line, but it was just awesome. I had a wonderful time, and hopefully we'll do it again sometime, but it was great.
And the game couldn't have been any better. I mean, I've never experienced anything like that with a game ending on a blocked field goal.
Yeah, and I want you to know, you listening, I was standing behind Bob, right? So Bob's in front of me. And I told you this off the air, Bob. It was like a religious experience. Like because everyone just assumed the Broncos were obviously going to make the kick, right? I mean, that's a 99% made field goal from that distance. And your reaction, and everyone in the stadium, but I was focused on you because you were in front of me, and it was just great to see that. And I was looking at like Sean Payton and some of the Bronco guys because we were kind of on that side of Arrowhead, and it was wild. It was just bananas to have that happen. And I remember we talk every week, guys, and we're like, well, there's going to be a game the Chiefs don't play that well, and they're probably going to lose. And that was the game. Like, that was the game. They didn't play particularly great. They missed some opportunities on offense there. It was a close game. They should have lost the game. They won it. So now you've checked that box where you're like, well, that's a game they probably would have lost, but they found a way to win. And now we've got is this the regular season Super Bowl this weekend? Is that what they're calling it? The regular season Super Bowl in Buffalo? Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah. It's that way every year, even though Buffalo never seems to win when it really matters. But interesting take here, Ben, because it makes this sound biased in Kansas City, but I'm I'm interested to know what you think about this, because I get it that Pittsburgh's getting a lot of hype right now and they're like a really hot team and they're actually pretty good. They're still left on the Kansas City Chiefs schedule. Per Ben Maller, if the Chiefs beat Buffalo this Sunday at 3:25 with the only game that is airing on CBS in the entire country, according to Bob Fescoe, do the Chiefs go undefeated?
The only bump after this would be Week 18, and that comes down to, does Andy Reid put the pedal to the metal, right? I don't see an obvious loss other than this. Like, this is obviously, I mean, everyone's saying the same thing, right? Which means we're probably all wrong. But just looking at the schedule, let's say you're perfect, you're 16-0 going into your 17th game in Week 18. Would Andy Reid go for it? Would he play his guys? I think he would, but you guys know better than me. I think he would put his guys out there, knowing the history that would have to get that 17th win against the Broncos in week 18, and then go into the playoffs undefeated, and the chance to do something the Patriots couldn't do because of all the comparisons. I think they would go for it. But if they don't, then obviously you could lose. If you have to play Carson Wentz against the Broncos, that's probably going to be a tough spot, playing backup guys. So that would be the other one that's tough. And the Chargers, they got a good defense, so, strange things can happen. But this is the obvious game, the Buffalo game. You get by that. I say they do run the table the rest of the way.
Well, and you look at it, Ben Maller, too. The Chiefs are an underdog. Patrick Mahomes is 11-3 as an underdog in his NFL career. I mean, if there's anybody you're going to bet on to be an underdog, I feel like all the money's going to be on Kansas City this weekend.
Yeah, it would appear that way. I haven't looked at the numbers yet. I mean, we'll do the TV show this weekend, and I'll look at some of that stuff. But Mahomes as an underdog has been great. The Chiefs, you feel like that was like half a loss last week. I'm imagining Andy Reid was like, you guys didn't play well. You should have lost the game, and doing that whole thing, motivationally speaking. And plus, the other thing is I like to say when you do the gambling stuff is like, if you are looking ahead, you don't play well, you better win the game you're looking ahead to. Like the Chiefs, if they were caught looking ahead to Buffalo, well, okay, that's it. And go out there and beat the Bills and make a statement. I know that the Chiefs defense will be there. I know the special teams will be there. Like, who knows? I mean, the offense, they look great against Tampa Bay. And then the game I was able to attend with you guys, they didn't look so good. So, I mean, who knows what's going to happen on Sunday? That's why we watched the game. But I'm taking the Chiefs in the game for whatever that's worth. Maybe you all brainwashed me when I was in Kansas City, but I am taking the Chiefs.
You look at the rest of the NFL and you get into the playoffs. Have we lost? Maybe I'm just saying we.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's everybody, but have we lost a little bit of juice for the Ravens? And if so, is it really just Kansas City, Buffalo, and then maybe Baltimore, or is it still Baltimore should still be respected with this division?
Yeah, so first of all, I would say Baltimore's still in that mix, although they have some terrible losses. They lost to the Browns and they lost to the Raiders. Like, that's just like, you should show up and win those games no matter what. But they've had their two bad losses. But I don't take them seriously because of Lamar and the playoffs, the kryptonite, and the Ravens defense. Their pass defense has been one of the worst in the NFL. It was the worst as of a couple weeks ago in the NFL. But I would argue that the pundit community, which I'm part of, but I'm an outsider. I'm like on the edges, the outskirts of the pundit community. They still have Baltimore there because of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson. Lamar's right in that MVP race, which also you think about the MVP race. You got Josh Allen, Lamar Jackson, and you say Mahomes has no chance. But if the Chiefs go undefeated, he can work his way back into that despite all the interceptions. So that's wide open. But to answer your question, Dusty, I would say those are the big three. It's all lopsided in the AFC. And then in the NFC, it's like Detroit and nobody else. Like there's nobody else really in the NFC other than the Lions that people take seriously. So you'd much rather be in the NFC than the AFC. But that said, the Chiefs, if they win this game Sunday, they're likely going to have home field in the playoffs. They don't have to have the bye week. So they're still in really good position.
What about the game with Pittsburgh, though, and Baltimore this weekend? How is that going to go towards determining what everybody's talking about Monday? If Pittsburgh wins, are they the second best team in the AFC? If Baltimore wins, if they arrive back, how are we looking at the outcome of that game on Sunday at noon?
Yeah, so if Baltimore wins, it's like, well, this is Lamar's gotten over the hump. That's the one team in the division that the Lamar's had problems with. He's got more interceptions than touchdowns against the Steelers. He's got a losing record against Pittsburgh head-to-head. So Tomlin has had his number. Whatever kind of nonsense Tomlin throws out defensively, he's able to confuse Lamar Jackson. So if Baltimore wins, it's like that's a big relief for Lamar. And then if Pittsburgh wins, it's like, well, same old Ravens. They can't win against a better team. And then the other thing is like Russell Wilson. How many good games does he have to have before we finally say, wait a minute here, he's found the pixie dust and he's back to being the guy that he was in Seattle? I'm not quite there yet. That pass he threw last week against Washington was amazing. That pass that he dropped, and he also able to call the play at the line to get those guys to jump off sides, which was awesome. It was a great play by Russell Wilson. So, yeah, those are the two games. Like that's pretty much it. Those are the two to watch. But obviously, you guys, it's all about the Chiefs and it's all about the Bills.
So funny story over the weekend. Jerry Jones says the windows are a home field advantage. I don't know if I was in the garage too long with extracurricular activities, or if maybe I didn't hear something correctly because of how loud Arrowhead was over the weekend. But probably one of the dumbest things I've ever heard anybody say.
Yeah, well, I think the whole story is ridiculous, but I give Jerry credit because Jerry is the maestro. Rather than us talk about the fact the Cowboys lost a home game by 28 points to a division rival, the only thing people are talking about is the Sun. So I asked the question. All right, the last 2 years, the Cowboys played 17 games at home. They were 16-1. So is the Sun now a problem? And it wasn't. The whole thing gets me. I'm trying to figure this all out. And the other thing that I read, the conspiracy theorists, I don't know if you saw this, Dusty and Bob, claim the reason the stadium was built the way it was is because Jerry Jones could not get the city of Arlington to get rid of a retirement community, and he didn't want the stadium to be facing that so people could see the retirement community from the stadium. And so it's just bizarro world. The whole thing is craziness.
Who do you like tonight? We got the Eagles versus the Washington football team.
So I like Washington plus the points. Short week. This is a real test. Jaden Daniels, didn't play that great last week. It's a short week, first short week. Philadelphia's been playing amazing, but divisional game. I'm going to take Washington and the points.
Ben, we appreciate the time. Enjoy the regular season Super Bowl on Sunday afternoon, and we'll talk to you again next week.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Ben Maller, brought to you by the Landing in Liberty, and the John Gruden's coming back news here in a second. But the whole senior citizen home thing is I love stuff like this. Yeah. It's just so great. Where would you have put all those old people if you were to relocate their senior citizen home for a stadium, right?
Yeah, and probably another senior citizen building that's just...
Does Jerry build a brand new spanking facility for the seniors, that comes with, all the bells and whistles? Or does he just say, sorry, I'm eminent domaining you and you're out?
Yes, you know the answer to that
question. Yeah, of course, you're eminent domaining. And I don't know. I'm glad he didn't do it, but...
do you pay rent at a senior citizen?
You do. Y'all get yeah. It's very expensive, I think.
You think anybody's not paid their rent, they've gone in the room, and they're just no longer alive?
Yeah, I'm sure a lot. Yeah, I'm sure that's happened a ton, right?
Catherine, you're late on your rent again. Knock on the door.
Catherine's dead.
No,
how long has she been in here?
She's on the floor.
Tapioca's adding up outside. Speaking of senior citizens, my mom's birthday is today. 74 years young, so I just want to wish my mom a happy birthday. Love you, love you, love you. I hope you enjoy your birthday. And, 74 years,
man.
Do
you still buy people gifts? For birthdays at that age?
I don't know.
Because you were telling me yesterday, all you want is socks and toothbrush heads.
Yeah, that's it. Like the Oral-B toothbrush head for the electric toothbrush.
I legitimately asked my family for a Costco card.
That's a good gift.
I was like, all I want for Christmas is a Costco membership. My stepdad's like, we can do that.
All I want for Christmas is a Costco card. I think my mother would be very happy with a Costco gift card for her.
Hell yeah. I was like 1 year free of payment.
My parents are 75 and 74, yet they go to Costco every day and buy 5 pounds of broccoli. For what reason? I don't know.
That's not true.
It's 100%. Well, how big that bag is. Every day, we went to Costco
That's
again
a gassy
today.
house.
What are you doing? Well, we needed broccoli. You bought that yesterday. Well, we needed more. For
Eat the
what?
broccoli.
What did you need all this broccoli for? Well, we like it.
I just feel like every time I hear stories of your parents, I think of the parents from Christmas Vacation. The blessing.
There's so many different parents. It's Seinfeld's parents. It's Everybody Loves Raymond's parents. It's, the list goes on and on. But no, they're there every day at the college. Because what do you do when you're 74 and 75 years old? Well, let's get in the car and get gas. We just got it yesterday. Well, we can go get it again.
Yeah.
My mother also turned orange from eating too many carrots at one point.
My sister did that when she was a baby.
They call it keratosis. And I'm not kidding. Like, she ate too many carrots because she was trying to lose weight and turned orange. What do you have here? Like, what's going on? Why are you orange?
Google search, please.
Ate a lot of these carrots, those baby carrots,
This is
Google search it.
100%. My mother's turned orange from eating carrots.
If Bob is right about, and he was, about kicking a volleyball, and he's right about the terminology of keratosis.
Keratosis makes your skin turn orange when you eat too many carrots because it's got that orange dye in it. And my mother was eating Costco-sized bags of carrots every night.
There's just no way.
It's going to help me lose weight.
No, there was a couple of, I guess, minor breaking news announcements. One is the NFL Combine will continue to be in Indianapolis.
Does anybody care but Indianapolis about that?
Binkley.
Okay.
Binkley's
fair
like,
point.
Yeah, tell you something here, Bob. The turf there, it gets some true numbers.
Okay.
And speaking of the Binkley voice that is very familiar with the other voice, let me tell you about this guy, man. Let me tell you about this guy. John Gruden signed a deal with Barstool Sports.
So that's interesting. Now, I'm sure he can get out because there's a lot of talk that the Jets may be hiring him as their head coach. And well, a lot of want, I should say.
That's
for
interesting
the
with
Jets,
a Boston
right?
fanboy-ish.
But it's interesting that he signed a multi-year deal. If the rumors are true, like the NFL is the biggest forgiving league in the world, right? I mean, we talked about it last week. We've had a lot of guys do a lot of bad things in the NFL.
No, one's running for the Chiefs right now.
Exactly. Leonard Little killed somebody, right? So you've got this situation where you've given everybody second and third chances in the NFL. Is John Gruden not allowed to get a second or third chance in the NFL?
I mean, what he did was extremely terrible, but again,
Absolutely.
I don't run the NFL, so like it doesn't matter what I think.
Right.
And I'm like you, I start giving a rip about what people think. So it's like, am I saying that I'm advocating for John Gruden to get a second chance? Absolutely not.
I'm not either, but I think he will.
But it's going to happen.
Now, he talked a lot of smack on Roger Goodell, right?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Does Goodell say, hey, come on back in after you called me a heel, basically, for, all these so I don't know what the situation is, but you got to think with all of these jobs that are going to pop open, John Gruden's a proven coach in this league.
Yeah.
And, we've seen coordinators come and go and fail and do all this kind of stuff. Like, if I'm running a team, I'm probably going to call John Gruden and see what the situation is. You owe it to yourself.
Yeah, I mean, like, look, I think there's only been one person that didn't get a second chance in the NFL, and that's probably Kaepernick. Just because of like whatever happened with him, like he's always like, "I'm here, I'm ready to play." It's like, no, dude, like we're done. Like your whole thing.
But he impacted the pocketbooks of NFL owners, and when you do that, that's a different ballgame.
That's the only. That's the only situation I can think of.
Ray Rice never got a second chance.
Yeah,
right. But other than that, everybody's gotten a second chance.
Didn't Joe Mixon hit a girl in like a McDonald's restaurant?
Oh yeah,
like,
you saw the video in
cold?
college. Yeah, he got a second chance.
And he's now been playing for what, almost 10 years?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, look. The Jets are the Jets, right? They don't care. They'll go out and do whatever they can to win. I mean, they got their guy at quarterback, which we have a topic about that. By the way, later on today, we are burying Aaron Rodgers. We'll get to that a little bit later on because, or is that right now?
Yeah, we can do it right now, actually, yeah. Got a couple minutes here. Let's do it now.
Okay. Because coming up in a little bit is Smash or Pass, and we'll get into this a little bit. But I texted Bob last night and said, Aaron Rodgers is no longer newsworthy. It's no longer worthy to because he gives me advice. He's like, you shouldn't watch the news. You shouldn't, take everything to heart on the text line. You got to stay off Twitter more often. And I take what Bob says to me with more than just a grain of salt. I take it with a big grain of salt. And I was like, you know what? I've been watching some news outlets and I've been watching some sports shows, and they're not really talking about the Jets anymore. And I was like, that's probably because they suck and Aaron Rodgers isn't good. And then Colin Cowherd was talking to J-Mac, and he's like, what are you doing talking about Aaron Rodgers? He's like, Aaron Rodgers is no longer relevant in the NFL. I'm like, he's actually really, really true and right about this, because why are we talking about Aaron Rodgers? And I
Right.
said to you, I said, tomorrow we bury him. And you came up with an idea.
Yeah, and because I was actually thinking about it as I was picking up the kids, I was like, this Aaron Rodgers thing is done. Like it's over. They're 3-7. I'm tired of people talking about.
Are you okay with that?
Oh, I'm fine.
Because I know
with it,
you
yeah.
love to poo-poo on Aaron Rodgers,
No,
which
yeah.
is your bit. It's fine.
It's fine.
Right?
I think he's a douche. But anyway, but I was kind of the same way with you yesterday. And so I was sitting there with the kids thinking about it. I'm like, yeah, this thing is over. They're 3-7, and we're still trying to make a case for why the Jets could be. You've won 3 games. It's mid-November, for God's sakes. You're not going to the playoffs. And so I came up with a deal. Other than Aaron Rodgers dying or retiring, we can no longer mention him on this show. And if somebody does bring him up, we put $20 into the kitty, and then the 3 of us go drinking at the end of the month.
That's
That's
expensive.
left, right?
Now, again, we will bring it up again because we will revamp this to remind you in the 9 o'clock hour. That does not count.
Right, does not count. You guys on the text line need to call us out if we do it.
But if, Bob does his bottom feeders on Tuesday next week or Wednesday next week, and he's like, the Jets and Aaron Rodgers, boom, $20.
Okay.
And you can't,
I like this.
you can't be a Richard Mack and be like, yeah, that quarterback, what's his name for the Jets? And I'm like, Aaron Rodgers, boom, $20.
No, that doesn't count.
Because then that goes out of your pocket.
That's out of your pocket.
Yeah.
If you try to set somebody up,
Yeah, I'll kick that volleyball the way the hell out of here.
Yeah. Give you keratosis if you keep it
Not
up.
a thing, is it?
So it's not called keratosis, but it's called keratominium.
Okay.
So he's pretty close. He's it's right. Your skin
Keratominium.
can turn orange.
Oh, it's wild. So yeah, Aaron Rodgers is no longer relevant on this show. You will no longer hear because I see text, and I brought this up because I think it was yesterday.
But
It's
he
like,
isn't relevant anymore. If his name was Roger Aronson, would we be talking about this guy? No, you're a 3-7 football team.
And the reason I brought it up because Alex was giving Drew a lot of trouble about Cincinnati when they lost to the Chiefs. He's like, why are we talking about a 4-win team anymore? We're not. And I looked at it, I was like, why are we talking about Aaron Rodgers? The guy hasn't played any sort of good football, and I can't remember when. The New England game, I guess. And they've won 3 games. I'm like, the Jets are irrelevant. Rodgers is irrelevant. Devontae Adams is hurt again.
Man.
So, I mean.
He changed the season around for them. That was a good addition.
So I think it's dead and gone. Good riddance. You could play the Green Day song if you wanted to, or At the End of the Road by Boyz II Men, however you want to do it. We no longer speak his name. He is Baltimore.
Yeah,
we no longer speak his name.
No
And if
longer
you
speak
do,
his name.
you're fined.
And it's the interesting thing about it is, Dusty, I think this was the week where because I didn't see much from his McAfee interview make waves this week. I didn't see his press conference or anything like that. I did not see a lot from him this week. I think he finally became that dude, and I've used this analogy before, and maybe you were that guy or Mac was that guy. I definitely wasn't that guy because I moved away. But like that 18, 19, 20-year-old dude that's still hanging out in the high school parking lot buying cigarettes for the freshmen, that's Aaron Rodgers. Like, you're still hanging out and doing these things, and nobody really wants you around anymore. Go find your own life. Get the hell out of the high school parking lot and stop buying Salems for the kids.
Salem menthols. A little green box. After a few, it really hits the throat.
No.
Coming up on the other side, we get to our Smash or Pass. Mac Morey, Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens. You are listening to 96.5 The Fan, and it is your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty.
I can feel it all the way down in my plums.
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, my friends over at QC Kinetics want to help you feel better, and they can do that because if you're going to start the new year dealing with that same old joint pain and losing sleep and not be able to take walks, then you need to see my friends over at QC Kinetics. Have you been told that you need knee replacement surgery or hip replacement surgery or anything like that? Well, if that is the case, then you need to see my friends at QC Kinetics and stop what you're doing. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds, and QC Kinetics can get you there. QC Kinetics is the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments for joint pain. It's an all-natural approach that harnesses your own body's healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritis pain. And everybody's talking about it now because it's so cutting edge. The protocols are developed by QC Kinetics, are life-changing for so many people, and you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, and without downtime. Discover your options with advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics. The consultation is absolutely free. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299.
Get a brand new home without moving with Thermo King windows? What is this sorcery? Is there a catch? Of course there is. You already know that Thermo King sells energy-efficient triple glass replacement windows that can save you money on your energy bills. But did you know they also install James Hardie siding and beautiful entry doors as well? So you can make that tired old exterior of your home look brand new with replacement windows, siding, and a new entryway door from Thermo King. Your home will look so good, it could attract tens of thousands of followers on its own Instagram and TikTok pages. Plus, Thermo King offers significant savings when you replace any two of these items. Replace all three? Look out! Thermo King will practically be paying you by the time it's done. So why move? Get a brand new looking home with Thermo King. Call 888-KING-WIN or online at thermokingwindows.com.
Thermo King Windows.
'Tis the season of giving from the Kansas Lottery. So instead of one gift, give 2 or 3. With holiday instant tickets from $1 to $20, don't sweat last-minute gifts because you will have plenty. Forget about Santa and his super fast sleigh when the folks on your list can win up to $100K. Give Kansas Lottery holiday instant tickets this season. They're festive as heck and the winnings are pleasing. See kslottery.com for all the details. Sorry, this holiday story has gone off the rails.
Kansas City, it's Sean Barber. You know there's nothing easier than to enjoy watching the Chiefs with some wings and an ice-cold Bud Light. And Buffalo Wild Wings is serving up both for every game, all season long. Join me at Buffalo Wild Wings off 152 and North Flintlock Road in KC Mo, Friday, November 15th. I'll be there from 6 to 8 p.m. celebrating the back-to-back Super Bowl champ while eating some wings and drinking $5 Bud Lights. Nothing easier to enjoy than that. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
For more, go to 965thefan.com. Enjoy responsibly. Anheuser-Busch, Bud Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
You hear that? That's the sound of another year counting down. Another year missing your revenue goal. Another year wondering why your marketing isn't more effective. Another year worried about next year. The clock is ticking, but you still have time. Time to contact the experts at Scale Marketing. Scale Marketing is a full-service marketing agency who is expert in lead generation and revenue growth. How expert? Our clients see an average of 20% growth in the first year alone, with sustained growth from there. It's all part of our process. From your traditional marketing to social media to paid search, we'll take a forensic approach, digging deep to find the root problems in your marketing strategy. Then we'll fix them fast. At Scale Marketing, we can't stop the clock, but we can change your company's future. Find out how you can make your marketing budget work harder and drive more revenue. Contact us at scalemarketing.com. That's scalemarketing.com.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. Black Friday starts now. Trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Hurry into Verizon this Black Friday. Service plan required for watch and tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
When I wake up
the best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side recovering in Belton, 49 northbound, still heavy from Cass Parkway up past Missouri 58, but the earlier problem past 163rd has cleared. Kansas side, 18th Street Expressway southbound, very slow past Kansas Avenue down across the river. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
The text line is trying to enter $20 in sales. We can create a Venmo for this station if you'd like. We will not say that name.
Out of that.
What?
Because if you start Venmoing me money, you ain't going to see that ever again. Like, I'm not good with that kind
Are
of
you
stuff.
one of those guys, if you have cash, you'll spend it?
Everybody says that. My wife says that a lot. If I have cash, I'm going to spend it. I've started carrying, some cash because I go to all these kids events now. $2 here to get in, $2 for this. So I have some cash on me, usually at all times. Probably don't have any today. But no, I'm not. I mean, whether you put it on your card or you use cash, what's the difference?
It's not physically in my hand.
I mean, if somebody gives you a 20 spot, now, I would say this to my daughter who, her first job at Twisted Sugar got her first paycheck and went and immediately bought a pair of Uggs with it. Like,
Good for her.
I mean, bought them on her own. I'll give her that, right? Now with the
cell phone?
Oh, God, yes.
She pay her bill?
No.
Parents pay that?
Yeah.
No car yet.
Not yet, no.
So no bills.
No.
So yeah, go buy Uggs, man.
Right, yeah. So she went and bought Uggs, right? I'm like, all right, fine, whatever. But, like, just because you have the money doesn't mean, like, so if I gave you $20, are you immediately going to run the QT and just spend it all on roller dogs or something?
Yes.
Okay. I'll take 20 roller dogs,
No,
please.
in all honesty, I'd probably just put it in my gas tank. Or I would, I don't know. I mean, probably would go buy, like, breakfast or lunch. I mean, I have one protein
Those
bar.
are great, by the way.
This one is Fruit Loops.
I haven't had the Fruit
Fruity
Loop
cereal.
ones.
So
I like the
normally eat these
birthday
around.
cake. Have you had the Reese's peanut butter one?
Smash.
Smash.
Smash. I would. I mean, these actually work. And this is
Yeah.
sponsored by one protein bar. 20 grams of protein, 1 gram of sugar.
Yeah.
They get me by. But yeah, if you give me $20, man, I'd probably stop at this Abelardo's and get a breakfast burrito.
Okay.
They're just
So
outstanding.
you'd actually, just because you had the money, you'd actually go find something to spend it on?
I can't have cash. I mean, I openly admit if I have cash, I will spend it.
Okay.
Like 100%. Like I get our paycheck every 2 weeks. The first thing I do is go look at my Amazon cart. I'm like, do I need this?
No.
Do I need to go to Summit Crossing and look for a new pair of joggers?
No.
So I've been starting to save and budget because obviously the holiday season's coming up and I got 2 new people I got to get Christmas gifts for.
No, do not buy me a gift. I do not want a gift.
Oh, stop it.
Don't do that.
You're getting a Christmas gift from Santa Likens.
There's a great gift I got Ralph at Hy-Vee the other day, and I'm not going to tell you what it is because I'm thinking about buying it for both of you guys.
No, don't get us gifts.
Don't do
But
that.
it's not like a real gift. I mean, it is, but it's nice, and I don't think you'll use it. Let's just put it that way. But you'll love it, but I don't know that you would use it.
I'm going to get you all a flashlight. You thought I was going to go somewhere else. Let's get into Smash or Pass.
I think Binkley got us that one year.
Flashlight? Oh. It's a Mac light, Bob. You can knock somebody in the head if they break into your house. You can also see a mile away with this thing. I tell you what. Smash
That
or
was
Pass.
Gruden.
Yeah, it's so Gruden.
yeah,
But
Gruden thing.
Binkley and Gruden are kind of the same.
They're very similar.
How long do you think Binkley and Gruden could stay locked in a room talking football?
I think Gruden would have to tap out.
You think so?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
I think you're right.
He'd be like, dude, oh my gosh, I got to get out of here. He's like, hey, tell you something about Mahomes. He'd be like, who's talking?
But how long? Like days? Like people just slid food under the door or something?
Yeah,
I think they
absolutely.
would. I mean, honestly, if you were to be like, hey, you could have a lifetime of beer, lifetime of chew, or 5 hours just to talk football, Gruden, Binkley would, without even blinking, would be like Gruden.
Let me ask you this: there are 2 rooms, okay? Door number A and door letter B.
Number A.
No, number A and number 2.
Number or letter?
Whatever. And you take Binkley behind door number 1 or A.
Okay.
Is the woman of your dreams?
Oh, he's already had that twice.
Okay.
Yeah.
Behind door number 2
Is a
is
piece of
John
color.
Gruden.
Oh.
Where do you think he's going? To the woman of his dreams or John Gruden?
So Paige Sporanic is behind door A. John Gruden's behind door B. He doesn't even go towards the doormat on A.
No, not even close, right? Not even close. He's in there with Gruden, and he's talking about
I may
it.
never get this chance again, Bob. I'm going to go with Gruden. It's
Yeah.
like, you may never get Paige Sporanic behind the door.
Doesn't matter. It's Gruden, and they're breaking down
There's another
film.
Paige Sporanic up north in Platte County. I've seen him all the time. Smash or pass? What are we doing here? This looks disgusting.
I think this is absolutely gross for a number of reasons.
I didn't know it was food when I saw the picture. Mac, please let the people know what we're looking at for Smash or Pass this week.
I'm still trying to get it to load. Oh my
Okay.
gosh, this is these are chocolate covered pickles.
Right. Available at Walmart. Now, there are 2 things about this. These look disgusting.
Free shipping
so
arrives November
gross.
12th.
Right,
yesterday.
right. Yesterday. They would have been here. But it costs $70. I didn't know anything at Walmart cost $70.
What are the
$70?
Yeah, TVs. What are the size of these pickles?
They look like little gherkins.
Like are they the ones that is that what they're called that are like on charcuterie boards?
Mm-hmm.
And they're
but a little bit bigger than the gherkin. It's like a cross between the pickle and the gherkin. Like if you took like a what do they call them? Like mini cucumbers. I think you've seen them in the store. You pickle those.
I mean, they're girthy.
They are.
Absolutely.
But I mean, what do we think about this? Vinegar and chocolate?
I am 1,000% out on this.
You're
one.
passing on this?
Oh God,
I think
not
I
even
would
close.
I would
I'm
take
not
a
pregnant.
bite. I would take a bite.
It probably tastes delicious,
Because
right?
that's what I'm afraid of. Like, I'd take a bite of this because, like, I mean, I love pickles. Love pickles. Love pickle juice.
Great hydration.
I once did to pass a drug test. I drank a whole entire jar of pickle juice, too diluted.
Oh.
That's what I was told. Come back tomorrow.
I heard cranberries the way to go, too.
Mm-hmm. But love pickles. I'm not a huge chocolate guy. I'm just not really big into it. But man, I bet this is good.
I'd give it a shot.
I'd smash.
You take a bite of this?
Yeah, I'm giving a bite.
I mean, I don't know.
Chocolate covered pickle?
You don't like chocolate covered pretzels, though.
That's salty.
I know, but so are
But
pickles.
kind of pickles are too.
Pickles are very salty.
But there's a vinegar in there. It's a little vinegar.
I just wish they were fully covered.
Oh,
I
I'm
don't know why.
contradicting as hell with my sweet and salty stuff. I like
Okay.
fries and ketchup, right? That's sweet and salty. Considered. I like pineapple on pizza.
Oh God,
That's sweet
you
and
are
salty.
the devil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a terrible combo.
Ugh.
I just wish these pickles were fully covered. I don't know why we're getting like a
because-
circumcised pickle with the
Because-
chocolate.
There is a little tip at the end. Is that what you're supposed to hold it with?
Oh, I don't know. I would have held it from the other side.
Me too,
actually.
me
Yeah.
too.
But I think if it's not like that, you don't know what it is. It looks like a
Oh,
turd.
that's true. If it wasn't for that, I would
If
not
somebody
know that's-
presented that to you on a platter, it looks like somebody's giving you turds.
No, Mac's right. It is a circumcision dessert.
No, it is. It is.
Ugh, looks awful.
I wish the text line you could send pictures because that's what this is. I mean, you can go to Carrie Steele, is her name on Twitter, who tweeted this. Chocolate covered pickles at Walmart, $70. Is that all you're getting? Is 8 or 9 of them for $70? Those have got to be bigger pickles than we think.
And I got to be getting like 20.
Have you ever gotten the pickle chips at Quick Trip? And like the little bag? They actually have them in our company kitchen, but I don't trust food in that thing.
Yeah.
Maybe if they were, what if they were like pickled chips and chocolate? Like a chocolate covered pretzel.
I see
but
what
like,
you're saying.
you know?
I don't think the texture of the chip would hold the chocolate like the full pickle.
From the text line, pickles are my favorite food. My aunt made chocolate covered pickles for me for Christmas, and it was the worst thing I've ever tasted in my life.
Okay, there you go. It doesn't say how many come in the box.
Got to be at least 12. You're spending 70 bones. Somebody says a circumcised pickle has been clock managed. You're not going to get me again. I'll tell you that. I've learned. I think I'm passing on this. I saw one the other day for a smasher.
Oh, it's
pass.
5 pounds.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
Those are big pickles then, I guarantee you.
But how many? I mean, how many?
I mean, what do you think a pickle weighs? 16 ounces in a pound?
Yeah, I'm going to guess
So,
if it's one of
5
these.
ounces?
Yeah.
So that's what, 2.5 pickles? And you're getting 5 pounds? So you're getting like 15 pickles? Dipped in chocolate? Looking like they've been snipped?
I don't know if these things are moving off the shelf or not, though.
Somebody says, let's be honest, you do not wish you could receive pictures through the text line. No, I do. Yesterday was Sadie Hawkins Day. Girls, shoot your shot. They said, is it milk chocolate or dark chocolate? It's like the
It's
white.
both.
It's like white chocolate and milk chocolate.
Yeah, white chocolate, milk chocolate, dark chocolate's all kind of like drizzled on there.
I saw a food item the other day. They're making Reese's peanut butter cinnamon rolls.
Oh, smash.
I think any cinnamon roll like is worthy of smashing.
Yeah, combined with the best, what we already kind of came to consensus as was the best chocolate.
You think cinnamon rolls are a breakfast or a dessert?
They're any time,
Really?
Yeah, like
Yeah.
I mean, I never want one at lunch.
Like Stroud's, eat your fried chicken, you get a cinnamon roll.
Yeah.
I feel like it's more of a dessert. Like the older you get, like dessert, like cereal is dessert. The older you get, or if you live in Missouri.
No, I think cinnamon rolls an anytime thing. You could have that for breakfast. You could have that for a dessert.
You can also have French toast and bacon strips for breakfast.
You could. Yeah.
I got a pickle. I got a pickle. That's your little Rascals quote. Coming up on the other side, some people might disagree, but baseball's back, and I'll explain why and what its superstars are doing for the sport because one lives in this town for you and your Royals. That's Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens, Mac Maury. This is 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
What the hell's wrong with your station?
On Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, week 11 is here, and we've got Thursday night football, and you get the opportunity to maybe win some money with FanDuel. If you want to get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, then it's time to do it because they're America's #1 sports book. Right now, new customers can get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. And let's look at a same-game parlay for tonight's game, Washington at Philadelphia. Terry McLaurin with an anytime touchdown. Take Barkley over the rushing yards and Jalen Hurts over the passing yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/610Bob to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL and of 96.5 The Fan. 21 and present in Kansas. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. FanDuel is offering online sports wagering in Kansas under an agreement with Kansas Star Casino, LLC. Gambling problem? Getting help is your best bet. Call 1-800-522-4700 or visit ksgamblinghelp.com.
Men, it's the holidays, a time of love and joy. But if you suffer from erectile dysfunction, the season can be tough on you. This is Jeff for Heartland Men's Health, and if you and your partner are experiencing struggles because of ED, change it up this year. Give the best gift you can give to the one you love by treating your ED and restoring your relationship. At Heartland Men's Health, we're experts at treating ED. And as a Promenic restorative health practice, we've literally seen countless thousands of relationships renewed across the nation. Plus, with treatments having success rates well over 90%, coupled with many treatment options, we can likely find the right one for you. You may even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So call us and give your partner the best gift you can give this season. A renewed, restored relationship. Your first visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in our office, your visit is free. Call 844-447-6600 or go to heartlandmenshealth.com. Heartland Men's Health, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Our favorite reason to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler? Free service for life with no fine print. That's right. When you buy your engagement ring or any piece of jewelry at Diamonds Direct, you will never have to pay a dime in the future for sizing, cleaning, or routine maintenance. At Diamonds Direct, there's no gotcha clause, no fine print, no looking for ways to void the warranty. Diamonds Direct, the jeweler you can trust with a no questions asked 100% free lifetime warranty with no strings attached. Come see us to learn more.
Reason number 52 to choose Diamonds Direct over any other jeweler. Only Diamonds Direct gives you a 110% diamond upgrade guarantee. Diamonds Direct will give you 110% of your original purchase price toward the new stone. That's 10% more than you paid the first time. Guaranteed appreciation. Who else does this? There's no fine print and no minimum purchase requirement. It's 10% more, period. Buy with confidence. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Brought to you by Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Kansas side, 435 southbound. You hit delays around Kaw, and it stays pretty heavy all the way down past Shawnee Mission Parkway with construction and an earlier accident on the shoulder now. At Metro Ford, family-owned and operated means the same trusted faces every visit. Just 10 minutes from downtown. Plus, get peace of mind with our 5-year, 200,000-mile pre-owned warranty, including roadside assistance and emergency trip interruption, only at Metro Ford online at kcmetroford.com. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Cody and Gold, weekdays starting at 10 on Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan, KFNZ FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, an Odyssey sports station.
Right back here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports and your home for Fescoe and Dusty with Mac Moore, our executive producer. Chiefs Bills on Sunday, 3:25 CBS, Romo and Nance.
Look out, Jim!
Oh, he's got it back. Got it back.
Look out, Jim!
So, getting a lot of responses. Pineapple on pizza is okay.
No, it's not.
Okay.
Absolutely not okay.
You know how your friend brought a thing of sour cream? Can I bring some pineapples tonight to Jasper's?
What are you going to put it on?
Pasta.
God.
I am going to get the lobster ravioli, though. I've already decided.
Pineapple on pasta?
Oh, baby. Pineapple just gets me there.
Are you serious?
I love pineapple.
You've never put pineapple on pasta.
No.
But I would.
Oh, God.
I always eat pineapple before a big date. It's a citrus cleanser. It makes me feel good.
Oh, that's it. Yeah.
Pervert. I think baseball is making a strong comeback. Obviously, there was news yesterday about.
Would you have said that if the Royals had won 56 games again?
Yes, because it wouldn't fit what I'm about to play, because I think there's a good football comparison with the way baseball is being played now. I mean, it's never going to be the NFL, so let me pump the brakes there for all of you listening. I don't think baseball will ever get to what it was in 98, 99, and 2000. I think that was probably the last time baseball will get that high. But there is reasons why it is coming back.
Attendance in baseball was up almost 5% this year from a year ago. So people are going back to the ballpark. Yeah.
Or what about shortstop? Shortstop's so interesting. I watched, Harold, I watched Bobby Witt Jr. He was the first player that I hadn't really seen, and then I got to see him for a whole game in person. He moves different. He's different. You talk about tools. It's like he's on springs when he runs. Boing, boing, boing. And he's a big body, just gets to everything, the range. He's a different, special player.
I think this is the toughest category in the whole sport, because Lindor had an amazing season. Gunnar Henderson had an amazing season. Bobby Witt Jr., you just talked about. Ellie De La Cruz is the most exciting player in the game.
What's his ceiling? Because we haven't seen it yet.
We have not seen it. There was a big campaign to move him off a shortstop.
What do you say to that?
Hitting. What is wrong with people? My goodness.
I knew you were going to say that.
We would have never seen what we saw if we were listening to the naysayers. It's a position that develops. And as I look at this, Corey Seager had the injury. Willie Adames had the big full season with power. Every guy you can make an argument for. But I think the one guy who fits every category from beginning to end is Bobby Witt Jr.
Love to hear that when you hear that about Bobby Witt Jr. And there's a reason why the Royals didn't just win 56 games. There's a reason why they're a better team. They're a better team because they have the right manager, the right ownership, and the right general manager. But they're also a better team because they have that superstar. They have what the Chiefs have. The Chiefs don't have to go into, and Bob just mentioned something to me off the air. Isn't it awesome to not have to have what these other towns are talking about? Like in Indianapolis, they have to worry about, is it Flacco or Richardson this week? Well, it's Richardson. You don't have to worry about that. Like in baseball, you don't have to worry about your superstars. And in baseball, when you have that superstar, your team is easier to build around. Look at the Royals right now. There's a reason that Seth Lugo came over here. They could promise him that we have Bobby Witt Jr. and Salvador Perez, which then brought in Michael Wacha, which then kept Michael Wacha, which then is now going to get Cole Reagans to be even better because he's surrounded by that talent. And you look at what shortstops are in the MLB and why the MLB is getting a little bit of an uptick. There's the big boss. I wonder if she heard us cuss.
She's up here looking for Mac.
She's up here.
Yeah. You better get Momo on the phone.
Yeah. we need some Momo. But am I wrong to say that the shortstop position is similar to the quarterback position in the NFL?
Not at all. It's the identical position.
Ellie De La Cruz is Lamar Jackson.
Yeah.
Right? Flashy, entertaining.
Who's Patrick Mahomes then, though, with all the championships, right?
Oh.
Because that's the way I look at it.
I don't look at it from the championship standpoint.
Okay.
I look at it from the build and the body, and that's Bobby Witt Jr.
Yeah.
Right? Patrick Mahomes can scramble when need to. Bobby Witt Jr. can steal if he wants. Patrick Mahomes can throw for power. He can throw for precision. Bobby Witt Jr. can do all of that as well. Bobby Witt Jr. is a leader, and Bobby Witt Jr. is a free space on a bingo card of a franchise where you're like, so who's your shortstop in the most important position in the field? Bobby Witt Jr. Okay.
There's a lot of those in baseball right now, and that's the real reason why baseball's back, because your premier position has premier players.
And they're good, and they're young, and they're relatable.
And they're fun, and like the whole thing about Ellie De La Cruz, Gunnar Henderson, Bobby Witt Jr.,
Francisco Lindor, Corey Seager.
I mean, there's so many great shortstops. Why do you think the NFL is where it is right now? Because you've got these quarterbacks that can go out there and do unbelievable things. It's a quarterback league, and they're young and they're good, and people are starting to find them in different cities, and cities like Buffalo and Kansas City and Cincinnati and Baltimore have arguably the four best quarterbacks in the NFL, and none of them are a big market at all. And you start to look at the great shortstops: Baltimore, Kansas City, Cincinnati, obviously the Mets. But you've got a situation where you're having a renaissance in baseball because the most important, flashiest, fun position has the flashiest, fun guys playing that position right now. And it hadn't been like that in a long time. Take this group of shortstops out. I mean, Jeter was good, wasn't flashy. A-Rod was moved to third. Miguel Tejada was a fun player to watch, but nothing like this. Like, we're in a quarterback renaissance in the NFL, and I think we have begun that shortstop renaissance in Major League Baseball. And they always say in baseball, you got to be strong up the middle, catcher, shortstop, and center field. The Royals got 2 of those 3 pretty much figured out. And, you know, Bono's no slouch out in center field either, you know. So you've got the makings of a really, really good team because you're strong at the most important positions on the field. But I remember, like, I feel like being as a kid, you'd see all these great baseball players. They were all shortstops, the Ozzie Smiths back in the day, right? Like, you look at those guys like, man, I want to be like that guy. Shortstop is that position. What?
Just Kyle Isbell and Bono just hit me at the same time.
Oh, yeah. Kling was saying that for years. They got Bono out there in center field. I'm like, what? Oh, my God.
Yeah. 18 Keurigs is how much he weighs. But also, Bobby Witt Jr. did something that's like a Patrick Mahomes stat this year, right? Batting title, Silver Slugger, and a Gold Glove, all in the same season. Only been done once in a career.
In a career
by a shortstop. That was Alex Rodriguez.
Not a season. Not a career.
And Bobby did it in 1 year.
In 1 year.
Yeah.
Won all 3 in 1 year. Nobody else has ever done that.
That's why he's like a Mahomes type.
Yeah.
And by the way, he plays in Kansas City.
Yeah.
In the same parking lot as Patrick Mahomes.
Can a shortstop carry a team like a quarterback can? Or do you need more surrounding cast in baseball than you do in football? I think you need more of a surrounding cast in baseball than you do in football.
Because
you know?
in baseball, you need parts.
Yeah.
In football, I mean, Mahomes did it last year, right? I mean, he had a defense. So, I mean, I guess that's kind of like his rotation.
But it's hard to win in baseball as an individual player because you don't control. You really have 4 chances for the most part as an individual player, not a pitcher,
right?
But a player to influence a game in baseball.
Yeah, and somebody in the text line says it reminds him of the Nomar Jeter A-Rod era.
Yeah, a little bit, but this is flashier than that. Those were guys in bigger markets.
And those guys were older.
Yeah.
Like, Jeter didn't really come into his own until he was like 30.
Yeah.
Maybe he was like 27. But, I mean, he started, he was terrible his first year. Came back his second year was decent. Third year, he kind of figured out. And then the Yankees, and he got ugly during arbitration, which I remember watching that documentary of him and A-Rod. By the way, when they signed A-Rod, Jeter made it a rule that he will not move from shortstop.
That's exactly right. Yeah,
he was
absolutely.
like, I'm not moving. And they were like, this is the best shortstop in baseball.
That's
like,
nice.
I don't care.
I don't care. I'm Derek Jeter, number 2. I'm the
base.
captain. Yeah. See you at third, A-Rod. And I don't like you anyway. So, no, I think the shortstop obviously is that position. I love the fact that we've seen so many great shortstops. Like the last couple of years.
You have Bobby Witt Jr. who could be Patrick Mahomes, Gunnar Henderson who could be Josh Allen.
Yeah.
You got
Ellie De La Cruz who could be
Lamar Jackson.
Lamar. I mean, who else do we have?
Joe Burrow is what? Corey Seager?
Sure, fine.
I mean, good. Clutch.
And Ellie De La Cruz is probably the most athletic of, like, watching that guy play is a different type of baseball player.
I'd love to see him and Bobby do like 7 different skill challenges. Like if you wanted to make the All-Star game and like appeasing and entertaining, have like De La Cruz and Bobby Witt square off in like a 40-yard dash, a home run derby, like some sort of triathlon thing for like baseball players. And I don't know who would win.
Yeah, I mean, who wins around the bases? Have you?
De La Cruz, I think, but
think?
It's close.
I would have said Bobby, but I don't know. I mean, it would have been.
De La Cruz is longer, and I think that's the only advantage he has.
That's a good call.
Like Bobby went home to third in 11.1 or 11.9. De La Cruz just has that stride.
I love watching Ellie De La Cruz, too. He's awesome. He's so much fun to watch. God, think about that, though. Cincinnati has their quarterback and their shortstop. Kansas City has their shortstop and their quarterback, right?
Right.
I mean, it's wild when you think about the small market teams that are out there in the small, quote-unquote, revenue teams, smaller cities. I mean, the Reds are locked down at the 2 most important positions in their sports, and the Royals and Chiefs are locked down at the 2 most important positions in their sports for a long time to come.
Yeah, you have a 3-man rotation for the Royals, a shortstop and a catcher. And in the Chiefs, you have a defense, you have a quarterback, and you have a tight end.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's great, man. It's so much fun to watch these guys. I love the fact that the shortstop is having that renaissance of a position. It's
great,
cool,
man.
Yeah.
It's like,
and they can all hit because in the 80s, these guys could play defense, but nobody could hit. And then A-Rod and Jeter kind of changed it.
And that's an important thing is that, people will say, well, baseball stats are ruined because everybody just wants to 3-run homer. All these shortstop hit they're all 5-tool.
Yeah.
They're all fast. They're all, defensively sound, power, average. Like De La Cruz can hit it to the moon. So can Bobby.
I just wish baseball would find a way to make its offseason as exciting as the NBA and the NFL. NFL.
Yeah, that's got you irked a little bit.
It does, because
gives you a lot of fantasy football owner vibes. Like, you don't get to have this guy because I drafted him. Well, you don't own them. You don't care about them.
Yeah, but I just wish that like the free agent market hit fast, goes quick. It's impactful. Like I think, like I saw something again today. Soto's getting close to signing somewhere, right?
Baston.
And if he signs, does that have the trickle-down effect, and does everybody else start signing? Probably not, because Scott Boras still controls this thing, and he's the worst thing to happen to baseball of all time.
And then what's the news yesterday that they were going to go to Amazon Prime, but we don't know that for sure now?
Well, now some of the Diamond
right?
Sports Group's teams are going to Amazon Prime, but the Royals, what I read at Awful Announcing, still do not have a deal figured out with Diamond Sports Group to air their games because of all the bankruptcy stuff that is going on. So they may have to renegotiate with Diamond Sports Group, but Diamond Sports Group is moving all of their games to Amazon, which is, I said to you yesterday, what's the difference between Amazon and the Bally's app?
None.
Right.
Because
Amazon, you're going to have to pay for it. It's not going to be free if you're an Amazon.
Gold tweeted and said something about that, where he was like, there'd be an additional charge, obviously, if you got it.
Right.
So it'd probably be $15-20 on top of whatever.
Yeah, whatever it is.
But I think
month.
the big difference is everybody's already got Amazon. So you just have to log in and go to, like, it's like,
you're right.
If you have the NFL Network,
you
get Red Zone because it's just right there. Toggle, yes, subscribe, boom. I can end it when it's done. So I think that's the biggest difference.
I think it is too, and I think people are like, they like to surf, and if you're on Amazon, you can do that. But I think, look, Major League Baseball just needs to streamline this whole thing and take it all in house and say, this is what we're doing. $99 you can get every game. $120 includes your out of market game as well for the year, and call it a day, man. And let's just be done with it. And if you could just pay $120 and get every baseball game, including your in-market game, on a streaming platform like Amazon, I think it would be very successful. Again, we're still making it difficult for people to figure out where to go for their games, right? Do I need to go to the Diamond Sports app? Is it all going to be just on Amazon? What if I have, there's so many hoops to jump through with this thing. And then I read on Awful Announcing that the Royals still don't have a deal in place with Diamond Sports Group. Whether that's the truth or not, I don't know. But all this bankruptcy stuff, they're reorganizing with every team. They haven't gotten to the Royals yet.
I just won it back on 38th spot. Holly Star, 38th spot.
And then you're getting no money, and then we can't pay Bobby Witt. So,
no doubt about it. You lose some, you win some. Coming on the other side, a guy who always seems to win, Nate Taylor of The Athletic, will join Fescoe and Dusty here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Mac Morey and Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty. Make sure to follow us on Instagram @TheFan965 for behind-the-scenes content from the show. Kansas City's FM sports station, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I've been telling you about these guys for over a year now, and they're entering year 2. It is Foaling. It is football plus bowling plus bar, and that is Foaling Warehouse, Kansas City. Come take your best shot at KC's funkiest sports entertainment venue off of 435 and State Line. And you're probably thinking, hey, what is Foaling? Well, it is bowling with footballs, and it is so much fun. It is addictive, and with the winter weather coming and the holiday season approaching, family in town, guests in town, you need something to do, you need to take them Foaling. Not only do they have the coolest game that you're going to play, but they also have a world-class bar, and you can bring your own food as well. So if you're looking to do a kiddo birthday party, or maybe you're going to have some office parties or whatever the case may be, and you're looking for that perfect venue, Foaling at 435 and State Line is the spot for you. Come learn about Foaling, the Bonkhorn, rules that keep you on your toes, and play a game that is sweeping across America. Foaling is popping up everywhere, and everybody who leaves Foaling goes, man, that was so much fun. So do yourself a favor, reserve a lane at FoalingKC.com. That's FoalingKC.com, and get your Foal on.
Listen, you've been making house payments for years, right? And right now your home's value has never been higher, right? That means you're likely sitting on a small fortune in equity. And good for you. That's cash you could use to help secure your retirement, solve all your financial burdens, enable you to travel everything you want. The catch is, you're not ready to move. No problem. You don't have to with TrueHold. Sell and stay leaseback program. It's a genius financial strategy. You sell your home to TrueHold while its value is high. You bank all the equity in cash now, and you can stay as long as you like with an easy, affordable lease. And TrueHold pays property taxes, insurance, and maintenance. TrueHold unlocks your wealth without uprooting your life. Get a TrueHold offer now while your home's value is sky high. Call 1-855-300-9993 or visit TrueHold.com. The smarter, faster way to cash out without moving out. TrueHold.com.
Purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BODY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 42424. That's BODY to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Prescriptions require an online consultation with a healthcare provider who will determine if appropriate. Restrictions apply. See website for details and important safety information. Subscription required. Price varies based on product and subscription plan.
Hi, I'm Dr. Peter Stahl, board-certified urologist and senior vice president of men's sexual health at HIMSS. In my 12 years of practice as a reproductive urologist, I've helped many guys with ED, and it has never been more convenient to treat than it is right now, thanks to HIMSS. It really wasn't easy before. You had to take time out of your day, come to a physical office, and see a specialist like me in person. Now, through HIMSS.com, you can get world-class sexual health care and a full range of treatment options for ED through a 100% online process. It starts with a free assessment from a medical provider licensed in your state who can determine if ED treatment is right for you. If prescribed, your medication is shipped to you for free. So don't wait. Join the hundreds of thousands of guys who've gotten help for their ED through HIMSS.
To start your free online visit and find ED treatment at up to 95% off brand name prices, go to hims.com/joy. That's hims.com/joy for your free online visit.
Some people just know they could save hundreds on car insurance by checking Allstate first. Like you know to check the propane tank on your grill first before hosting a tailgate.
Let's fire up.
Here, let me try. Seriously? You didn't check the propane?
Who wants chips?
Yeah, checking first is smart. So check Allstate first for a quote that could save you hundreds.
Salt and vinegar?
You're in good hands with Allstate.
Savings vary, subject to terms, conditions, and availability. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a MyLowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals on holiday decor, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowe's.com/MyLowe's Because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowe's.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
When Google Fiber first launched 1 gig internet right here in Kansas City, it cost $70. Cut to today. Over 10 years later, 1 gig internet still costs the same, $70. That's what you get with Google Fiber. Fast, reliable internet with simple, straightforward monthly billing. No data caps, no annual contracts, no hidden fees. Just a small local fee for the city on top of your flat, predictable price. Go beyond good enough. Go beyond fiber. Sign up today at fiber.google.com.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Kansas side, K10 eastbound slow from K7 out past Woodland with an accident off to the right shoulder. Missouri side, 435 eastbound around Warnell with an accident in the right lane, keeping things heavy as you cross the state line. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Mount up, it's 8:30. We're halfway through the show. We got one more for Friday, and then it's off to the weekend, which we all love so much and dear because it's such a fun time. By the way, Chiefs are underdogs this weekend. If you haven't noticed, they are +2 on the spread. The Chiefs win 70% of the time as underdogs, and the rest of the NFL wins 65% of the time.
Wow,
Chiefs,
I thought it would be a bigger number for the Chiefs and a smaller number for the rest of the NFL.
I mean, that's
crazy.
1 versus 31. That's still pretty wild.
I mean,
31% of the 31 total teams only have a 65%, but one team has 70% chance of the underdog.
But 65% of the teams of underdogs are winning this year.
That's what it says.
Wow. Patrick Mahomes 11-3 as an underdog.
Solid. So you gonna bet the Chiefs this weekend?
Oh, of course. You bet
you do
Chiefs
like,
every weekend.
You do interesting bets. Like you'll do stuff that like you're almost like positive it's going to hit. Like your Coach of the Year one.
Yeah.
Right? Like that's one
I
where
like
it's
the long-term play on those. I like the
Yeah.
futures bets.
I wonder what the odds are right now for the Chiefs to win the Super Bowl. Do you think it's plus or minus? Has to be plus?
It has to be plus.
Yeah, it'll be plus.
I think it was like plus 400 the last I
Because
saw.
they're plus 2 against Buffalo. Make it make sense.
Buffalo has home field. People are feeling like it has to happen. And this is, I guess, I don't know. I don't know
Is
why.
this the first time they've been underdogs all year?
I think San Francisco, they started as an underdog, but I don't know that they went into the
I can't
game
remember
as
what
an
it
underdog.
was. No, I think going into that game, I think that's right. I think it was minus 1.5 for San Fran.
Well, they were the favorite in that game.
Because it was the same as the previous 2 Super Bowls. It was right around that 1.5 to 2.
Yeah.
So Chiefs win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Chiefs will win the football game. But I think just to kind of keep it interesting maybe for the gambling markets because they know everybody's going to be, I don't know, on Buffalo. I don't know. It's interesting.
I think it's interesting as well when we talk about Mahomes versus Allen because both are 1 and 2 in my mind in quarterbacks. They both know how to like manage their offense to a T, and Patrick Mahomes might have like figured out the secret code, and that code is not turning the ball over in time of possession.
It all matters
because their time of possession is second in the NFL this year at 32 minutes per game.
It feels like it's 1995 all over again in the NFL because you went through the rushing numbers off the air with us, and you're like the Chiefs are like 15th in the NFL. Is that what you said?
They are 21st,
21st
in rushing
okay.
yards, and they rush for an average of 115 a game.
Okay, so that's 21st. Like 2 years ago, you didn't see that.
That's
So
considered bottom of the league in rushing,
Yeah.
but we watch every game. We're like, man, this team really knows how to run the ball.
Right, yeah. No, you like the run football
Right.
when it's working for you and you're able to stop the run. But like I said, it feels like 1995 all over again. Stop the run the football, control the clock.
And they're number 1 on third down conversion rates of 52%.
Move the chains.
So
yeah.
they have the ball for more than half of the game. They convert on third down, and they don't allow points. That is the recipe to continue to be undefeated.
Yeah, this is a 1995 offensive football team where they just methodically move the ball down the field. They're not like I think they have the fewest big chunk plays this year in the NFL, if I'm not mistaken.
The least explosive plays.
Yeah,
in the
yeah,
league.
yeah. The Chiefs are the least explosive offense in the NFL.
Less than the Panthers.
That's right.
Yeah, less than the Giants. Yeah, absolutely.
The Chiefs are the least explosive team in the NFL, 9-0.
Cool.
And that's
awesome.
why like we start to look at the way that things kind of shape up, and that's why it's so important to have a roster that is good on both sides of the ball. And not just good, but great on both sides of the ball, because you have to be able to win other than just going up over the top and winning games in that fashion. Now, a lot of it is circumstance because you lost Hollywood Brown. You lost Rashee Rice, you lost Isaiah Pacheco, and then we got to week 3. And so you lost all of these guys where you probably thought you were going to have more of an explosive offense. But again, this is another reason, and I just continue to make the case for Andy Reid to be coach of the year. You went into the season with plan A, and now here you are with like plan D, and you're still undefeated and you're still 9-0. If anybody else is coaching this team, they are not 9-0.
Yeah.
They are 9-0 because Andy effing Reid is coaching this team, and he's better than everybody else at adjusting. He doesn't see ghosts. He doesn't panic. He doesn't freak out. Okay, we lost another guy, so what? And that's been my attitude. And I know some people say I'm arrogant or whatnot, but I'm like, nah, I got Andy Reid leading the show. And as long as this guy's leading the show and doing what he needs to do, this team's going to be just fine. Nobody could do this in the NFL the way that the Chiefs are doing it right now, and it is because of Andy
And you
Reid.
obviously could guess the number 1 and number 2 teams in rushing are the Baltimore Ravens and the Philadelphia Eagles.
Yeah.
They have running backs that are studs, and they also have quarterbacks that run. Baltimore has 182 yards rushing per game. Philadelphia is 179 or something like that.
It's insane. It's insane.
So
where
there's
the
a
league is
gap.
right now.
That's why they're
right.
21st in
But
one season.
still, it's 21st, dude.
Yeah.
It's not like we're saying, they're third in the NFL at 115 rushing yards per game. They're 21st in the NFL. Is every team in the league averaging 100 yards per game rushing now?
No.
Look, thinking about future bets for you, Bob. Chiefs to beat the Detroit Lions in the Super Bowl plus 1,400.
Well, that's a good future.
That's a good future.
There you go. Speaking of the future, let's get into the now with Nate Taylor.
He's the only man in history to win a race in a hot dog costume and break the news that Chris Jones is back with the Chiefs.
I'll get on that, Coach.
Yeah, all right.
Here's Nate Taylor from The Athletic.
Sounds like a Tony Hawk Pro Skater game. Every time I play this, or Mac plays this, Nate Taylor presented by Mark Ferguson. We all make mistakes. Let Mark and his legal team make the best of them. 816-221-1750. 50. Let's start this off quickly, Nate. Congratulations on adding another Taylor to the family,
there
buddy.
you go.
We got a new child join the household of the Taylor home. Congratulations, my guy.
Thank you, Dusty. Thank you, fellas. Yeah, we've been obviously
And is Dan
to...
Kilgore going to play?
Yeah.
Oh, sure, fine. Yeah. No, we've been waiting a few weeks to share it, and thank you for acknowledging it. Yeah, we're gonna have a baby boy.
Oh boy,
he might arrive the week of the draft. So
we'll be picking last. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, you already know. We're picking 32nd. Going to take a defensive lineman out of somewhere I don't know, and then whatever. Yeah.
So it's great. Holly's doing amazing.
Awesome.
And it's a great thrill to have this to have this great news.
Damn. So Wimbledon must have been really fun for Nate Taylor.
Hey man, Euro kids.
Yeah.
Hey, if you want to add to your family, gentlemen, take your wife to Italy. Take your wife to Europe.
I did. We figured out that problem though a long time ago. So we're good to go.
If Bob's wife is expecting, we got some big problems, man.
Major problems, yeah. So let's look at the game this week. Chiefs underdogs, as we were just kind of talking about. Why do you think they are the underdog in this game?
Oh, I think they're the underdog because people are desperately hoping, wishing, lusting for the Bills to win this game.
Yep.
And I think you guys know this too. Most of us are smart enough to realize that, like, just because the line is set doesn't necessarily mean that's predictive of how the game's going to go. It's some ways designed to get you to bet, right? So I can understand why people were like, "Oh my God, I get Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs as an underdog," because we just saw what happened the last time that occurred, right? It was ahead of the San Francisco 49ers game coming off a bye week,
right?
And the Chiefs won handedly, right? Even though, the 49ers had their own issues in terms of injuries. Now, I don't think it'll be to that degree for the Bills. But look, the Bills are a little banged up as well. They're the home team. This is what the entire season has sort of led to for Buffalo in a lot of ways. And, for everyone else in the AFC, whether even if you're like Cincinnati or the Chargers or obviously the Baltimore Ravens, you are sending all your, Christmas gifts, send flowers to the Buffalo Bills in Orchard Park, pleading for them to keep the Chiefs at least in the race, right? Because if they win on Sunday, that theoretically ends the race for the 1 seed, and now everybody's playing for the 2 seed to stay away from the Chiefs as far as possible before we presume the AFC Championship game. So I think the reason why they're underdogs is, hey, they could have lost last week. They should have lost last week to the Denver Broncos. And by the way, at some point, this team has to lose. And don't you want the Bills to win anyway?
No.
Yeah, man, come on, give us that money. Put that money down on the table. When Patrick Mahomes as an underdog is usually the wrong side to put the money on.
He's 11-3 now. I just received a text from our friend Jimmy Gaffney, Bills fan here in Kansas City. He goes, well, actually, with the 3 points at the home team, so the Chiefs are technically the favorite. Do you guys buy the 3 points anymore for the home team? Is that still a thing? And if that's the case, are the Chiefs really the kind of underdog favorite, if you will?
That is a wonderful point. And so I do appreciate that, because if you're a sharp bettor, if you're someone who's really analyzing the data and obviously how the line is going to move, right? Because I think it originally opened at like
+1.
Maybe Bills, +1. Now it jumps up a little bit. Obviously, that is sort of depending on how the money is swinging from one side to the next. From a sharp betting perspective, you can say, hey, this is actually in line with more of a pick'em game, or yes, Kansas City's kind of the favorite because we feel like this will be a close game. And again, historically, at least for this season, when the Chiefs are in close games, they usually win, which means as of this point, you would probably win the bet, even though the Bills are favored by less than a field goal. So, no, that's a very good point. But this just tells us, too, that, like, I think these are 2 of the best 3 teams in the AFC, right? We have to include Baltimore, even though they've had, I think, more sort of hiccups than the Bills have had this season. And at the same time, too, I do get the sense that, like, both teams want this game to be close, right? You don't want to necessarily show everything, because I think you're going to probably see one another down the road in January. And so this is like a lovely, first fight in a round of, maybe 2 or 3 where you're like, okay, it's a filling out process, which means one team is probably not going to like go balls to the walls. But also because Buffalo is so good at home, as a bettor, you can at least rely upon, hey, Josh Allen and the Bills usually don't get embarrassed at home. But also the Chiefs are very good on the road. And it just makes sense as to why this is probably the most anticipated regular season game of the year.
I think it's interesting, as we talked to Nate Taylor of The Athletic, I kind of dove into some nerdisms of stats, and the Chiefs are number one on third down conversion at a 52% success rate on offense. They're also fifth in the league at giving up only 17 points per game. I guess you'd call it 18 if you round up. But they also are second in the NFL with time of possession. It seems like the boring recipe is the same. Like, I look at the Chiefs and I kind of describe them as like the chocolate chip cookie, right? Like, you're never turning down a chocolate chip cookie, but it's one of the most simplistic, easiest things to win or to make, and yet it always wins. The Chiefs continue to hold on to the ball. They stop teams from scoring, and they convert on third down, which keeps them holding on to the football. They're the chocolate chip cookie of the NFL.
What a great analogy.
Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, you're talking to someone who literally had a chocolate chip cookie last night, and was thrilled, was not disappointed.
Yeah, you can't. Yeah, like even if it's a little, crunchy, like it goes down to 1 second left in the oven, it's still good. They do the easy, simple things to produce the typical easy product.
Yes, and it's also, I think, something that has been more beneficial to the defense than I think people realize, right? The Chiefs normally do not play from behind, right? That's why it was so impressive what they did on Sunday, even despite the left tackle situation, against the Broncos. Hey, we're down 11 points. It's the biggest deficit of the season, and they just slowly march. They slowly chase the Broncos down. But if you remove that game, the Chiefs have been either tied or leading for the majority of the season, which is one reason why their time of possession actually matters more than, like, say, the average team. Not only are we getting the lead, we're extending the lead, or, hey, if we make a mistake, the next time Patrick Mahomes and the offense gets the ball, we're going right down the field, we're matriculating that thing, we're converting on third down, to your point, Dusty, and we're getting points, whether it's 7 or 3, and that helps the defense because all of a sudden, now they're not on the field a ton. I think what was so fascinating about the season opener against Baltimore is they played 80 snaps on defense, and Steve Spagnuolo was like, we can't do that ever again this season. So the offense, even though it could be more explosive, right, even though they could be more efficient, particularly in the red zone when they're moving the football with this much success, it does give the defense time to rest. It does put the pressure on the opposing team's offense because they have the ball less amount of time. And this may be a big part of the, equation or formula to beating Buffalo is if this has always been the case with Josh Allen, and even though he's still right now my MVP vote, the book on Josh Allen is get him frazzled, get him to speed up, get him to take unnecessary risks, even though you can still, manage the clock in the game in the second half. And that's why he's had trouble being a little, helter-skelter in a little bit of a frazzled state. Now, it doesn't help when Chris Jones is chasing you either, but I do get the sense that, hey, if the Chiefs have the lead in the third quarter and they've possessed the ball a decent amount more than the Bills, all of a sudden, Josh Allen feels pressure. Maybe he takes a risk or a gamble that he doesn't necessarily have to in that moment, but it could be the difference between why you win and why you lose, even though that play did not happen necessarily in the fourth quarter. The Chiefs are one of the best third quarter teams because they find what your weakness is, they start to exploit it, and then they also, again, to your point, just keep handing the ball to Kareem Hunt for 4 yards, keep passing the ball to Travis Kelce for 7, and eventually the other quarterback feels like he has to go above and beyond what is normally the case, and that usually means you're leading yourself to more mistakes, which the Chiefs usually capitalize on.
Talking with Nate Taylor, The Athletic, and we were talking earlier about Andy Reid, and the Coach of the Year stuff keeps coming up, and he's clearly the Coach of the Year in the NFL. Anybody else would be uncivilized. And when I look at what Andy's been able to do, and the reason why he's Coach of the Year is because when they started training camp to where they are right now, like literally everything they worked on in training camp is like that. We're not using any of that. Hollywood's hurt, Rashee Rice is hurt, Pacheco went down. This team is still 9-0, and they're 9-0 because of Andy Reid. And I'm tired, Nate, and you can relay this to all your voters out there that you may know. I'm tired of people taking Andy Reid for granted around this league.
Yes, but he's a staple now. It's so unfortunate, and you make a great point, Bob, about like, hey, there's no way else. Like, I think there's only one coach in the league who could maybe replicate what Andy Reid and his coaching staff have done, and I think he is probably one of the leading candidates for Coach of the Year. Right? I know some people will say, hey, Detroit's had a marvelous season. Everybody loves Dan Campbell. From a personality standpoint, he's obviously in the mix. I think the only coach who could do what Andy Reid has done to a similar degree is Mike Tomlin.
I agree, 100%.
Because I think the reason Mike Tomlin might win the award more so than Andy Reid is Mike Tomlin don't have Patrick Mahomes.
Sure.
That's the only difference, kids. He somehow got Justin Fields to be less turnover prone, and then was like, great job, kid. Eat this clipboard. We're putting Russell Wilson back onto the field, who, by the way, had to be humbled quite a bit over the last 2 years. And we're going to I'm going to train and, reposition my team to be most efficient for Justin Fields. And then in the middle of the season, guess what we're going to be, guys? We're going to be a watered-down version of the Legion of Boom Seahawks, which means, hey, we're going to run the ball. We're going to pass rush our asses off. And, Russ, I just need 2 throws. 2 throws over the top to make the other defense honest, and we got enough skill position players that they're going to catch those balls more than the 50-50 ratio allows. So with all that said, maybe Mike Tomlin gets the Steelers or the Chiefs, if you want to swap rosters, to like 8-1, 9-0. Here's what Andy Reid doesn't get enough credit for, and I actually wrote about it today in The Athletic, through the lens of DeAndre Hopkins, right? DeAndre Hopkins is a great player. He's been doing this for 11 years, and he acknowledged to us yesterday, nah, man, it's different. Like, there's a standard. Andy is very detail-oriented. He's asking me questions about the entire concept of the play on day one. Like, hey, man, I just got the playbook. Hey, do you understand everything that's going on? Not just your assignment, not just what you and the quarterback are supposed to do, but, like, do you know the protections? Do you know the timing of everything? Are you aware of, like, hey, if Travis Kelce starts to ad-lib, he can either manipulate the defense or it can actually give you more space to work on your route to give yourself more time to be available for Patrick Mahomes. I know DeAndre Hopkins is good, guys, but their offense is really, really complicated, and in 3 games, he now leads all Chiefs receivers in receiving yards in the past 3 games. It's nuts. But that comes down to literally coaching, having the right play calls, knowing what to build on from week 1 to week 2, and then obviously getting the quarterback to not be a frazzled lunatic out there. Guys, I cannot remind you enough that Patrick Mahomes does not have his top 3 receivers when the season began. His left tackle is a different person literally in the middle of the game, okay? And sometimes you're going to have a deflection that turns into an interception. Sometimes you're going to have your rookie wide receiver fall down, and it's going to lead to an interception. Sometimes you're going to throw a perfectly gorgeous ball on the sideline, and your rookie wide receiver runs out of bounds. Or he will run the actual right route, and because, again, you've been dealing with an ankle injury, you're frazzled, hell, do I have protection, do I not? You overshoot a pass, and it doesn't even land in the field, it lands out of bounds, so you miss that opportunity for a touchdown. Andy Reid still gets Patrick Mahomes to accept the grind, be willing to make the right decision, even though it may not work more times than not. And guess what? If you're struggling, I will find the right play for you, for Travis, for Kareem, for DeAndre. Again, half these guys ain't even been here for training camp, and they're still undefeated because they have a good defense. And as Andy Reid said on Sunday, I mean, look, they still go through the little things, right? Hey, we're gonna work on field goal block because you never know, because everything matters in this game, because there's so many ways to win, there's so many ways to lose, and my job is to not make you feel like you weren't prepared. So he teaches the coaches how to coach. He is a master of how to get guys motivated, and then also when your quarterback is dealing with chaos, he is an addition to the problem solving more so than, hey, I'm just a guy that says, hey, go out there and try to make it work.
No doubt. Nate Taylor, The Athletic, real quick before you get out of here. You're starting a franchise tomorrow in the NFL. You can't say Patrick Mahomes. Josh Allen or Joe Burrow, who do you take?
Josh Allen, because Josh Allen, almost to a point, is indestructible. Whereas, sadly, Joe Burrow,
that's a good point,
gets hurt, and I just...
You're welcome.
And here's another thing, too. with T. Higgins, Tyler Boyd, and Jamar Chase, I think half the quarterbacks in the league could have similar statistics.
Mm-hmm.
Josh Allen has nobody, guys. Nobody. He does not have a DeAndre Hopkins. He does not have a Travis Kelce, okay? Hell, he don't even have an Xavier Worthy. The dude is so good, guys. When he's right, and you add the running element and the fact that, like, he can take on hits and has, again, finished seasons, which, again, Joe Burrow has not at times because he has an injury history. It's unfortunate. But when you put all those things into the mix, I'm just like, okay, the Chiefs did this in 2022. Hey, let's take away some of the best top of the offense so that we can actually balance the roster out and get younger at certain positions. Well, the Buffalo Bills just did that this offseason, ladies and gentlemen. They are, again, still chasing the Chiefs, but replicating what the Chiefs did in their success in 2022 and 2023, where they trusted the quarterback to say, like, hey, man, you can get us through a season. We can give you, like, B- players, maybe C+ skill position players. And he's so good that, guess what, kids, are 8-2, and they're still in the mix. And even though I thought it was going to be a down year, Josh Allen right now is my MVP because he is making the most with the least amount of skill position players and playing at that high of a level, not named Patrick Mahomes.
Well, Nate, we appreciate it. Keep replicating your success from child 1 to child 2 and everything that goes well with that. We wish you nothing but the best and enjoy the in-season Super Bowl that is Buffalo, Kansas City this Sunday at 3:25.
Yes, sir. Can't wait. I guess I got to eat these buffalo wings before the game.
And chocolate chip cookies.
Yep.
All right. Take care, Nate.
See you, Nate.
Yes. Thank you, guys.
Nate Taylor there, presented by Mark Ferguson. We all make mistakes. Let Mark and his legal team make the best of them. 816-221-1750. I'll piggyback on something that Nate said, plus a stat that's going to blow Bob's mind on the other side. 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
Fescoe and Dusty. Subscribe and watch the show on YouTube by going to our channel at The Fan 965, Kansas City's FM sports station. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, you may have woke up with joint pain today, right? Does it hurt when you do even the most routine physical activity? And have they told you it's time for knee or hip replacement surgery? Well, stop what you're doing and listen. You deserve a life of comfort and ease with no surgery and no meds. And QC Kinetics can get you there. My friends over at QC Kinetics are the nation's leader in regenerative cellular treatments for joint pain. It's an all-natural approach that harnesses your own body's healing properties to treat the root cause of your arthritis pain. And everybody's talking about this now because it's so cutting edge. The protocols developed by QC Kinetics are life-changing for so many people. And you can have real, lasting relief from chronic joint pain without drugs, without surgery, and without downtime. Discover your options with advanced regenerative medicine at QC Kinetics. The consultation is absolutely free. 816-412-6299. That's 816-412-6299. QC Kinetics off 435 in State Line and in Gladstone. QC Kinetics, 816-412-6299.
There are several reasons folks buy replacement windows for their homes. To improve the looks, make their home more comfortable, or the granddaddy of them all, to save money on their energy bills. And what if you could get triple glass windows for the double glass price? You'd say, Bob, I think the butter has slid off your noodles. But I have 3 words for you. Thermal King Windows. Their triple glass windows are more than 30% more efficient than their next competitor's windows. These American-made beauties are built like a Sherman tank, but with the looks and style of a luxury automobile. And you can take that to the bank. Of course, they'll probably look at you funny and ask you to move aside, at which point you just smile and say, Thermal King Windows. Call today for your free, no-obligation estimate and window consultation. 888-KING-WIN or online at thermalkingwindows.com.
Thermal King Windows. Chiefs Kingdom. Hy-Vee has red-hot news. We're doubling down. Shop Hy-Vee the day after this week's Chiefs game and earn a fuel discount that's double the Chiefs score. This Monday only, score double the savings. That's right, double the fuel savings based on the amount you spend. If the Chiefs score 28 points on Sunday, you save 56 cents a gallon with any $56 purchase. The higher the score, the more you save. Win or lose on Sunday, score double the savings on Monday only at Hy-Vee. Offer good in-store and online. Some restrictions apply. See store for details.
It's Thirsty Thursday at Hy-Vee. Time to stock up the bar and fill up your tank.
Earn 50 cents per gallon fuel savings on every $50 purchase of wine, beer, hard seltzer, and spirits. Mix and match all your favorite libations and get a 50-cent fuel saver with every $50 purchase. Stack up the savings, and your next fill-up could be free. Don't miss Thirsty Thursday at your Kansas City, Missouri Hy-Vee. Product or promotion differs by location. Offers valid where legal, available while supplies last.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their end-to-end solution helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates all year round. Schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from your Indeed dashboard. Learn more by visiting Indeed.com/credit.
Oh no, my phone.
Hear that? It's the sound of a skater dropping her phone and smashing it on the ice. Yep, it's definitely broken. But at Verizon, we got you. Black Friday starts now. Trade in any phone, any condition from one of our top brands and get a new Samsung Galaxy S24 Plus on Unlimited Ultimate and Watch 7 and Tab S9 FE 5G. That's up to $1,900 in value. So you'll save big on 3 great gifts. Hurry into Verizon this Black Friday. Service plan required for Watch and Tablet. Up to $1,900 value based on phone, watch, and tablet. Trade in and additional terms apply. See Verizon.com for details.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Brought to you by Bud Light, the official beer partner of the Kansas City Chiefs. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Sean Barber. You know there's nothing easier than to enjoy watching the Chiefs with some wings and an ice-cold Bud Light. Join me at Buffalo Wild Wings off 152 and North Flintlock Road in KC Mo, Friday, November 15th. I'll be there from 6 to 8 p.m. Bud Light, easy to drink, easy to enjoy.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
Missouri side 29 southbound, pretty heavy from Armour down past 16th Avenue. Then it's off again, on again, slow into downtown from there. Kansas side, K10 eastbound, still pretty slow from K7 out past Woodland with an accident off to the shoulder. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
Welcome back into Fescoe and Dusty, brought to you by Rainer Garage Doors of Kansas City. LiftMaster has patented MyQ technology. It's the #1 professionally installed garage door opener. Find them at RainerKC.com. Bob, do you want a stat that I think will blow your mind?
Sure.
So Nate Taylor said that the Chiefs' defense and time of possession is key.
That's right.
Here's why. In the second half, in 9 games this season, the Chiefs are giving up, on average, 7.4 points per game.
Yep. They're not scoring in the second half. It is lockdown central, yeah.
So
the reason I didn't go, whoa, because I did see that somewhere else earlier in the week. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. In the second half, I just did those numbers myself. I'm proud of that.
Yeah, I saw that somewhere, like the Chiefs are averaging, whatever it was, a small number in the second half. It's crazy.
They give up 7.4 points a game in the second half, and they have 2 shutouts on the year in the second half. One of them was to the Chargers.
Mm-hmm.
The other one was, I believe, last week.
And then we still have people going, what's wrong with the Chiefs?
They're just plain it's like I told Nate.
They're not playing the way you
They're the
want to
chocolate
play.
chip cookie,
Yeah.
right? Like, you're not turning it down. No one's ever like, ugh, chocolate chip. Like, I mean, you go to Crumble Cookie, right? Or where your daughter works at
Twisted Sugar.
Right? Like
Peanut butter Nutella.
And see, like, that's cool, but like, it's not always available. But what's always available is what the Chiefs are giving you, which is you could be a team that controls time possession. You can be a team that doesn't allow points, and you can be a team that's successful on third down
because all of those benefit each other. Just like brown sugar, regular sugar, a little bit of vanilla, a little bit of baking soda, a little bit of salt, chocolate chips, boom. It's easy. It's simplistic. It's good. No one's
That's
against
salty
it.
and sweet, though. You didn't like.
I told you I'm contradicting. But I just think it's crazy that, like, if the Chiefs have the lead going into the second half, your
Game
chances
over.
are astronomically higher to win the game. That's why they're 9-0. It doesn't, it's not Detroit. It's not Baltimore where it's like, it's, 21-21 going into the fourth quarter, and then all of a sudden Detroit scores back-to-back, 50-yard plus touchdowns because they can do that. It's the Chiefs get the ball in the second quarter. And it's like, God, are we ever going to get the ball back? They have the ball for more than half the game. They have a 52% success rate on third down. Not only that, they don't allow points. They don't allow rushing yards because you don't run against the Chiefs because you're frantic, which that's the other thing. If you're not allowing second half points and you're controlling the ball, you're now pressing the other team to become a pressing team.
You better score early against the Chiefs, and we've seen that all season long. Teams score on that first possession, that's fine. Whatever, you score 7, big deal. You're down 7-0. Then Spags figures it out. Okay, this is what you want to do today. Fine, we'll counteract that and take care of business and not let you in the end zone for the rest of the afternoon. And that's why the Chiefs to me are just like the premier team in the NFL, because while people are complaining about not having the over the air numbers that they're used to from 2018. This is a team that continually reinvents itself and continually gets better and continually changes the way that they do business. And that's what you have to do in this league. If you stay the same, you're not getting better in this league. They're always getting better. And again, I just continue to make the point for Andy Reid being coach of the year because he's put in place a staff that adjusts. He put in place a staff that can coach. He put in place a staff that knows how to do these in-game adjustments that so many teams are not good at, and they still find ways to win these football games. And so you better score early against this team, and you better score often early because the second half rolls around, you don't stand a chance against the Chiefs, and they're just doing it differently. Does it make it any better or worse than watching a team score 40 points a game? No, a win's a win in this league, no matter how you have to do it, and this league has drastically changed since Patrick Mahomes came onto the scene and was throwing for 500 yards a game when he first got here in 2018.
I thought it was kind of interesting to see somebody do something nice for somebody because you never know what it could do. It could change their month, day, week, or year. Leo Chenal blocks the kick last week, and the story comes out on New Heights. Travis Kelce shares a story that he gave Leo Chenal game-used jersey, signed it, gave a message, and Leo Chenal's response was, dude, this is awesome. Even though he's on the field with him and spends almost every day of his life with the guy, he kind of broke him down a little bit more and was like, you were somebody that I idolized growing up, which is crazy to think how much Travis Kelce been in the league. Leo Chenal in his third year.
We talked about it yesterday. Most of these guys don't know Andy coached the Eagles.
Right. And Leo Chenal grows up, obviously I think he went to Wisconsin for college. He goes out there. He's watching Travis Kelce play football, loves watching Travis Kelce. Travis Kelce gives him a game-used jersey the day he blocks a game-winning field goal kick with a heartfelt message. And you see an athlete do that, and it makes me think, like, if you were in Leo Chenal's, area or, like, in his world, right, you're not the athlete, but let's say you get this gift. Who's an athlete that you would love someone to give you like a game-used jersey and sign it, whether it's baseball, basketball, football, whatever?
Yeah, I actually had this opportunity. It was years ago at spring training, and it was George Brett. And he knew that I grew up idolizing Don Mattingly. And so we were sitting around batting practice at spring training one day or whatever, and he was down on the field talking to Don Mattingly, who was managing the Dodgers, and I was kind of up in the stands. It was early. There was nobody there. And he screams at me, "Get down here, Fescoe, right now. You're going to meet Don Mattingly." And I'm like,
the sweaty palms start happening. You're like,
and I got to meet Don Mattingly. And so I understand from
Did you
that
get a mustache
standpoint.
whisker?
He didn't have it at that time.
Oh, man.
I understand like Leo Chenal and what he's going through. Like, you get the opportunity to meet your hero, right, growing up, or you get the opportunity like Leo Chenal play with a guy that you idolized growing up. That's really, really cool. So I kind of have that moment. Not that I blocked a kick or anything fun like that. I was just sitting there being fat and, got summoned. Like, I got to walk down here. Yeah. But really, really, really cool moment. And I'll always kind of like, oh, George, that one. Like, that was really cool. Like, George Brett is introducing me to Don Mattingly. Think about that for a second. That was crazy, man. Who's yours?
I have two that are actually a real life one, but if I could get one, I would love like a Seattle Mariners hat signed by Ken Griffey Jr. It's like, thanks for being a fan.
enjoy the show. Signed Ken Griffey Jr. I would just never touch it. It'd be up in a. I got HBK's autograph. That is Shawn Michaels from the WWE or WWF back in the day. He came and did like a meet and greet. My stepmom surprised me with a signed Shawn Michaels. I still have it to this day. In fact, it is in the back of the book with 2 other autographs. I have Derek Thomas's autograph.
Oh, nice. That's a
on
good
a
one.
profile picture. Yeah. They used to do this thing back in Blue Springs on 7 Highway. And they would just have like Chiefs players would come out, like the Chiefs players would come out, and they would sign autographs, right? Like shout out to Travis Kelce going to Hy-Vee this week. I saw the turnout was amazing, doing pictures. Leo Shaw. Yeah, sorry, Leo.
I remember standing in grocery store lines as a kid getting autographs of random NFL players.
Right, and my dad and I went and saw Derek Thomas, and I still have the photo. It's signed. And then the other one involves my dad as well. We went to the Royals game. I've told this story 100 times, but we went to the Royals game, Cal Ripken's last time at Kauffman. And my dad, kind of one of those grown-up moments for me, even though I was young, he's like, go get his autograph. He'll be down at that dugout. Just go stand there and hold that book up. And I had his biography, and it's Cal on Cal. And he goes through all these people that have like license plates, baseballs, Royals hats.
He signed everything, didn't he?
Oh, yeah. I mean, and I was like, Mr. Ripken, it's my birthday. I was like turning like 9 years old. And I was like, it's my birthday. He's like, I'll get to you, kid. Whole world stops. Complete silence. And I'm like, oh, my God, Cal Ripken just talked to me. Picks me up on top of the dugout. I've got one of those old winding cameras, and I just start taking shots of his face. I'm just like, zzz, zzz, zzz. He opens it up, signs it, just Cal Ripken, shuts it, and says, how long have you been a fan? I was like, my whole life. He goes, well, that's not very long. And I was like, yeah, I still enjoy watching you play. Congratulations on the record that you broke. I go back to my seat. I'm white as a ghost. My dad goes, well, and I just didn't say a word, didn't even look at him, just handed him the book. He opens it up, and I can still smell the fresh Sharpie come out. My dad just does just like laugh. He's like, how freaking cool.
Yeah, it's awesome.
And I was like, I got Cal Ripken's autograph.
Yeah.
Like, so, I mean, I'm not really an autograph guy anymore. Like, I'd love like a Bobby Witt Jr. signed jersey.
Certain things you'd like to have, like don't be one of those creepers that stands outside the stadium.
No.
One of the coolest moments I saw, and
Unless you're a kid. I think if you're a kid,
you're
you
a kid,
wait.
fine.
Yeah.
I'm talking about the adults.
Yeah.
Oh, the other guys are losers with a capital L. I was out there one time walking in or whatever, and I don't remember who the hell it was, right? And it's a bus. They drop off half the team or whatever, and all these guys are like, would you sign? And the guy gets off the bus. Again, I wish I remembered who it was. Looks at this loser with his book of baseball cards and goes, if you can tell me who I am, I'll sign.
That's pretty good.
And the guy had no clue.
Somebody says, Will Shields, when I was a little kid, we went to the River Falls for training camp, and he stayed late just to talk to me about football questions that I wanted to ask him.
That's awesome. If you got a chance to go to River Falls back in the day, that was the place to go because everybody was right there. You could get right close to the field. There was not a lot of people up there. It was great for autographs back then.
We bring it back up before we get into more Chiefs content, but we have to bury a name that we no longer talk about, or we or Mac or you will be fined, and then we get to drink on your dime. We bury the name. Coming up on the other side here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty.
I just want to say how awesome it is to have Bob Fescoe and Legend Likens on every morning to start my day. I freaking love you guys.
On your home for Kansas City sports, 96.5 The Fan.
Well, I'll tell you what, guys, half of men over the age of 50 suffer from erectile dysfunction, and with even more of us affected as we get into our 60s and beyond. But you know what? It can impact younger men, even in your 30s, which makes it one of the most pervasive conditions in all of medicine. ED causes an emotional toll on relationships and impacts a man's confidence and self-esteem, which are true tragedies of erectile dysfunction. This is why you need to get treated for your ED. But where you get treated is just as important as getting treated because who you trust for health care is critical. At Heartland Men's Health, they have treatments that work when the pills or herbals fail, and they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. Some treatments can even have you last an hour or more. Heartland Men's Health is successfully treating men right here in Kansas City. So schedule a consult with Heartland Men's Health today. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes a medical consult with a licensed medical provider, a T and PSA test, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. They have an expert staff, and if you're like a lot of men, you could be having sex the day after your appointment. They have 3 locations to serve you: Overland Park, Independence between Blue Springs and Lee Summit, and their new office in North Kansas City. Call them today, 844-447-6600, or visit heartlandmenshealth.com.
When it comes to beef, nothing tops world-class highly marbled Wagyu. Booth Creek Wagyu's Overland Park Meat Market is ready to elevate your beef. Their farm-to-fork commitment brings this intensely rich and flavorful beef from the tall grass prairies north of Manhattan, Kansas, directly to your table. Stop into the store to see what our customers are calling the jewelry store of beef and taste the difference. Our in-store experts are sampling freshly seared Wagyu 7 days a week. Located in the shops at Deer Creek Woods at 135th and Metcalf.
Hey, you already know that there's nothing like a custom designed and crafted jewelry treasure from House of Diamonds. A one-of-a-kind creation built from scratch for a one-of-a-kind love. But sometimes you have a need for speed. This is Gene at House of Diamonds, and just in case custom jewelry isn't in the cards, we have a case. Actually, we have 19 cases filled with some of the most beautiful handcrafted jewelry you'll ever see. Earrings, rings, bracelets, pearls, pendants, and fine gemstones. A lot of it we created in our shop. All of it carries our name with the quality and craftsmanship you've come to expect from House of Diamonds. And any item can be tweaked and customized just for you. Think of it as Custom Express. Family-owned House of Diamonds. House of Diamonds on the southeast corner of College and Quivira.
Finding an attorney can be an overwhelming process. Fortunately, since 1996, Mark Ferguson has helped thousands of Kansas Cityans during their time of need. Whether you're facing a traffic violation or a more serious crime, Mark and his team of seasoned, compassionate professionals are here to fight for you in all of your legal matters. Mark has built his career on integrity, knowledge, and an incredible reputation. Call Mark Ferguson at 816-203-2263. The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them, the right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Here's traffic, brought to you by DM Injury Law. Have you or a loved one been in a car wreck? Contact DM Injury Law today and get the money you deserve. Car wreck? Remember, Mike's got this.
K10 eastbound, things improving. Still slow around K7, but once you get out to Woodland, you pick up and move a little better. Earlier accident there looks to have cleared. 69 Highway northbound, still heavy around 135th Street. Alan Carr, 96.5 The Fan, traffic.
You can listen to the play-by-play of the Chiefs and Bills game with Mitch, Danon, and Kling right here on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan, KFNC FM and AM, HD1 and HD2 Kansas City, and Odyssey Sports Station.
Right back here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City sports. Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens back, Maury with you. Going back to what we talked about earlier about a jersey or a guy that you would like to get an autograph for. From the 913, I was 14 years old during the Royals 14 run. My dad and I went shopping at the team store. I was 14 years old during the Royals 2014 run.
Okay.
My dad and I went shopping at the team store on an off day. We were in the checkout line, and I turned around, and I saw Mike Sweeney right behind us.
Cool.
I turned to my dad, and I said, "That's Mike Sweeney. I'll never forget that."
That's awesome. I bet Mike was the greatest guy in the world to you, right?
Super nice guy.
Did you say hi? Please say you say hi.
Yeah, I bet. Well, yeah. Somebody had asked a text on the text line earlier, because I told you that the Chiefs have allowed 7.4 points in the second half. They are averaging scoring-wise 12.1 second half points, so a 5-point differential-ish.
Yeah.
Bob says it's got to be a little better.
I'd like it to have a little bit better. Like 12 points in the second half seems small to me, right? I don't know. Maybe
last
I'm
week
wrong
they scored
about
6,
that.
and that kind of skews that number a little bit.
It does, but they also have one where they scored 20,
Yeah.
in the second half. But no, I'd like to see a little bit more in the second half than 12. I'd like to see
get
14.
the 2 full touchdowns.
Yeah, right, exactly.
That just shows me how much trust they have in that defense.
Yeah, it does. But it also shows you how hard it is to score now in this league,
True.
you know?
And, 12 points average in the second half, giving up 7 in the second half, meaning that their defense is locked down. Their offense is also just like, hey, all we got to do is win the time of possession and get third downs, and we'll win the game.
Don't make mistakes, and we'll win. Yeah.
I mean, has it been, 2-3 weeks since we've seen a mistake from Mahomes? Yep. Really? That's like where you're like, damn it. Like, don't do that.
right?
Yeah, I don't.
People are fumbling, like they're getting sharper at the right time.
I
like
think
we talked about
defenses
earlier.
are just getting better too in this league.
That's fair.
I think there's a
100%.
lot of
That's fair.
players on the defensive side of the ball that are stars.
Defense is cool. If defense is cool, consider me Miles Davis.
That's right.
We have to bury Aaron Rodgers. He is no longer relevant. Bob,
Right.
I know that we come on this show a lot. I know that you love spewing hatred towards him because it's well-merited.
Well, it's Schadenfreude. Happiness
Yeah.
is the misfortune of others. And with Aaron Rodgers, he's one of those people that I enjoy Schadenfreude with because he's such a douche.
Yeah, it's easy, right? Like it's free content. But he had this to say yesterday, or maybe it was the day before. It doesn't really matter. But they asked him about next year.
You've talked about wanting to play beyond this year before. Has the way this season gone for you or as a team changed that thought at all?
Not really. Not for the negative. No, not really.
Do you still want to play in 2025?
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Like
He
I just feel
also-
like he talks down to everybody.
He's the smartest guy in the room. But he's no longer allowed to be talked about in this room because if he is, what happens?
We fine you $20 and we put all the money into a jar, and at the end of the month, we're going to go out and get drunk.
That's right.
On the $20 and however much money we make. And so the only way Aaron Rodgers' name can be mentioned on this show beginning tomorrow, because we got to do it today to explain the thing, is if he dies or retires. That's it. There's no more mention of Aaron Rodgers because he is irrelevant. He is no better than Daniel Jones.
Yeah, he doesn't deserve our breath anymore.
No, he doesn't deserve anybody's breath. And I
No.
don't know if you guys felt it this week. Not a lot of the McAfee stuff made its way around.
The only thing that made it around, I don't know if you caught this or not, some guy.
Oh, my God, this was
How great was
Yeah.
it? Did you see this?
I don't know.
Some guy created a fake stat on Sunday afternoon,
no.
and Aaron Rodgers used it as credit.
Yeah, and used it. Yeah, yeah.
What was the
something about Jared Goff winning
It's
games
something
with
about
interceptions?
it's something
Just some
about
nonsense.
Yeah, and if you go to like
Kind of trying to make himself
if
look
you
better.
go to Nick Wright's Twitter,
Okay.
he just blew Rodgers up about it because he's also on this page. But like, guy creates a fake stat. Rodgers uses it as a stat, but he's the smartest guy in the room.
That's right.
I love that.
Which is so good because if you're going to portray yourself as the smartest guy in the room and constantly criticize the media for not doing their job,
Yep.
well, you just did what you complain about all the time. You just took a stat that Rod and Olathe created and left it out there, and you took it as fact. And I thought that was brilliant.
That's
that was
amazing.
great. But that's the only thing you really heard about Aaron
That was
Rodgers
an
this
LOL
week.
moment for me, by the way.
Oh, for me too.
That was a
yeah.
no one's around. I'm like, oh, sorry.
Yeah. Again, Schadenfreude, happiness at the misfortune of others. And
Right.
I think Aaron Rodgers is that guy where we just look at him and go, you know what? Enough of this guy. And I think America's tired of Aaron Rodgers. We're talking about a team and a quarterback that has 3 wins on the season. And then we act like this guy, we fawn on this guy and bow at his feet like he's somebody special. You are Daniel Jones, just older.
Yeah, you are irrelevant because I brought this up to you yesterday. By the way, Bob and I text. I don't know if anybody needed to know that, but I was like, hey, I got a really good idea for tomorrow. And he's like, what is it? It's probably going to fail. And I was like, no, I'm kidding to say that. But I was like, we have to bury Aaron Rodgers. He's no longer relevant in the news. He's no longer, he's not on ESPN. He's not on Fox Sports 1. He's not on ESPN 2. It's irrelevant because I was listening to Alex and Drew Nixon go back and forth after the Cincinnati loss to the Chiefs. And he was like, he said something about, why are we talking about a 4-win team? I don't
That's
want to
right.
talk about Cincinnati until they get into a position where we can actually say that they're a competitive football team that actually has a chance to be worth talking about. And Drew's like, well, they have Joe Burrow in there. He's like, no. I don't care they have Joe Burrow.
You don't get into the
He's like,
playoffs
they're a
based on who your
4-win
quarterback
team.
is.
And I do still hold on to hope that Cincinnati will make the playoffs. I think that they have a good chance. But the Jets have won 3 games. They're, 5, 6
Would you
games?
rather see Cincinnati or Denver in the playoffs?
Cincinnati.
From a matchup standpoint for the Chiefs.
Cincinnati.
I agree.
Yeah, I don't want Denver to have more hunger.
Yeah, no, I'm with Dusty on this one. After I think
I also am a sick.
Wow,
so listen
that's
to me before you judge me. I'm a sicko sports fan. I want the content. I want to be able to have the opportunity to talk on this show.
No, I get it, but he
about
asked
beating-
matchup.
Yeah,
Matchup-wise for the
wise,
Chiefs.
Yeah, because T. Higgins is gone.
Denver showed that they could be a good matchup.
They said he's not coming back for the rest of the season, probably.
Yeah,
They
Denver
said there's no timeable return for T. Higgins. It came out today.
Denver's
say
a good
yesterday, wasn't
matchup,
it?
and then Bo Nix is now being celebrated by Patrick Mahomes.
I mean, that kind of stuff is awesome. That's, fortunate part of playing the game and competing against these, the guys that have been doing it on the stage for so long. And, it's an honor, but at the same time, those are the games that you got to continue to play and continue to compete in and ultimately win. And you get guys like that, their respect. And then when you get their respect, it's just kind of it's a special thing for you. It's not something to be complacent about, but it's definitely you feel like you're on the right track and you're doing the right thing.
So Bo Nix, if you missed the story, which probably most people did, after the game, Patrick Mahomes went to Sean Payton and goes, "You got one there in Bo Nix." And so Patrick Mahomes is giving praise to Bo Nix right now. I think they may be the team that challenges for the long haul in this division right now with Bo Nix.
Here's a matchup for you. Tell me I'm wrong. Who matches up better? Trent McDuffie versus Jamar Chase, Trent McDuffie versus Cortland Sutton?
Jamar Chase.
We have one game of evidence.
So
that's all I've got.
That's all you got, though. That's all you got to go on.
Bo Nix cooked Trent McDuffie.
He did.
Joe Burrow can't cook Trent McDuffie. Jamar Chase is 1,000 times better than Cortland Sutton. Cortland Sutton looked 1,000 times better than Jamar Chase.
Cortland Sutton just was getting right behind him.
You guys are really going to tell me with a straight face you're more scared of Cortland Sutton than Jamar Chase.
Based on what we've seen this year,
I've seen so far, Jamar Chase has half those
That's
catches.
crazy.
It's not crazy. It's stats.
I mean, it's
who has more
I know
yards?
Bob's coming at me with stats.
I didn't. No, I'm not coming at you with stats. I'm coming at you with the eye test.
Who has more yards against Trent McDuffie, Cortland Sutton or Jamar Chase?
But that's
okay.
But yeah,
You
sure.
can't even answer the question.
No, I can. Yeah, sure. But
Momo, answer the question.
But you're gonna tell. Well, come on, that's ridiculous. Cortland Sutton is not more of a threat to the Chiefs in the playoffs than Jamar Chase.
I don't want to see the Denver Broncos in the postseason.
You'd rather see Joe Burrow.
I don't want to see
Bo
him
Nix.
either, but I don't want to see the Denver Broncos.
But you'd rather see.
The last 2 years, they've played this team very tough. They beat them last year. They almost beat them at home last year. They almost beat them at home this year. Week 18 is going to be very interesting. If this is down to the wire, that's not a gimme in Denver on Week 18.
January against Denver is going to be much different than a November game.
I disagree because Denver's going to be playing for something. Have you seen the standings, Momo? It's not good.
Have you seen who's Denver's beaten? No one.
Did you see how they played against the Chiefs, though?
Did you see how the Chiefs played against Denver? The Chiefs played terrible. It was their worst game of the season.
I don't care who played who and how this got there. That doesn't mean anything. There's no if-then statements in sports. You look at the actual matchups, and the actual matchups, Denver's a good football team.
Cincinnati's better. But
yeah.
But I mean, it's obvious. I think I'd rather play Bo Nix in the playoffs than Joe Burrow. But going off recency bias, Denver played the Kansas City Chiefs better than anybody's played them all year.
Yeah.
And now maybe that's just like that game. That's a lot of juice.
Yeah, I don't know if I'd agree with that. Cincinnati would be right there with them, but sure.
Yeah, Cincinnati scored.
But Cincinnati melted down at the end. Denver lost that game because the Chiefs made a play. They didn't melt down or give the Chiefs the win or anything like that.
And somebody in the text line says Sutton had 70 yards, calm down. He also had a touchdown.
Huge touchdown in that game.
And then they said Chase can go for 150 any day. Sutton can't. Chase has not done that against Trent McDuffie.
No.
Trent McDuffie locked Jamar Chase down so much.
Jamar Chase had a big game in Cincinnati that year before they beat us here in the AFC Championship.
Trent McDuffie's played Cortland Sutton multiple times. I'm going to go look at the numbers. Guarantee you he's locked him up multiple times. Yeah, he got the better of him on Sunday.
But how do you know if he's on him on every play or not?
Exactly. Well, you don't either. And
I
you guys
just watched it the other day, though. I watched Cortland Sutton right by Trent McDuffie.
Yeah, I know. It was crazy. No, I can't.
Right by him. And Bo Nix floated it right over the top.
Had like 13 more yards than Jamar Chase.
Okay.
Insane. I'm surprised.
By what?
That you guys both think
that I'd rather play a non-division team as opposed to...
Because it'll be the third time, too. I don't like the third matchup in the playoffs.
I think it's ridiculous that anything we say, you look at us like we're idiots.
No,
like
that's
everything
not true.
It is true in this situation. Like everything we've said, you'd be like, "You kidding me? That's asinine take." Oh,
in
come on.
In this take?
Yeah.
Well, in this last 5 minutes, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think you guys have made a cogent point.
Who's got the better record? Who's played better football?
But again, we're talking about, I think the Bengals have played better football.
But they don't have the better record. I don't care what you think the record is. Yes, it is. You are who your record is. You are who your record is.
Who would win a game between Denver and Cincinnati tomorrow?
Denver.
It'd be a really good game. Denver has a solid
so
defense.
So there really
but
isn't a wrong answer here.
But we're talking about matchups. Yes, there is a wrong answer.
Oh, okay.
You are who your record are. I that's a Bill Parcells line. Shannon Sharp told me that to my face when I said, "You're better than this." He goes, "No, we're not. We are what our record is." And from that day forward, you are what your record is. I don't want to hear they could be, they should be, they will be. They aren't. They aren't. If Cincinnati was so good, they would be leading their division. They wouldn't be struggling to get a postseason spot. They're not that good. I think Cincinnati's kind of been grandfathered in along the way.
Denver's beaten Kansas City more recently than Cincinnati. Yeah, Bob and Dusty are 100% wrong. McDuffie got cooked on one play, then mostly shut down. I'll bet you any amount of money Sutton won't cook Duffy again. Fight. Let's see here. What else here is there to talk about on the text line? Denver would beat Cincinnati if they played right now. Cincinnati would be too focused on trash talk and actual things. Aaron, whatever he says. Denver would
Who's
be
a better coach, Sean McDermott, or not Sean McDermott, Sean, whatever his name is, Peyton or Zach Taylor?
Denver would be focused on ball. That's more dangerous than the single game. I'm more worried about Denver's defense than Cincinnati's offense. I don't know.
Who's the better coach?
Sean Payton.
Yeah, Sean Payton. Absolutely.
Yeah. Dusty and Bob are both wrong in this debate. Nobody wants to see Cincy in the playoffs.
I don't want to
Accept
see
it.
Cincinnati
You're both wrong.
either, but I don't want to see Denver in the playoffs. I don't want to see Denver.
Mahomes has never lost to Denver. Bring them on anytime, any place. Mahomes lost to Denver last year.
Literally lost
that's
last
not
year.
true. Yeah.
So, yeah. The long pass over McDuffie's head was a weird play. Trent tried to jam him off the line and missed, and they had to play catch up. So
Well,
he
that
got
happens.
beat.
Yeah,
He got beat.
No, he got beat. He got beat.
That happens in games.
Since he lost by fewer points than Denver, and they are one win behind them. I don't know. I guess I'm not ready to give a divisional rival respect after one game. Hasn't Sutton been a Chiefs killer his whole career? Either way, I don't know. If he has been, then I don't want to play him in the playoffs. Either way, I would trust Burrow in the playoffs over Bo Nix. But coming off this season, this year, this matchup, I'd rather play Cincinnati.
Yeah, I'm
than
not
Denver.
talking about the past. I'm talking about what I'm witnessing right now. Denver's a better football team than Cincinnati right now.
Yeah.
And they're feeling good about
You'd
themselves.
back that up, Dusty? Because you just said, you'd back
What's
that up?
that?
Denver's better than Cincinnati?
I think they're the same team.
That's fair.
That's why I say, who would you
Kinda
rather
the same
play?
level?
I think they're on the same plane. I think the quarterback is exceptionally better in Cincinnati. I think the head coach is exceptionally better in Denver. I think that cancels each other out because coach quarterbacks will always go by first. If that game's played in Denver, I take Denver. If that game's played in Cincinnati, I take Cincinnati. If the Chiefs play Denver,
One of those teams is going to be the 7 seed.
Yeah, they play each other. It's a playoff game.
Okay. One of those teams will be the 7 seed. They will play most likely Buffalo as the 2 seed.
Also-
if they were to upset Buffalo, we get the winner of Cincinnati, Denver, and we're going to be going, yay, we don't have to face Buffalo. We own Buffalo.
let's say that you beat Denver twice in the regular season, and then you've got to play them a week later.
I
in
do.
the,
Yeah,
in the
I agree
postseason.
with that.
You
Beating a
want to
team,
play Cincinnati?
no.
You want to play Denver in that
Beating
situation?
a team 3 times in a season is extremely tough.
Very hard. And
Very
it
hard. I will
used to
give you
be
that.
impossible
I
to
will
beat
give you that.
somebody 3 times in the same season.
Now, if that's Carson Wentz in Week 18, I feel a little differently.
Okay,
about it.
that's fair. We went entirely way too
My
long.
fault.
Coming up on the other side, we get to Goldilocks here on Fescoe and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan.
Fellas, ladies too, it's Dusty Likens from 96.5 The Fan, and I know you know, we all know, that the holiday season is coming up. We already are seeing Christmas ads. We already forget about November's big holiday and Thanksgiving. So that's what I'm here to do, to remind you about my friends at Diamonds Direct. If this is the year, fellas, that you're going to get down on one knee and do it, go talk to my friends Angie and David at Diamonds Direct, and they'll set you up. Ladies, if you're looking to get your boyfriend or your fiance or your husband a very nice watch, or maybe you want to get him a necklace or something like that in that field, go to Diamonds Direct. It's literally in Leawood, Kansas. It's at 4500 West 119th Street. The store is beautiful, bright, it's clean. Everyone that works there is nice. They welcome you in. Look, they know you're about to spend some money on something that you care about, so they treat you with care at Diamonds Direct. So again, pop in, say hi to my friends Angie and David, tell them that Dusty Likens sent you, and get ready to experience jewelry shopping done right. For the best quality, best price, and shopping experience, there is no better choice than Diamonds Direct.
MD Anderson Cancer Center is again ranked #1 in the nation for cancer care by U.S. News & World Report's Best Hospitals rankings. Our physicians treat more types of cancers in a day than many see in their whole career. This unmatched depth of expertise, combined with our groundbreaking discoveries, gives our patients access to the most innovative treatment options. Learn more at mdanderson.org.
Gates Barbecue's most iconic flavors will make your holiday meals unforgettable this year. Spice up your holiday get-togethers with Gates sauces and seasonings, made with fresh ingredients and gluten-free. Prepare your meats, potatoes, and vegetables with Gates sauces and seasonings. And while watching a game or your favorite holiday movie, sprinkle Gates seasoning on a fresh pop bowl of popcorn. Your taste buds will thank you. Buy Gates now. Available at your local grocer or online at gatesbarbecue.com. We do it the old-fashioned way. At Metal by the Foot, we pride ourselves on delivering the highest quality metal to meet your exact needs. Located in Casey and Topeka, online at metalbythefoot.com. When you need a piece of metal, remember, metal doesn't have to cost an arm or a leg, just the foot.
All right, gentlemen, this is Emmett Smith on behalf of Depend, and I've got the perfect play. Run straight to your doctor's office for a life-changing catch. Because when prostate cancer is caught early, it's up to 99% treatable, and one blood test might be all it takes. And now through November, Depend is donating to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for select purchases. Talk about a great play.
From September 1st to November 30th, Depend is donating 40 cents to the Prostate Cancer Foundation for Depend Shield Guards Real Fit products purchased in the U.S. up to a maximum of $300,000 void in Mississippi.
When I wake up
The best mornings
in the morning light,
start with Wrangler.
I pull on my jeans and I feel alright.
Jeans, jackets, and shirts that get your day started. Good mornings make for better days. Wrangler, for the ride of life.
Need to hire? You need Indeed. Their all-in-one platform helps you attract, interview, and hire candidates, all from one place. And Indeed's interview tool lets you schedule and conduct virtual interviews right from their website. Visit Indeed.com/credit.
Here's another great reason to use the United States Postal Service this season. Your boxes are wrapped and the gifts are in. Our employees are ready. Let the holiday ride begin. Let's start with the price. It's easy to manage when you ship with the reliable USPS Ground Advantage. In just a few days, it's sure to arrive. We're working nonstop to keep the spirit alive. USPS Ground Advantage, the affordable and reliable shipping solution for the holidays. Visit USPS.com/advantage.
Order for Jennifer C.
Is this my double shot, double cream, double froth, double pump, double whip, double sleeve?
Yeah. Can you handle that much caffeine?
Did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Oh, really? That's great.
Seriously, did you know Discover automatically doubles all the cash back you've earned at the end of your first year?
Yeah, you just said that.
Did you say I just said that?
Yeah, I'm cutting you off.
I can't have any more? Why not?
You earn, we match. Discover Cashback Match. See terms at discover.com/creditcard.
Your coworkers might annoy you, but we promise we won't. Download the free Odyssey app and you can listen to us at work while you tackle your inbox or get ready for another meeting that probably could have been an email. Tune in late? You can rewind your favorite live shows to catch what you missed. And with Chapters, easily jump to the topics that you care about most, like the latest updates from your team. Your sports talk, your way. The Odyssey app. Download it today.
Today, expect sunny skies with a high of 58.
Weather brought to you by Robert Half. Robert Half's recruiting professionals use their award-winning AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. Learn more at roberthalf.com/talent today.
You're listening to 96.5 The Fan from the Mission Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling Studios. Welcome back to Fescoe and Dusty on your home for Kansas City sports. 96.5 The Fan. It's time for Golden Locks with Alex Gold.
Gotta figure out how to make money on this thing. It's simply too good.
They're trying to steal my decals. Back in here on 96.5 The Fan. Fescoe, Dusty, Gold. I'm glad we're all friends again. Dressing the elephant in the room.
We've always been friends. We disagreed on a certain subject, and that was it.
Well, I apologize if you took it a wrong way. I wasn't trying to do anything like that, but it was tense for a while.
It was. We're fun. That was a couple days ago. You know, we move on.
That's right.
Well, after having that discussion during the break, I can't imagine how we can't move on.
So we just had a discussion to get kind of it had a lot of tires. Okay, so let's say the Chiefs play which team in the playoffs in the divisional round, Denver or Cincinnati? What do you want to play?
Look, there's part of me that would say I want to just stick it to the Bengals again. But also, if we're being realistic, obviously Joe Burrow as a quarterback is a scarier opponent than Bo Nix. And I understand we just saw the result last week. It was a 2-point win. But if we're being honest with ourselves, I mean, come on now. You would rather play Denver than Cincinnati.
But is it a slam dunk answer?
Not as much as it was 2 weeks ago,
Right.
but
Yeah.
it's just because of the result we just saw.
I get living in the moment, right?
Like if you ask at the beginning of the season, it's a different conversation now. I liked Bo Nix coming out of college. I may have been the only one. He's playing really good football.
Last week
right
I was
now,
impressed.
right?
I'll give him a ton of credit for last week.
He didn't look like a guy that's playing his first game at Arrowhead Stadium or new to the NFL or anything like that. He looked really good last week, and I think they're going to be a thorn in our side for a long time to come because he's young.
It's weird. I agree with you, but you know what's weird? I think it's still a great thing for Chiefs fans because while, yes, I think he'll end up getting a second contract and be their quarterback for a bit, the ceiling on him, though, I mean, like if we're looking at the other young quarterbacks, like I'm so thankful Jaden Daniels is not in the AFC. Yes. I'm so thankful eventually Caleb Williams is not in the AFC. But,
I wish he was.
I don't know. I don't know about that. Right now, sure. If he can get a real coach.
I wish Eberflus was in
There you go.
Or is it Eberflus? I did listen yesterday.
Yeah, did you hear Ross Tucker? That was funny. That was pretty funny.
Is it really Eberflus?
No, that's what Cody told him like 3 straight times. And like Ross Tucker was like, actually, it's Eberflus, not Eberflus.
Oh, I thought maybe we were all pronouncing it.
No.
But like the ceiling for Bo Nix is not that high. Like he can be what's his peak? He's Derek Carr, the 12th best quarterback in football.
No, I think he's better than Derek
I
Carr.
think he's Carson Wentz's best season that he had in Philadelphia before he got hurt. I think that's
good.
the top Bo Nix, which, to be fair.
But that was an MVP type season.
It was,
Derek Carr also had one of those. Remember?
Yeah.
Derek Carr had that one year he was like runner-up, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Daniel Jones had a good year, too. Like blind squirrel every once in a while finds a nut, right?
Fair.
But no, I just liked Bo Nix. He's got the pedigree and whatnot with his old man, and so I just
and he's 29.
And he's a little bit, and that does make a difference. You're a little bit more mature, and dealing with life a little bit differently than when you were 21 and whatnot. So I don't know, man. I just kind of like the
his
guy.
college coach could be in the NFL sooner than you think.
I saw that.
Yeah,
I did see that.
So let's
Really?
talk about,
There's
talking
some
about
rumblings.
there's some talk they want him to come to the NFL.
Lanning?
Mm-hmm. Dan Lanning.
He's a KC guy.
That's right down the road. Actually,
it's funny because I think that's such a hard transition to make, and I would tell him to stay where he is.
there's only a couple that have done it. Harbaugh's
He's
one
got
of them.
Carroll and Harbaugh.
He's
That's
got
about it.
unlimited money behind him at Oregon.
Yeah, why would you leave?
You can
Phil
dominate
Knight,
NIL. If Phil Knight, I mean, isn't it true that there was some rumblings that Phil Knight basically said because of his age, he's getting older, like Jerry Jones, but he can actually truly buy himself a championship in college. He's basically like, you tell me whatever, $8 million to get this player, fine, I'll make it happen. Like,
but don't you think Dan Lanning could make more money in college than he could make in the pros?
But he also would have. Oh yeah.
The only reason why you would jump if you're Lanning, let's say they win the title this year, and they obviously have a great chance to do that.
Yeah, what else
is ego. That's it, right? To prove that you can do it in the NFL.
But do you want to go coach the Jets?
Hell no.
Or the Saints?
No, the best job, if the Giants fire Dable, I think it's the best opening. Of the 6
They
that
don't
it looks
have
like,
a quarterback.
Yeah, but they're going to have a top pick.
But there's no quarterback to pick.
I disagree.
I think Drew's guy's gonna get fired. I think that's the best job.
If they miss the playoffs, that could be the surprise, quote unquote surprise one. Right now, we already know the 6 openings, don't we?
Yeah.
Well, you have the Jets.
2 already. I mean, 2 are automatic.
Saints.
I think the Giants. I think Giants end up opening up.
I don't.
Okay.
No, I don't, because I think they're going to give Dayball a chance with a quarterback.
Okay, I think Dallas opens up pretty good.
Raiders open up. Jacksonville opens up.
You guys think the Raiders open up?
Yeah.
I think so, unless their owner's sick of. He's paying McDaniel still. Can he pay Pierce and McDaniel and the new guy?
That's why they had to take on Tom Brady, because they have no money.
Yeah.
Let's take on some money and get to some bets. Let's start with tonight. Washington 3.5-point dogs on the road to Philly.
So I love Philly in the spot. Now the hook scares me. I think I would buy down, get it to -3.
Big tease guy lately.
Yeah, it's been working.
Successful?
But that's not. You don't have to tease to do that, right?
No.
You can just buy the half point and get Philly -3, and you're good. And that way, if they only win by 3, at least you get a push and you don't lose the bet outright. I just think on a short week, it's the short week thing. Philly's at home. Nobody's talking about Philly. Now they're starting to actually play some pretty good football over their last 5 games, and everybody kind of wrote them off. The other thing with this is Jaden Daniels. When he's limited on the ground, we saw last week in what Pittsburgh did, it becomes a problem for them. And we were going to have Paul Charchian talking fantasy football with us later on today. But when we were texting or whatever, he brought this up, and it got me thinking more about some prop bets in this game. Jaden Daniels, the ability for him to run the ball. Tonight, his over-under is 44.5 yards. The Eagles have not given up more than 20 to a quarterback all year. Now, maybe you want to say, well, they haven't played a quarterback like Jaden Daniels. But I have a 20-plus yard cushion. So I love the under Jaden Daniels rushing tonight. It's 42.5, something like that, over at FanDuel. So that's the prop bet that I'm definitely firing on.
To give a little bit of credit, sorry, Bob,
No,
I'll let you go. The Philadelphia Eagles have won 5 games in a row. Here's their wins.
Okay.
Browns at home, at the Giants, at Cincinnati, home against the Jaguars, at Dallas Cowboys.
Yeah, softer.
Yeah, a little bit softer. You take advantage of your Charmin schedule and you go out there and do damage. But I think the reason I'm like listening to Alex going, yeah, is because I follow a lot of different sports radio stations. And now our sister station in Philadelphia, a lot of talk out there, they actually like Nick Sirianni now. and I saw the comment the other day from our sister station, like, please do not do to Nick Sirianni what we did to Andy Reid. And that was focused on the only 2 things he doesn't do well. and stop realizing that he really is a good football coach. You got the Philadelphia media turning around and saying they like this guy. Things must be going well in Philadelphia.
That's amazing how quickly things shift. I mean, they can thank Saquon Barkley in large part for this, too. He's been sensational. That's another thing for tonight. So the Commanders, since Week 5, their pass defense is pretty good, 24th against the run. The Commanders 29th on defense overall. So I just think it's a big night for Barkley on the ground. I think his number's gotten bet up a little too high now, 92.5 rushing yards. I know you're looking
still.
I do not a 92.5.
Under Barkley.
What? No, I wouldn't.
Okay.
I don't know. It's one of those where the same with Tyreek Hill. Like I never to me, there's certain players where you only bet the over, or you don't bet it at all because of the dynamic playmaking ability. Like Tyreek Hill, I would never bet the under on Tyreek Hill just because we all know it can just happen like that. I feel like Barkley's gonna reverse hurdle somebody again tonight.
Right.
That was the most amazing thing I've ever seen.
So if they win tonight, Philadelphia, that's 2 in a row now for Washington. And where do the coach of the year kind of odds go for a guy like Dan Quinn, who a lot of people want to see coach of the year? But if you lose back-to-back games, now you're sitting at 7-4. You're just kind of mid.
It changes everything. For Dan Quinn to win coach of the year, unless they lose the division with 11 wins or something, I think he needs to win the division to be coach of the year. That's why, even for relating it to the Chiefs, I think there are 2 betting markets that could go out the window for the Chiefs if they lose to Buffalo. And one of them is coach of the year. You're mentioning it for Dan Quinn, who's plus 370. Dan Campbell's 5-1. Mike Tomlin 5-1. And then you have a grouping of Reed, O'Connell, and Jim Harbaugh at 6.5-1. If Andy Reid and the Chiefs lose Sunday, and I'm not saying they are, but if they lose, I think you're done with the coach of the year conversation for Andy. And same thing goes for MVP with Mahomes. I think if Mahomes loses on Sunday, fair or not, just the way the narratives work on the award, I think that's out the door as well. So this game on Sunday, the reason why Mahomes and Reed odds are propped up the way they are, in my opinion, is because there's still the chance of a perfect season, and obviously they haven't lost a game yet. So if you're someone that's saying, I think the Chiefs are going undefeated, I know you do, Bob, then I don't think you should be betting Andy at 6.5-1. You might as well just go bet them to have a perfect year at 8-1, because if Andy Reid goes 15-2, but Dan Quinn wins the NFC East, they're giving the award to Dan Quinn,
which is
with
crazy.
the rookie quarterback.
15-2.
I know, but they're going to say, hey, first year head coach in DC with the rookie quarterback. That's the issue I think you would have. Or Mike Tomlin, if he wins the AFC North and wins 11, 12 games with Russell Wilson, if we just saw what Russ looked like in Denver, they're going to say, oh, that's coach of the year stuff.
But they don't factor in all the injuries that the Chiefs have had to overcome, where you didn't have your top wide receivers. When October got here, you didn't have your number 1 running back. I mean, you had to go out and add defensive help. I mean, like people don't factor that how much Andy Reid has had to adjust and change as a head coach just this last couple of months.
Voter fatigue's a real thing, though. I mean, we see from fans like
they never voted for him.
But the voter fatigue in terms of fans, and this still impacts, I think, the media that vote on this at some point, is the hate that is toward Kansas City right now of winning, and the conspiracy theories around the football team and things like that exist. I think there's voters out there that are not going to vote for Andy Reid or Patrick Mahomes because of that.
Oh, God.
It's
I keep telling myself I'm not going to put any sort of juice on this game on Sunday at 3:25. I want to sit back. I want to watch it.
Okay.
I know, but now I'm getting myself out of it because I love the +2 for the Chiefs. We all heard yesterday.
Yep.
I know you guys were talking about how Cody's already got it on the whiteboard. He's got +2, Kansas City. I like this little 2-legger. It's +266 on DraftKings. I like the Chiefs in the under in this game of 45.5. Both teams pretty solid on defense. The Chiefs are only giving up 12 points on average in the second half. They contain, 7.4 in the second half is what they're giving up. They only score 12 in the second half on average in their 9 wins, and they control time of possession. So I feel like if the Chiefs stick to their script, they continue to do what they do on defense and hold the ball. But then again, what do I know? This game could be a 42-38
that's
blowout.
the thing.
It's just when you use all that information, you have to figure it out. It goes.
And we've seen this almost every time these two teams
As
play
Ben
each other.
Maller said earlier, we're all thinking this, so it's going to go this way.
Of course, it happens all the time. And what was the I don't know if it was the regular season matchup or the playoff game. It was like the 24-20 was the score, I think, last year, the regular season game when that was the whole Kadarius Toney offsides game or whatever. So that was 44. This looks like latest number 46.5 at FanDuel. I'm personally not betting the total. I get what you're saying, though, and obviously you have the numbers to back it up for the under to be in play. The 3 bets I'm making in this game they're all Chiefs heavy. One is just straight up plus 2.5 Chiefs to cover the 2.5. The Chiefs on the money line, which is plus 114, and then we're back to the teasers. I guess if I go back and look at your schedule up on the board, Dusty, this is what the 4th straight week that I think you should tease the Chiefs. It's worked. You would have lost your bet these other weeks if you didn't tease the Chiefs down. So let's tease the Chiefs up. All of a sudden, I can get Kansas City plus 8.5. Against Buffalo, and then you pick another game. For me, I'm picking the Texans on Monday night. Right now against Dallas, they're let's see, the line change on me. 8.5. No, that can't be right. Where is it? I'm looking for the Texans Cowboys. 7.5. I'll tease Houston down to minus 1.5. So all of a sudden, I get Kansas City to stay within 8, and Houston to win by 2 or more points at Dallas.
How much of a value bet is that, though?
Well, the odds are going to be worse because you're buying points. So, for example, if I plug in minus 7.5 for Houston, and all of a sudden I take Kansas City, and we do a 6-point teaser, that's minus 134. Whereas if you weren't doing a teaser, you're getting that at plus 266. I mean, it's a huge drop off, but you're buying points. Right. You're kind of CYAing a little bit.
Tell me why that makes sense to bet a $10 bet on a minus 137.
Yeah. So for me personally, it's like I don't think the Chiefs are getting blown out either. The Chiefs, of course, can win this game, but I don't believe they're losing if they do by more than a touchdown. Mahomes has like 1 double-digit loss in his entire career.
Right.
And so if I'm getting Kansas City bet up to 8.5 points, like I'm not saying it's impossible to lose. Of course, it's gambling, but I just don't believe if Kansas City loses this game that Patrick Mahomes is losing by 9 points. I can't fathom that. So I think that's why I'm doing 3 other bets separate as well, right? I wouldn't only do the teaser, but if the Chiefs win, you're winning the teaser, you're winning the plus 2.5, and you're winning the money line. If the Chiefs lose, I can still win 2 other bets.
Yeah.
So it's just kind of covering yourself a little bit. That's why I'm doing it that way.
So if you do Kansas City 2.5 plus, and then you take the money line, what's the third parlay in that to make it a 3-legger that you would put that you'd feel safe on?
I'm not parlaying.
If you were to, I know you don't parlay a lot, but if you were to do that as like the 2.5,
another Chiefs bet, or just
because I think if you're going to take the Chiefs 2.5, you believe they're going to win. I don't think because a field goal obviously that wouldn't cover it, but I think you'd pick the Chiefs to win, which would mean I think you would take the money line as well, which is like a free space on a bingo card, and then that's where I think it gets kind of creative. Do you take the over on Kareem Hunt yards? Do you take Travis Kelce?
D-Hop touchdown, plus 155.
Okay,
yeah, D-Hop touchdown. He didn't have one last week, but I just in this matchup, Mahomes even this week, yesterday I think it was just talking about how he needs to actually get him the ball more.
Oh boy, he's gonna have a big game.
You think? What's his? D-Hop is plus 1.
There's your little kind
165,
of 165.
I'm sorry.
Little what do you call those Easter eggs? I got to get him the ball more. He'll have a game.
I think his number's 51.5 yards
and
too.
Juju's playing. I'd like to know what his numbers are. If they're like those old school Nicole Hardman.
They're not up yet because I think they haven't officially said he's playing.
But I bet his receptions are like 2.5, and I bet his yardage is like 18.5, somewhere around there.
Could see that.
I feel like that's a safe bet as well. So tonight, again, we go back to you like under Jaden Daniels rushing yards.
That's one of my favorite bets.
Anytime Jalen Hurts touchdown, we know the tush push is going to be on the goal line.
I just don't know I don't have it in front of me.
It's probably like minus 110.
Yeah, are you getting? Is it even money for that? The Jaden Daniels one kind of got me excited when I heard that the Eagles hadn't given up more than 20 yards to a quarterback all year, and I know Jaden's dynamic, but. It's not like his total's 22.5. I still have 20-plus yards to work with.
Jalen Hurts is minus 105. Saquon Barkley minus 180. A.J. Brown plus 120. Brian Robinson Jr. That's a guy I stay away from.
He's banged up, though.
Yeah, I would bet unders on him.
He's banged up. Eckler's been getting a lot of the touchdowns for the Commanders. I don't like that.
He's coming back from a hamstring injury. Guy I do like having a big night tonight is Devonta Smith.
Yeah.
I mean, the secondary is good in Washington, but to stop 2 guys.
Lattimore, I think, is available, right? First game with the Commanders. We just don't know. That's been a weakness, but now Lattimore's matched up.
Yep.
Be curious to see how they ultimately play.
What are you doing in the pre-Super Bowl game, the Pittsburgh Baltimore game?
I love
on
Baltimore.
Sunday. You do?
I love Baltimore.
I think you have on the board.
No, but I'm going to change. On the board, I have Minnesota minus 6 against Tennessee. I think I'm going to change it.
Why do you love Baltimore in this one? Because Lamar's not very good against Pittsburgh.
Yeah, there's a ton of trends, and obviously there's also the trend of Mike Tomlin as an underdog. Typically, it's a good spot for Tomlin. The Steelers are coming off the win against the Commanders. I look at Baltimore. I think they're heading in the right direction overall. Not the same as the national narrative, like, oh my goodness, you can't beat this team. Not that kind of stuff. But I think in this particular matchup, for the first time, we're going to see just Derrick Henry be able to actually run on Pittsburgh. That's the one thing in these Pittsburgh and Baltimore matchups. They've never been able to actually run the ball against Pittsburgh because of how great they do. I think they finally have the back, though, in this kind of matchup. Doesn't this matchup feel like it's made for Derrick Henry? It's going to be a physical game.
Yeah.
And I know it kind of scares people because we think Pittsburgh, like, you can't run on them. But if there was a back that can have success running, I think Derrick Henry is that back. It looks like the number's still -3 for Baltimore. It hasn't changed. It's been pretty steady throughout this week. I ultimately think Baltimore wins that division.
Okay.
Like, where are you guys at on Pittsburgh?
I think
because
Pittsburgh wins the division
you do.
now. I
Okay.
do, yeah.
Well, there's good
I'm a
value
huge
on
fan,
that,
yeah.
Bob. You can bet them. If you think they're going to win this week, Pittsburgh against Baltimore, well, then you probably should take a look at their divisional odds and just bet the Steelers. They're plus money, plus 220 to win the AFC North. If they win this game, and they still have every other divisional opponent on their schedule. That's the challenge for Pittsburgh.
That is the challenge, yeah.
Like that, but at plus 220. Like if you think they can beat Pittsburgh,
you got
beat
2
Baltimore.
against Cleveland.
Yeah,
most
2 against
likely,
everybody.
Yeah, most likely Cincinnati's checked out later in the season, so
could be.
Yeah.
What do you got coming up on the show today other than Paul Charchian?
Yeah, we'll head out to Buffalo, talk to our friends up at WGR 550, our sister station, Mike Shope. We've been basically this is like an annual occurrence now. We'd end up just checking in with them as the Chiefs and
Do we
Bills.
play them next year too?
Well, first place schedule.
Finish first again. Right? Yeah.
First place schedule, they would. Yeah, I think that. I don't know if that would be at Arrowhead or out at Highmark Stadium again. But yeah, we'll have Mike show up on the show. We'll talk to Paul Charchian and kind of go through the scenarios of what it looks like for the Chiefs to win this game on Sunday afternoon.
All right, man. We'll see you in 19 minutes.
All right, thanks, guys.
That's Alex Gold here on 96.5 The Fan. He and Cody Tapp coming up at 10 o'clock. We'll get into the rest of the show here about where you would sit on an airplane next to these people. I can't believe some of these are an option. Bob Fescoe, Dusty Likens, and Mac Morey here on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.
You're listening to Fescoe and Dusty on your new home for Chiefs football. 96.5 The Fan.
Well, we were talking about football, and that means we got a game day weekend coming up, and that means you need to get your game day spread from Smokehouse Barbecue. We did it last week when we went out to Arrowhead for the big tailgate, and Ben Maller loved it because it was a pound of burnt ends, a pound of wings, a slab of baby back ribs, a quart of beans, paperware, and serving utensils for $6, all for $79.95. And we had leftovers. And man, it was so good to have that out at the game because it was just the perfect amount of food for everybody to enjoy the best barbecue in Kansas City. And now, as we continue to get closer and closer and closer to that big day, 3 weeks from today is Thanksgiving, you've got to order your turkeys from Smokehouse Barbecue. You will get the best turkey you ever had. You'll pick it up the night before Thanksgiving, the day before that Wednesday, and then on the morning of Thanksgiving, just plop it in your oven, heat it up, and it will be there for you, ready to go when you are ready to eat. A smoked turkey from Smokehouse Barbecue is the way to go. I think my mother mail ordered 2 of them to have sent to her house as well. So I'm excited about Thanksgiving, and I'm always excited about Smokehouse Barbecue. You can check them out at one of their 3 locations in Independence, Gladstone, and Zona Rosa, or at smokehousebbq.com. That's smokehousebbq.com. For over 35 years, locally owned and family operated, it's Smokehouse Barbecue.
Winchester at Lake City Army Ammunition Plant in Independence is the largest manufacturer of small caliber ammunition for the U.S. military. They're hiring technicians starting at $26.72 an hour with a $1,000 hiring bonus. Excellent day one benefits include medical, dental, educational support, paid time off, and company retirement contributions up to 8%. Join Winchester and serve the U.S. warfighter. It's more than a job. It's a mission. Apply at winchester.com/careers.
I'm a call with Lisa Mitsuber, and our hotline is open. Annie from Kansas City, what's on your mind?
I want a dealership that I can trust for a lifetime. Is that you?
We're Google's highest review-rated and only locally owned Subaru retailer in Kansas City. That's a good start.
I just want a great deal. That's all.
How about 0% financing on select 2025 Subaru models? That'll get you a low monthly payment. Fall in love with driving again at Lisa Mitsubaru.
Google highest review-rated Subaru retailer in Kansas City based on 2023 Google Analytics.
Hi, I'm Kim Myers, owner of Top Notch Heating, Cooling, and Plumbing. We'd love to help with your plumbing emergencies, but the best way to ward off those expensive repairs is to schedule a $74 home plumbing inspection. We're still celebrating our 50th anniversary with top-notch deals like cleaning your dusty, moldy ducts for only $4.95. Think your furnace won't make it through the winter? Save thousands on a new Daikin system. Go to topnotchheatingandair.com for details. Thanks, and have a top-notch day.
the official Eras Tour book, coming to Target on November 29th, featuring over 500 photographs from the tour, including never-before-seen performance and behind-the-scenes images. And for the first time, the Tortured Poets Department, The Anthology, with 35 tracks on CD and vinyl.
Only at Target.
Lowe's knows you want to get even more value for the holiday. That's why as a My Lowe's Rewards member, you get new member deals on holiday decor, tools, and more. And you earn points when you shop. More points equal more rewards to help you save on holiday and more. Not a member? Join for free today at Lowes.com/MyLowe'sRewards because Lowe's knows deals. Program subject to terms and conditions. Points are awarded on eligible purchases. See Lowes.com/terms for full details. Subject to change.
Well, you can see the weather starting to get a little bit cooler out there. That means wintertime is coming. And you know what that means? Slippery roads. Your car doesn't start because it's cold out there. When you have any of those issues with your car, my friends over at J Southland Tow can help you out because there's nothing worse than being stranded. There's nothing worse than being in a car accident. There's also nothing worse than having to wait for the insurance company to handle what's going on. Well, you don't have to worry about that with Jay's Southland Tow. That's why I want you to put their number in your phone right now. 816-779-4TOW. 816-779-4TOW. It's in your phone, and now you know you're prepared when something does happen because you just don't know when car trouble is going to happen. It's not going to happen on Tuesday at 2 when you schedule it. No, it doesn't work that way. It happens unexpectedly. It did for me. 5:22 on a Friday. Blew out a tire, called Jay Southland Tow. They were out, and by 6 o'clock, I was on my way again. So put that number in your phone, 816-779-4TOW, or at southlandtow.com. Use the tow service trusted by most local police departments. And Tammy from the Weston, it's Jay's Southland Tow. There's nothing they can't do, so be in the know and use Jay's Southland Tow.
Texting enrolls you into reoccurring automated text messages. Consent not required to purchase. Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, Dan, how you doing? Haven't seen you around the gym.
Yeah, I've really fallen off. Since I turned 40, I just don't get the results I used to get.
Could be lower testosterone. I went through it a while back. I got Nugenix Total T, and it's made a huge difference for me.
I've seen that ad on TV. Is it for real?
Oh, yeah. The key ingredient is something called Tesnor, which helps boost free and total testosterone levels to help you trim up and stay lean.
And it's made a difference for you?
Man, I feel like I'm in my 20s again. At work, in the gym, and in the bedroom.
Are they still giving out complimentary bottles for people to try it for themselves?
Yeah, you just need to send them a text. Text BODY to 42424 right now for your complimentary bottle of Nugenix Total T. Plus, text now and we'll include a bottle of Nugenix Thermo, our most powerful fat incinerator ever, to help you get back into shape fast, absolutely free. Text BODY to 42424. That's BODY to 42424.
Products and statements have not been evaluated by the FDA. These products are not intended to diagnose, treat, cure, or prevent any disease or illness.
Shop Dell Technologies' Black Friday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Black Friday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
Fast show today as it's wrapping up almost to a Friday, Bob's second favorite day of the week. I thought it was interesting. Matthew McConaughey was on a podcast with Bert Kreischer, and they were talking about your best cut of meat.
Is he doing like the podcast rounds? Because I saw him on one with Eli Manning, too.
He's probably one of the best super fans of a team. Like, the Chiefs have a ton, which they have the number one in the world, obviously, Taylor Swift.
Eric Stonestreet. Wow.
Yeah. He's there.
He was there. Saw him on Sunday. Saw his mom. Happy 80th, Jamie. Happy 80th to you. You lovely, lovely 80th birthday celebrator. You love you. So happy birthday to Jamie.
He watches Chiefs games like he's a scout. Like, it's amazing to watch. Because I sat right in front of him
last
last year.
People, yeah.
I sat in front of him for the Christmas Day game. And the whole time he was there, and he was
just dialed in.
He was zoned into the game.
That's awesome.
Obviously, when they score, do something good, he gets up, cheers, and all that sort of stuff. Takes video of like a touchdown possibly coming. But man, he is like you think about like celebrities, like, oh, they don't, they're not normal. No.
Eric dials
This guy,
in, man.
this guy is locked in
That's
from
awesome.
start to finish, and it's like you think it's like he's almost like you taking notes and stuff, like he wants to talk about it. So
yeah,
but no, he's talking about a cut of meat, and he said it's a bone-in ribeye, and he says the way to cook it is on the cast iron with oil and butter, and he goes, if you take the butter and you put it in after the oil, the butter doesn't brown. And a typical, all right.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
Bone-in ribeye for the best cut of meat. It's hard to argue that, though. I mean,
our boss said sirloin. Remember we had that conversation? He's like, I think sirloin's a good.
Oh, yeah, he did say that.
So you could take Steven to Applebee's for your birthdays. I think for me, it's a filet mignon. Number one, without a doubt, because I love my steaks mid-rare. I like it to bleed. And then I like a bone-in ribeye.
I haven't heard anything since sirloin.
That's what he said.
Do you think that's like a Mr. Loin, like sirloin?
Spectre's sirloin takes, because it's a hot take and it's a bad meat of choice. I don't know. Some people will say if you cook it the right way, it can be great.
People, you can cook anything the right way, but I mean, like if you're saying to me what is the best cut of meat, sirloin's not in the conversation.
Somebody told me that I should try a tri-tip on
That's
a
a good
smoker.
one,
I've
yeah.
never done that. I don't know if it's too stressful because I've yet to do a brisket. I haven't stepped up to that level yet.
Don't you feel
that seems like
fear?
a job?
Yeah. Well, it is a job, number one. But also, when I do stuff for the first time, like cooking, I'm afraid I'm going to fail and then waste that money.
I'm afraid that brisket's going to come out like the turkey from Christmas Vacation.
Yeah. And you never want to do. You have all these people over, and you got this dried piece of meat.
And there's
You're like,
nothing
ugh.
worse than dry brisket, dude. Like there's
terrible.
nothing
It's the
worse than dry
worst.
brisket, man.
Yeah.
So you found this on Twitter of you're on a 15-hour flight. You get to pick your seat.
Yeah.
The first seat is open, and your next person next to you in the aisle. So you have the window seat.
Right.
The aisle is Patrick Mahomes.
Okay, that's seat one.
Yeah. Seat 2 is George Kittle, and you're the next seat.
You're the aisle.
Seat 3 is a name that we will not mention, and an open seat.
No chance.
Okay. Seat 4 is that's not Nancy. The sun is killing this. That's Al Michaels.
Al Michaels.
And then an open seat.
Right.
Okay. I would probably in that row. I'm choosing seat 2.
See, I'm choosing seat 4.
I'm getting hammered with George Kittle on a flight.
I'm
you're
getting
sitting by
hammered with
Al
Al
Michaels,
Michaels.
and you're sitting by George Kittle. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Are you going Mahomes?
I think Kittle sounds pretty fun.
Yeah.
Kittle's
Yeah.
a dude, man.
Yeah, Kittle's a dude.
Kittle's a dude.
Yeah.
Like, 2's not the wrong answer.
Kittle's up there with
3 is the wrong answer.
Yeah. And by the way, the Texan tried to bait us, and I told him they already owe the show $20, so we're $20 into the
Let's go.
spending fee, so we can all get one a cocktail. Easy, Dusty. Other side of the plane,
Right.
you have an open seat, and the two guys on the outside and on the outsides of you are the Manning brothers.
Right.
The next row, open seat, and then next to you is Bronny and Little Bronny.
How?
The next row, absolutely not.
No.
You're between the Ball brothers.
Yeah.
No chance.
Wow.
And then the last one's tough. You're
Yeah.
between the Kelsey
The
brothers.
Kelsey brothers, yeah.
So I think my two seats would be seat 2 and seat 8. Because seat 8 is between the Kelsey brothers.
Okay, see, I'm going seat 4 and seat 5 next to Al Michaels and between the Mannings.
That's not a wrong answer.
No,
pretty
the
good.
Kelsey one isn't a wrong answer either. I'm just afraid I wouldn't see the end of the flight.
So seat 1, you're next to Mahomes.
I would have so much to drink on that
it'd
flight.
be insane.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you think about getting house with Kittle. That'd be fun. It'd be fun to see if I could hang with those two.
I was on a flight so many years ago from San Antonio to St. Louis, and I don't know who these people were that I were next to, right?
Yeah.
But we all got hammered, and then we all said we're not putting our seatbelts on when we landed. That was a mistake.
If he dies, he dies.
So I kind of feel like that would happen with the Kelsey brothers.
Oh, yeah.
Don't put your seatbelt on, man. Okay.
Last one that puts their seatbelt on has to buy the round.
Yeah, or
That's
something
an
like that. Like
expensive ticket.
it would be a very, very rough plane ride if I was back there with the Kelseys.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Yep. I don't know, man. Yeah,
Ball brothers?
not a chance.
No way, man.
So who's going to play more out of you two? Although
Exactly.
LaMelo's actually not bad.
Melo's been really good.
You haven't heard from the father lately.
Yeah, good for him.
Yeah, he finally
What
figured
was
it
his
out.
name? Claude Ball or something?
Lonzo. No, that's not right. Is it Lonzo Ball? No, that's
Lonzo, LaMelo, LiAngelo, and then the dad.
LeVar
LeVar
Ball.
Ball.
Yeah.
That's it. Yep.
Yeah, he was hot for like he had his literal
Oh, yeah.
15 minutes.
He milked it.
Boy, did he! And I think that was kind of during COVID too, wasn't it? So there was nothing else going on.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Anybody got anything today? How about LeVar Ball? Fine.
Yeah.
LeVar, what do you think?
Would you rather sit next to Skip Bayless or man, who's tough? Stephen A.
Screaming A.
On a flight. Yeah, Stephen A. be awesome.
Yeah, he'd be great.
Yeah,
man.
I think you'd have better conversation with Stephen
Yeah,
A. than
Skip's
you
a
would
D.
with Skip. Yeah.
Yeah, somebody says you'd for sure do the Wade Boggs challenge if you were sitting with the Kelseys. Like,
Oh, God, yes.
How many garage beers over under are getting slammed between me and the Kelsey brothers?
How long is the flight?
15 hours.
Oh,
That's what it said.
Did it
15-hour
say
flight.
15-hour flight?
Yeah, it's a 15-hour flight.
I'm not getting on that flight. Oh, God, yeah, 15 hours? Oh, my God. It's a 30-pack. Per.
Yeah, per.
Like, I would go through 30 on
I mean,
something
my
like
roommate
that.
and I will smash a 30-pack on Sunday for football. We'll get a 30-pack of Busch Light, and there's not a beer left by 8 o'clock. That's a true story. I'm not cool. I'm just
impressive.
saying. I mean, once they start and that first one tastes good,
That's true,
it's
yeah.
tough, dude.
It's flowing.
That's tough to stop. Maybe I have a problem.
I got a number for you.
Mm-hmm.
15 hours, that's a lot. Oh.
15-hour flight? I don't know if I can handle that. I have to have to take like an Ambien. Like, honestly,
2 of them.
Oof.
Wake up, go back to sleep.
If you missed the show, go find it on the Odyssey app under Fescoe and Dusty. We had a good conversation about who you'd rather play, Cincinnati or Denver, in the playoffs. Here's a good conversation to have with people. Go do something nice for somebody. You never know. It could change their day, week, month, or even their year. It's simply cool to care. Kansas City, stay safe and stay kind. Cody and Gold coming up next on 96.5 The Fan, your home for Kansas City Sports.